Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 8th, 2019. We'll begin with the appeals calendar. Item number 1, 2017-144A, 2530 44th Street, Queens, and the special order calendar item number 2, 10379BZ, 2530 44th Street, Queens, which is a continued hearing on the special order calendar. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. You could sign this one.
Okay. Well, Lisa probably, she represents the...
Good morning, John Daly with the Fire Department. I've consulted with the councils for the DOB and the applicant, and I've requested an okay to speak on behalf of this application. I attended yesterday's hearing. I heard the board's comments regarding this application, and we do have concerns about this application, the fire department. I have already consulted with our fire department counsel and staff chiefs, regarding this application. They have copies of the plans and the application. They're currently reviewing it. I respectfully request if the board can postpone their decision and hearing on this two cases.
Okay. All right, is everyone all right with that?
I think that would be
it's a
best.
good idea. That was part of the concern that's been raised throughout about the compliance with the multiple dwelling law and all of that, and the response that said it doesn't need to comply gave me pause. So I'm glad fire department's involved.
Right. And because we don't want to delay this application any further, we will expedite this entire review and share our findings with all council, all parties involved, and request a hearing date of January 29th.
Okay, it's tough for us, but we can do it because they're just reviewing and they're giving
Sure.
us their comments, and that's it. There's nothing for us to review, right?
Yes.
So, and if there's a response from the applicant, then maybe that's something that they go over with us at the hearing, because we have a very packed schedule, so it needs to be something where we're just waiting for the fire department to give instructions, right?
Good morning, Lisa Orantia from Ackerman LLP. I understand that the FDNY wants to look into the application and DOB has to do a continued review, but I believe that the board's determination can be made today. I mean, this was a challenge to a C of O on the basis of a conversion to a 3-family. Code issues are within the jurisdiction of the DOB, and the fire department can consult with DOB with a resolution from the board granting the variance that conditions it upon acceptance by the Department of Buildings.
So we've been talking about the compliance with multiple dwelling law for several hearings, and your recent response that basically says it doesn't have to comply.
That's not my response.
No, in other words, that according to the regulations, that the multiple dwelling law, the requiring 2 means of egress doesn't apply, but there are other requirements, for instance, sprinklers that may apply. And so I'm actually personally very concerned about adding a unit to a building where the review of it didn't include careful fire
The
safety
review did, if you look at the objection sheet from DOB, it lists noncompliance with the BSA resolution.
Right.
And it also lists code objections, referring back to the 1986 code, which is what the application was filed under. So DOB has that under review.
Council, the fire department's concerned with this application. From what I understand, based on my reading, I have reason to believe that this may not have fire-resistant material that's required. I wouldn't be comfortable approving this until the fire department is able to give its okay.
I understand. That's why my request would be that the board grant on condition that the department do a thorough review of building code compliance upon consultation with that fire department, and that way we remove this case from the board's review, which I feel is complete at this time, acknowledging the open issue of code-related questions that the DOB is qualified to handle.
So, okay, so the thing is this. If it were only up to DOB for review, because we don't have a representative who sits at all of our hearings from DOB to quickly review the cases, which would be pretty fantastic if we did, but we don't. But we do have the benefit of fire department observing all of our hearings, right? When fire department expresses concern about a project, we listen. And we're not talking about a long delay. We're talking about something that really I wish the architect who was reviewing the application had looked at more closely and given a more thorough analysis. And so I think it's better for everyone involved, including the property owner, to have the benefit of fire department careful review. And we're only talking about a delay of basically 2 weeks. So I think we've had enough discussion about this.
Would the schedule allow then for us to review the comments from the fire department before we come back before the board?
So it probably wouldn't, but the idea is if the fire department says you're good to go, then we could vote on it, right?
And you can work with the fire department in the interim. You can stay in contact with them and know where they're, Commissioner, Captain Daly's been very well working with applicants, and I think that you should use that resource and know where your application is.
Otherwise, we're putting this off until the end of February or something like that.
I understand, but you do have a DOB attorney here who's not
does
raised
not
any
review-
fire code issues, no building code issues.
No, so the DOB attorney is only reviewing from the point of a revocation of a C of O, right? Not the variance.
But that could have been on the basis of code issues as well. This case is only filed on the grounds of the conversion to 3 families. It did not bring this case to the board on the basis of code violations.
No,
Once it
it brought
comes
it on
out.
the basis of noncompliance with the BSA grant.
And once anything
Correct.
comes up, it's in
I
our
understand.
overview.
Right, okay. So I think it's probably best for your client to have an earlier date, because fire department might just say, add a note that says sprinklers, or install sprinklers, and then fire department, arguably, we can talk about how they follow up on this and enforce it, because the fact is, it's probably already occupied, and how do we get sprinklers installed in a project that's already occupied? It's an issue. And if the building, and I have to say that safety concerns of these converted dwellings are a big subject, not just here at the BSA, but everywhere in the city. So to ignore a concern that's expressed by the fire department does not sit well.
We're not
Yeah.
ignoring anything.
Right,
We're
okay. No, in
prepared
other
to
words,
demonstrate
a request by the fire
compliance.
department to review the application and come up with their proposals seems like the right thing to be doing. Okay.
And forgive me, Chief, for the misnomer. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So January 29, and the submission with the fire department as soon as possible. And we will get that to the owners immediately upon receipt. And if there's a way for you to have a conversation directly with fire department, that would speed things up. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it'll be deferred to January 29th,
Yes.
or continued.
Thank you,
yeah.
Madam Chair, members.
Yeah.
Item number 3, 54084BZ, 341 Soundview Avenue, the Bronx.
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond as to the board member question? I hope you got in touch with that woman. Tell her it was adjourned. I don't have her telephone number. I have that Carol.
Yeah, but where's the person? Sure.
It's been here.
Good morning, Elise Boladair from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. We heard your comments, and you got the fire department spray booth letter of no objection, right?
Yes.
So that's the first matter, so
Right.
at least we can move forward in that way. And then I heard your comments about landscaping, and he really tried to do it in the spring. We had really beautiful pictures of the spring. Unfortunately, it didn't last, and he'll replace it in the spring, but it unfortunately didn't take.
So here's the thing about landscaping, we often, and I'm kind of looking at those bushes and kind of assuming that's what happened. A lot of the times, the property owner installs the shrubs themselves.
He did not.
He
told me-
hired a landscaper?
He hired a landscaper, and he told me he paid thousands of dollars for this.
So the landscaper normally has a guarantee that
Okay,
they're
I'll let
supposed to
him
be
say.
replacing the shrubs that don't take, right? So I don't know what kind of deal was made, but
I
most of
don't know
time-
the deal, but I know
Yeah.
that he said he was really upset about this because he did pay a lot of money to put that in.
Okay, so, yeah. But that's part of the point is the landscapers are installing something and they're supposed to have some kind of a guarantee that lasts for a season or something
And
like
I
that.
don't know if he knew to do that or not, but I'll consult with him.
Right, but so it doesn't absolve him of the responsibility of installing landscaping, right?
Understood.
And also, it didn't seem like that many shrubs were installed. It was pretty scattered.
I mean, there were trees, so maybe the landscaper left room so they can grow out and up.
No. The drawings show X number of shrubs.
Yep,
You don't see X number
Yep.
of shrubs in real life.
And we can fix the drawings to work together to do that.
Okay.
Do you know when it was installed? When they?
In the summer, so after like the second.
You're not supposed to plant in the summer as part of the
I
other.
think it was like late, around the summer, because we were told to, it was after the first hearing, we were told to plant, and then he went out and tried to resolve it right away, and he planted.
The first hearing was in March, so if he planted in
So
the
maybe
summer,
April or May, it was sometime between the first and the second hearing. I don't have the dates, I'm sorry, he didn't give me the dates, but it was after the first.
The Google images is current as of July of 2018.
It's in the rear, though,
Yeah, that I
so you
couldn't,
wouldn't
yeah,
see it, yeah.
can't get to it.
So sometime.
Okay.
And then signage, we can show it on the elevation. You asked to show the additional signage.
Join it.
And you asked for a sign that says, sorry. You asked for a
that says
specific
that
sign.
cars parked on the sidewalk will be
Yeah.
towed at owner's expense.
Yeah. And then the signage that's in the operational plan.
Yeah, to actually install everything that's being proposed in the operational plan, do that work,
And then photograph.
photograph it, and show it on the plans.
And then you asked for slats on the fence.
Yeah, so the drawings say the fences are opaque,
Okay.
but for one, you don't see fences on most of the site from the photos.
Okay.
So the photos need to match
That's, yeah.
the site or vice versa, right?
Is there any other comments?
No, I think, well,
Yeah,
no.
the speed bump, I guess.
Yeah, I thought that was part of the operate, because she said all the items in the operational plan need to
Right.
be installed.
So,
Where is
and-
it going to be? Just tell us where it's going to be, actually?
I don't think I can right now without the corner here, but I can,
But it's definitely not going to be on the sidewalk. It's going to be.
yeah, it's not going to be on city property.
City property. Okay. Can't. And then also, that there's a block wall that's on the property line
Yeah.
that needs to be stuccoed,
Yeah.
because it looks very bad.
And I just want to say that, as you saw in the photographs, the property owner does really try to maintain the backyard without lots of, like, it's nice as it doesn't have all kinds of trash and different things.
Right, it
So-
didn't seem trashy, but it didn't,
So while I understand that it doesn't have immense landscaping, he really does keep his backyard
right,
in a nice sitch for an automotive repair.
yeah, right, so nice-ish is good.
Yeah.
Nicer is better with
Yeah.
planting.
But I'm just trying to say that this
Yeah.
owner is really tries to make the property not a disgusting place for the
Okay,
residential
that's a good base to start with.
I mean, because we have other automotive repairs that
Yes.
aren't as nice as this.
Okay.
So I wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you. Are there any speakers on this? Okay. All right, so the work really should be done, and the landscaping should be installed. So the best time to do it is actually March, right? So,
So can I ask a question? Since
Yeah.
we're putting this off so far, could he get a 10-year grant from the time it's approved?
I-
Because we keep putting it back so far.
well, no, actually, you.
Oh, it
I
expired
believe-
in June 2016.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we did the landscaping, but but this new, I put in all this operational plan and stuff that came up today, like the speed bump and.
No, because at the last hearing, it didn't come up today, at the last hearing, which was in March, there were 3 adjournments since we are
And he
in
was
charge
working-
of the adjournment.
He was working
right?
on getting you all the spray booth things, taking the class.
Right.
All of that, that's
Okay.
the open items.
But so a big issue that was a big concern was about the parking on the sidewalk, among many other things, right? And the question was, how are you going to regulate that? So we saw for the first time an operational plan that said, I'm installing a camera, I'm putting signs, I'm doing the following
And you can
things.
see that he wants to do a lot of things, he's not trying.
Right, right. So to be sure that we are regulating this, the work should be done, right? And by the way, March isn't so far away.
No, I think her question is whether or not the grant cannot continue from 2016, but actually start. from
Oh, I
That was
see.
my question.
That's the
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry. I thought you said a longer,
No, 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 she's asking for
20
the date
years
of,
or-
Saying that because we're going to put it in March, and it's
Yeah.
a longer wait, can he have the 10 years from the time?
yeah, I don't see why not, right? Is there a reason why not? Okay.
That just as a compliment.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
so, schedule, yeah?
Yeah. So installation in March. So like at the end of March you come? Does that
Okay.
work? Okay.
Does
Does that work, or maybe early April?
Early April.
April 9th hearing?
April 9th would be a March 20th submission?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also want to say that, while, I know you weren't here last time, but while the last time was an adjournment, the property owner did come and speak on the ground.
Yeah, it wasn't an adjournment.
Well,
It was an
not?
adjournment request, but you actually came and you spoke.
Yeah, so I just want to say that he
Yeah.
did show up and,
Yeah.
and speak to the board about all the different.
That's right.
different
Where's the,
Yeah, I think I actually knew that. I thought we took off the
We
word
did.
adjournment.
We did.
Yeah,
Muriel
okay.
researched.
Okay.
Three adjournments.
Good, okay.
Thank you.
item number 4, 219-97BZ, 13011 North Conduit Avenue, the Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you, and I don't remember the stamp thing by heart. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yeah.
You think I remember it? So many times, right? Thanks.
Elise Fullader from Eric Platt, NYC, on behalf of the applicant. I have a handout. While I cannot talk about signalization because I'm not the DOT, I did go to the DOT's GIS system, and I pulled up all the places where there's signage around the property and what they say.
You pulled up all the places, sorry?
If you go on GIS, DOT has their own.
Can you stand next to the mic? Because I listened to the hearing, we couldn't hear you when you moved away from the mic.
Okay, sorry. When you go to DOT has a GIS system, and if you go to their GIS system, it shows you where all the signs are
Oh,
that the city puts in. So I have a printout that shows you all the signs around the property and what they say from DOT's GIS system.
okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Whose case is this?
This is-
Okay. The project manager for this? This way, control it. This way you.
So the property, sorry, it wouldn't let me highlight what it is, but it's at the corner. So it's on the,
100,
but it's on
30th.
130th Belt and 130th Place. It's that corner. So it's the bottom east of,
I'm just giving you more time.
it's like right here.
I'm just giving-
So there's a no parking anytime sign where it's pointing to, and a no standing anytime sign behind the site, and then a no parking anytime. Oh, if you go to the third page, it's a little clearer where the signs are.
you just can't.
okay. And it was the recommendation was to prohibit parking on the northbound 130th Street approach. whatever that is.
So there is in the corner a no parking sign of 130th Place
Right.
and 130th Street. Feet,
Okay.
according to DOT.
Okay.
And then, of course, if you make it in the resolution that the trees should be tended, they'll definitely get tended. That's not a big deal.
Right. They just need to be trimmed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this? So, I think, I don't know, in terms of the conditional negative declaration, as Carlo pointed out, this application's been before us since 1997, so it came for renewal. So presumably prior boards have also looked into this. So to not unpack the CND at this point seems, I'm assuming somebody started to look at it back in the day, right, when it came back 10 years later.
And you can see there are signs, so that's
And the
positive.
signs are there. Right. So they installed signs, and it seems to me DOT also, when they have problems on a location, they change the signalization, and it's been 20 years since, so they probably intervened and did something completely unrelated since. It's a good guess, right?
Is our case on today?
Okay, so I'd like to, is there any other open issues anyone wants to discuss? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close. Oh, we need something to handle the closing?
Oh, sorry, what are we doing? Motion to close. Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on condition that the landscaping is maintained and the shrubs are trimmed. Kept trimmed. So on that motion, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Motion is granted. Item number 5, 2016-4150BZ, 667 Brooklyn, Grand Street, Brooklyn, sorry. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? You just sign this one? You're the only one speaking? Today, yes. Okay. Fine.
Good morning, Frank Noriega from Sheldon Lobel PC on behalf of the applicant. Sounds like after yesterday's review session, we should have everything in. I got some late-night comments about notes to be added to the plans, which we are totally okay with, regarding accessibility and sign compliance. We can do that if that's necessary, but
Sorry about
don't
notes
think-
being added to the plans?
Oh.
What?
wait, Sorry. There were emails last night from the project manager. Let's see. It was revised ADA compliance notes.
yeah, just to change it from ADA compliance to say the DOB review for Chapter 11 of the Building Code, ADA, and ANSI 117.1. Totally willing to do.
Title
We
III of
just,
the ADA.
It's just to change the standard notes. I don't think we need to.
Okay, if you don't need it, that's even
delay
better.
this because of that. Okay.
That's
We've been
fine.
saying local law 58 for 40 years already, even though it hasn't been a local law in a very long time, but never mind, everyone still says it and knows what we mean by that, okay? We're trying to change the standard notes so they're more accurate to represent actually what the code says. Okay, so the biggest question is, this is a CrossFit gym,
Correct.
and we wanted the tenants, the neighbors notified.
and they have been notified.
And I'd like to know if there are any speakers on this. Anyone to speak on 667 Grand Street?
No neighbors, nothing?
Nobody?
Okay.
Okay, so whatever it is that your client is doing is the right thing at a
Yeah.
CrossFit gym. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number, new cases, item number 6, 867, 55BZ, 6615 Borden Avenue, Queens. Please come forward. Excuse me.
Sir, Madam?
You have to come and be sworn in. Are you the only person? Are they going to come up and speak? No. Okay, fine. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Okay, please sign your name and proceed. Print your name, sorry. Yeah.
Good morning, Chairperson Muter and board members. My name is Nancy Lee Paul. I'm with Nasir J. Kanzada. We have a BSA case before you to renew a expired permit variance, whatever, for 66-15 Borden Avenue. It is a gas station that has been there since 1955. It hasn't changed much. What did have a canopy and tanks renewed, added, replaced about 2005, I believe. We are proposing to make a minor extension to the building, which is in compliance with the zoning, and also to convert the existing repair shop into a convenience store. The whole thing will be a convenience store. We are proposing no change to the layout as far as traffic, dispensers, or anything like that. The owner is new. He's only had the property for 3 years, and so he's trying to undo some of the things that the previous guy didn't do as far as getting a C of O in a timely fashion and all that.
Okay. Were you aware that we have what we call an executive review session the day before this hearing, and that it's available on, you can watch it on YouTube video? No. So
no.
every, just so you know, because we know you don't appear here often, the hearings are most of the time on a Tuesday.
Okay.
On Monday morning, starting at 10, the commissioners discuss each of the applications, and oftentimes the applicants hear those, either they attend that review session or they watch it later in the afternoon
Okay.
on video, and then come ready to respond to the comments. So I'm going to just go through the comments.
Okay.
And other commissioners, if I left anything out, please. So we noted that the community board recommended approval, but they had some comments.
Right.
We always listen to the community board comments. So they said concerns were expressed by committee members regarding overnight parking at this gas station, that there are too many tires stored on the site, and that tree plantings would be preferable to planters along the street curb area adjacent to the site. Okay. And then fire department reviewed the application, and they were okay with it. So I'm just going to read what my comments. 2005 BSA approved plans show landscaping along Clinton Avenue frontage and along the shared lot line with residential uses. The photos that you provided, existing and proposed plans, instead show potted plants instead of in-ground planting, and a rusting chain link fence adjacent to residences. So the property is not in compliance with the terms of the BSA grant. Looking at Google satellite imagery, it shows the little house that fronts on Clinton is basically surrounded by parked cars on the site, with only a fence that has openings in it as a sound and visual barrier. And there is room to add buffering for that property owner on this site. It's quite a roomy site. And so the landscaping has to be installed,
Okay,
similar to what was approved in 2005
All right.
prior to our voting. We won't actually consider the application until we've seen the landscaping installed.
Okay.
And, yeah, in an installed position. But before that, we need detailed landscaping drawings that specify the in-ground planting with the number, types, and spacing of the proposed planting. And by the way, this hearing is also videotaped.
all right.
So by, say, tomorrow afternoon, you would be able to listen to
Okay,
this.
yes, fine.
In case your
Good.
notes are
Thank you.
not quite up to your needs, let's
Mm-hmm.
say. Planting along the residential lot line needs to be closely spaced shrubs
Okay,
at a minimum distance of, at a minimum of 4 feet high when planted, and which will grow to a minimum of 6 to 8 feet high. That, the result of that is that it will form a dense barrier.
a dense barrier, yes.
A condition of the 2004 approval was that no vacuums be installed on the site. And so, again, the site is specifically out of compliance with that. The commissioners discussed the subject of vacuums, and we thought that the reason for that prohibition was that the proposal was to put the vacuums next to the residence. But in our understanding from the drawings is the vacuums are actually on the main highway.
They're along Clinton.
Yeah, so that it's not, that we don't believe it's a disturbance noise-wise for the residential neighbors. So I don't think there was, in the end, an objection to the vacuum.
No, yeah, when we had the hearing, there was no comment about that.
There was no but there was a
There was no,
condition.
they never,
Explain why? Sorry.
they didn't bring that up as a noise issue. They didn't bring up any noise issues
So
at the
because
hearing.
it was a condition that there be no vacuums.
Yes, I understand.
There must have
that.
been a reason, and I'm just guessing.
Oh,
there
okay.
was noise.
Yes.
Then Commissioner Shonda said okay, that's what we were talking about. That there's also the issue of there's a fence that needs to be 6 feet high. It's only 4 feet high between the site and the residence that's facing Clinton.
Actually, Mike, I'm sorry, I may
Yeah.
not have been clear. I think the plans show that as per the requirement, it'd be 4 feet high. My question is, why was a 4-foot-high fence required? Typically, we have always seen 5 or 6 foot
Right.
high. And given that it's abutting a residential property, 2 residential properties, my question was, should it not be 6 foot
And-
high to allow for more buffering?
Right. So I think it should be 6, and it's a rusting fence. That was the other part. It's in bad condition. It needs to be.
Okay, so, because I think actually the fences kind of vary, but we can just say it's got to be 6 feet and replace whatever is
Right.
rusting.
Okay. And then there's also, there was supposed to have been on the 2004 approval, there was a light post that's adjacent to the residential lot line that was supposed to have been removed. It's still there, so that needs to be removed. There was another one that was permitted that was on the corner, and that is there, and that's permissible. Some of the comment had to do with the fact that on the one that's next to the residence, it's producing a lot of light,
Okay.
which is disturbing to the residents. And our observation is that the lighting study, the lumen spread diagram, probably doesn't represent the actual conditions.
We were proposing to put replace that light with a shielded light so that it would only project onto the gas station. We were not
That's
going to
what
leave
has
it.
to be done,
Yes.
and you have to indicate that that's what's there, that it's a light with a shield.
Okay.
And then the lumen spread diagram has to represent that by the time you're at the property line adjacent to the residences, there's 0 lumen spread.
Okay.
Okay. And then the asphalt, based on the photographs, is in really poor shape. It needs to be retopped. It doesn't mean redoing all the.
No, I
asphalt,
understand what
they
you're
just do a
saying, yes.
layer. And there's a lot, as the community board said, there are a lot of tires being stored on the site. They need to be stored on the interior.
maybe that won't even be necessary once this use changes from auto repair to
They won't be,
convenience store.
yeah, they won't be
That's true.
doing auto repair.
Okay.
Right. And then there's there's a sort of floating extra base, so it's probably a concrete base or a sign that's not being used.
It's next to the existing sign, close to the building, residential building that's fronting on the Gordon Avenue. On
Okay.
Gordon Avenue. So you have the existing base on the
Right.
side, and there is another leftover base.
Yeah, I was wondering-
Which, which
All right,
should
I'll-
be removed, because if you're going to park the cars, it's going to be in the way of it.
Right.
Okay. And then, we need more photos of the site.
Okay.
So you really need to do a perimeter view, so that you're walking around the entire site, photographing the perimeter, looking towards the adjacent properties, and then turn around and do the same, so we can look into the site. The idea is we need photographs to understand everything about the site,
All right.
and once the landscaping is installed, we need photos that
of
show
the
the landscaping
landscaping showing.
installed, and the photos need to be keyed to a plan so we can tell
Correct.
where you are.
Can you move the dumpster
Dumpster.
from where it currently is adjacent to the residences to the other side of the building by Clinton Avenue?
Is there anything more we could do on the buffering on Borden Avenue? Right? Against the residents?
I mean, if
Make
we
it a
provide.
thicker buffering instead
Thicker,
of those
perhaps.
two parking spaces?
Yeah, maybe thicker and higher. That's right against their, literally on the
On
wall of
their-
their residence.
So for one, there are these two parking spaces that arguably could be eliminated, and you make that into a triangular planted area, which we see.
There is a gap between, the drawing is not, there is a slight, there is a gap between the property line and the
No,
building next to it.
I see that, but
Right.
if there's something that we could
We
propose
could, we
there.
could say that area, instead of having two parking spots, has a triangular planted area, and there isn't any activity up against it. That's something that the board has done.
I
Right.
recommend that then.
Is there a minimum parking that would be required for the convenience?
I think we needed 5, and we were proposing 6.
Okay.
So, I mean, we do have 3 spaces on the Clinton Avenue side. The only reason why we put it on the other side is because people tend to come, it's a one-way, so they tend to come in, and that would be the first place they
Right.
park,
Yeah.
rather than going through the whole site to get to park.
Right, but there are lots of other places to park.
Yes.
I mean, you have
because
that
we could-
whole area where the tanks are.
No, I would put them on Clinton because there's no curb cuts there. I mean, we could just continue the extra spaces along Clinton.
Okay,
That would
I don't want to get in the way of the circulation with
Mm-hmm.
curb cuts.
Yeah,
okay.
this is,
Yeah, I see. All right, so, but there's plenty of, it's a large site relative to the
yes,
use,
yes.
so I'd say buffering that immediate neighbor there with a triangular planted area, which is similar to what you see at the rear of the building, would be a good thing. And so show landscaping in that area. It's like a decorative landscaping plus the buffering shrubs.
All right.
And then other comments were, sorry, there were more?
there was a additional signage on top of the canopy.
Yes.
I don't think that is permitted, that should be removed. There's a square.
That's been taken down.
I was, maybe it was taken down as of Monday, but
Oh,
Sunday I didn't.
it's still there? We were
Yeah.
told it was taken down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
you
we-
can see it.
Okay.
That's why we need photographs.
well,
Photographs to
okay.
prove that the client did what the client said. they
Yeah,
wanted to
and
do.
what they're telling us as well, too.
Exactly, well, that's kind of what I mean. They tell you things,
Yes.
and then you come here representing it was done, but you actually don't have any way to know that it was done.
Yeah, okay. No, they were
Um,
warned. But anyway.
So, the ID sign was supposed to, okay, there's also photos key to the plans. So for instance, you have this area behind the building that's described on the plan as a proposed grass area.
Yeah.
We don't know what it looks like, there's no photographs of
Right now,
that,
it's
so
just
we need
asphalt.
Yeah, so we need to see that, and we need to see the landscaping plan show that.
Okay.
And a grass area, it's better if you do some kind of ground cover that prevents it from
I guess-
encouraging trash to be stored there.
I guess that planting may move the mobile sign, the large mobile sign that's directly, if we do that triangle planting there, would that sign have to be moved to,
No, you can have the sign
In the middle.
surround, that's very common in gas stations where there's a kind of decorative planted area, and the sign is right there in the center of it. So, so ground cover instead in that grass area, the ground cover, usually there's like the
Doesn't
English
need maintenance.
ivies or one of those things, they grow, where they don't even have to do anything to them. And then the drawings show a section, described as section BB, but there is no section BB on the floor plan.
Okay.
Instead, it's a section AA, so that just needs to
Okay.
be coordinated. And then, I think I already talked about the light levels. Okay, so those were all of our comments, okay?
And I just want to be clear, the fencing along the entire property should be opaque fencing.
Yes,
Opaque, yes.
okay. All right, so I think that's it. Are there any speakers on this? Okay. So we would like first to see your proposed plan of how you're going to modify the site. Okay? And then after that, we'll set another date where you'll have time to install the
well,
improvements.
that's over here.
And come to us with photographs showing the improvements installed. So we do need photographs of existing conditions
Okay.
first,
Right.
that comes along with your proposed plan.
Okay.
And then after that, we'll need photographs of the kind of as-installed version.
So we'll receive a letter saying this landscape plan is okay, please.
Not a letter, no, this is all done in the hearing process, so
All right.
you'll submit to us
Okay.
through the process before, which is you send to the submit site and to
Right.
the project manager in charge of this, who is Daryl Ruffin, he's sitting over there. And then you will, you'll come back to the hearing to
Okay.
hear our comments
Okay.
on your submission, okay?
All right.
Okay, so in terms of.
Prior to us actually installing.
Prior to installation,
And then
so it's for us to see.
the approval
Yeah.
will be held off until the installation happens.
Correct,
So
that's
it's kind of
exactly right.
a process.
And that's how we make sure that you actually do the things that you were
That's-
supposed to have done 20 years ago.
That's fine.
Okay? All right, so, unfortunately, we have a very packed schedule. So we could put you on for March 5th
Okay.
with a February 13th submission, or actually, we could do also February 26th, that would
February 26, okay.
with a February 6th submission, so that's not
February
bad.
6th submission.
Yeah, so that gives you a month, basically,
All right.
to do the work, okay?
Okay, good.
Okay, great,
All right, thank you.
thank you. And just for, so on February 26th is your hearing, on February 25th, starting at 10 a.m. is a review session here that you could choose to attend or not.
Okay.
But otherwise, by the afternoon, there's a video that's
Right.
posted on our website
All
that
right.
you can listen to, okay? So that way you can be prepared with responses to our comments.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Item number 7, 771 76BZ, 375 Pearl Street, Manhattan. They're still in there. Hi, how are you? Oh, is Ashley going to speak? You're the only three speaking? Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, sign in, and then please proceed. Yes, lower. Got it.
It's getting a little loud, and it's kind of hard to concentrate.
Yeah, calm down. We have to be done. We need our counsel and our executive director back.
right, Tony. Okay. Done that? Where the arrows? Yeah. Good morning. Chairperson Perlmutter, Commissioners Ross Moskowitz from Strzok, representing the applicant. First, Happy New Year. Hopefully it's a peaceful 2019 for everybody. I'm here with Kara Anderson, who's Director of Planning and Architecture for Sabi, the owners, as well as Randy Bird, who's the President and CEO of Sensory Interactive, who will be discussing the installation process. I'm also here with my colleagues, Ashley Dukas and Eva Schneider. As you have seen from the application, this is amend a previously approved variance that permitted the existing Verizon sign, which is currently up at 375 Pearl. That sign was, the building was constructed in 75, just as a reminder, and the sign variance was approved in 77. The Sabi Corporation became the controlling owner in 2011 and has provided significant upgrades to this building. As maybe you have seen, the plaza is being redone, which was a much-needed improvement. This has been somewhat of an eyesore in the area. It's a very well-known building. Of course, it's been on the top 10 of the ugliest buildings over the years. Even though I'm not an architect, I'm pretty sure I would agree with that. I don't have that creative talent, but I can look at that and know that that's not a good-looking building. This building is also surrounded, as you know, by Police Plaza, so it's been it's a challenging building for that purpose, in that after 9/11, the area surrounding the building, which was pretty much on lockdown, and it has been since, and the owners have been working with the police department. But as you know, there's very limited access to this property. Notwithstanding that, I think the applicant, and I think no one would disagree, has taken great strides, expense, investment into making this a much different building. If you have a chance, you could take a look at it. As you can see on the picture to your right, really how much has been done. I'm here today to talk about our proposed changes, and we do that happily with support from the local community board. Again, the board approved this in 1977. The original variance waived requirements under 32655 and 32643, height and surface area to allow for the construction of an illuminated accessory sign for the telephone company. Pursuant to that original variance, the sign was authorized to have a maximum height of 551.5 feet and a maximum surface area of 1,018 square feet. In 2002, the board authorized by letter of substantial compliance a modification to the original sign variance. I'm sorry, just give you some orientation again. I think everyone knows where the building is, but just so you see it, that's the original approval, and this is as it was amended in 2002, and this is primarily to change from Bell to Verizon, which is the new name of the new entity. This is now what we're talking about in terms of proposal. We believe the sign is entirely consistent with the sign under the applicable provisions of the zoning resolution as just cited, and what we're really doing here is seeking an upgrade in technology to digitize the sign. So let me just highlight quickly, and I know there were a lot of questions yesterday, which of course we're prepared to answer today, as well as prepared to answer in writing subsequent to the hearing. First point is the sign will remain an illuminated, non-flashing accessory sign. Second, the proposed sign will have a surface area of 1,018 feet, the same surface area as originally approved. Third, the sign will be in the range of 400 feet to 541 feet in height, which again was in the maximum permitted height of the originally approved sign. And fourth, the only difference is that the proposed sign change from static to digital is really the upgrade in technology to represent where we sit and where we stand. We'll talk more about this shortly, and I'm going to let Randy come up and talk to you about the installation, since this is what he does. But as a reminder, this sign, as approved by this board in 1977, the surrounding neighborhood existed as it exists today. There are no new buildings constructed post the approval by this board, so the neighborhood character, which we're happy to discuss in further, has not changed. I think there was some
discussion yesterday, and I'm happy to answer questions about that later, but I just want to make sure we're starting from the same baseline in terms of construction. Post the approval of this building, there has been no new construction in this area. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Randy, and I'll come back to talk about the installation. Randy?
Hi, I'm Randy Bird with Sensory Interactive. We were engaged by the client to really help them understand what are the technologies that exist today and what could be used to upgrade the sign. And as we were looking at it, it was trying to understand the ability of having multiple kind of accessory type signage in the same location. And so as we looked at this, is that in today's world, it's digital technology. When the sign was originally approved, you really just had the ability to light signs with fluorescent or cold cathode type lighting embedded within a sign. It had to be protected. And today, probably as of 2000, there was the advent of RGB, red, green, and blue lighting that allowed you to do external lighting without protection, and it allowed you to do multiple colors. That technology has advanced over the last 17 to 18 years to the point where you can control the brightness levels, you can control the viewing angles, and you can control the consistencies of whatever color. The type of sign that was actually up there today, the Verizon sign, is a sign that has fluorescent technology behind a polycarbonate lens. When there's those fluorescent technologies go out at times, and it's strands of fluorescent bulbs is really what it is. And those bulbs tend to go out at random, at just randomness in terms of technology. They have to be changed. So at times when to change this given sign, it requires, because of the building doesn't have a scaffolding system, didn't have windows, it required that someone make a call. You had to get a scaffolding system out, and you have to come down to actually change out the existing sign. That existing sign, to do that, would usually take 3 to 4 weeks before even a piece of the bulb would be changed out. We don't think that is the direction that should be taken on any new sign being put up. So we look at what technologies are out there today, and
I just have a question. What's the life expectancy of these type of bulbs?
The fluorescent bulbs?
Yes.
Generally, they'll have a life. It might be 5 to 10 years in terms of the bulbs.
And how many bulbs are in this sign?
There's a lot. I mean, I don't have a specific number. There's quite a few because each bulb is typically 4 foot long. And so when you're looking at it, it's just strands of those lights. Those lights were put in to create, you create rows of those lights to create the brightness level that you want to try to achieve. And then those bulbs, even from the initial standpoint, when those bulbs are put in, depending on even what quality you buy of those particular fluorescent bulbs, the life of those varies, as well as the
I imagine you want to use the best
degradation.
quality.
You want to use the best quality. So even with a fluorescent bulb, though, the degradation of light is inconsistent between one bulb and the next. It'd be no different than maybe the bulbs that you have in your garage using, or actually some of these are fluorescent.
I'm sure they're a bit different.
Right.
But would you say I don't know if you would know this, would you know how often that change, they updated these bulbs or removed these bulbs in the last few years?
Yeah, I think we'd have to check. I don't have that on.
Okay.
I have a question. What about neon, not flashing neon, but neon as a system as opposed to fluorescent?
Neon has become a lost art. There's really artisans that actually repair neon. Neon is very hard to control in terms of its brightness, and it's actually more of most neon artisans would say that it requires tuning up many more times than even a fluorescent bulb would require.
Are we saying there's no, after in the last 17 years, no new, longer-lasting fluorescent-type bulb exists today?
Not that the life has gotten any better. Where people have focused, and even, there's been the discussion of, whatever letter, any type of letter type sign is now being used, instead of using fluorescent bulbs, they're using LED bulbs. They're strands of LED lights, because LED has longer life. The actual consistency of the light is better. You can control the warm versus cool, so you can control that. So everything has moved towards improving the technologies in signage, is moved towards LED of some type.
Thank you.
And so as we looked at that, is that we wanted a surface area that would allow for variations in the message, the accessory use that would be put up there. A lot of locations are moving towards that. A lot of the codes that were written did not even consider that you would be able to change a sign 20 years ago. There was nothing about that. But because of, in the year 2000, when RGB came out, there was that ability that you could start to change signs or the message on the sign at any time, and it's about the transition, the message that's up there. As we looked at LED, there are variations on LED, but LED is a composite. If you want color, there's a composite of red, green, and blue, the primary colors, that creates any color that you want. Now, most of the signage that you've seen, generally, when people think of LED displays, they think of really bright commodity-type signs with not a lot of control on them, not a lot of consistency. Red may be pink, a pink thing. So it really gets down to, in terms of the technology, it really gets down into the quality that you purchase. And that we look at it and we work with our clients, is that we want to ensure that the quality is the very best. If somebody is going down to the local, either whether it's a local firehouse or going down to the public library, when they're buying signs from sign vendors. The objective is to sell a sign.
Is it possible to use LED lighting instead of these fluorescent bulbs that are there now, to have the same exact sign that you have today, only with a longer lasting life?
Having the exact same size with an LED inside.
Inside of it, instead of the fluorescent bulb?
A fixed sign.
A fixed sign, using
Fixed
the
message.
LED, which will give you the longer lasting life that seems to be a very big issue, and greater consistency. But with using that technology, could you have the same type of sign that is there today?
You could, yes. There are signs done that way. What I would caveat that is if you're going to advance the design of any sign in that given location, it goes back to the idea that any sign, no matter what type of technology you put in it, is going to have failures. Even the LED signs, it's going to have intermittent failures.
All things.
And then it's accessing, and that's just another thing that we really look at. It's accessing that in a rapid amount of time, so you don't really have this kind of hodgepodge of a sign up there that's partially illuminated and partially not. So in the ability, as if this is
Take the mic, I'm sorry, can you take the mic with you? Just want to make sure you
Hold it
pick
in
it
your
up.
hand.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
So I'm a bit confused. There's, regardless of whatever sign is going to be up there,
Yes,
the access is going to be the same. The repair access will be the same.
correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we were tasked to look at all the different opportunities, as well as what type of technology would you use, whether it's the existing sign or a new sign. How would you do that? And there's two things that need to be addressed. One is the technology we would use, and what is the best way to keep it looking good on what we'll consider a Class A building, because the surface area is a great surface, and they spend a lot of money to improve the building. How do you improve the signage?
Is there like any difference between the fixed sign and the variable message? when it comes to like the repair frequency or the chance for the sign to get broken? Is there any, like,
No, there's I think if I understand your question, there is the sign, if let's say we move towards the idea that the right technology is using some type of LED lighting. LED lighting, if it's the same quality level of LED product, no, either one will have the same type of failures. And then it's a matter of LED is going to be consistent, but there are failures. There's always failures in any types of electronics. So then it is about how quickly can we get to that failure to actually repair it so we don't have parts of it out.
but the chance of that failure is the same regardless, this is a fixed message?
Yeah,
Or a variable?
it's generally the same technology. It's the quality level that you purchase.
That's my understanding. I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Could you control for the brightness across different messages so it doesn't all of a sudden flare light because you've got more letters in the next message that's going to be displayed and then dimmer because you have few letters or vice versa?
Yes, let me step back. When you're controlling the brightness level, it's because once you do LED, and LED is an emissive technology, you can set the limitation of how bright the entire light is that's coming out of there. What bothers most people is when you move from, let's call it a pastel color, to a white screen. So it has to do with the content that you're actually putting up there that creates almost that bright or strobe effect. But the actual brightness level of that surface area, it can be adjusted, it can be set for a number of different ways. One is it can be controlled by settings on a computer, or it can be controlled through a photocell as well. So that photocell can be set at a high and a low limit, and then at that low limit, it's designed to, you don't want to see at 5 o'clock dusk time the sign to flicker, no matter what it is. So you set it in a point where it will dim down slowly pulsing over, say, an hour. So you never see the brightness. But then it goes down to that dusk level, and it stays at that dusk level forever. In the daytime even, which you're really just trying to make the brightness as high as necessary to overcome the sunlight. So it's not like you're trying to stream it to any high brightness level. You can set that where, let's say, dark clouds come over the sky today. It will actually get dimmer. But most people don't buy that technology. It is more expensive, and so and most people don't even understand it. So they just say, "Well, a sign's a sign is a sign." That's where I think a lot of the confusion gets to be. Is that when you talk about implementing good signs, it requires high quality, and there's not. There's lots of manufacturers, there's lots of products, but there's only a slew, maybe 5 to 6 different companies in the world that could physically manufacture the type of sign we're talking about.
So I have a question about how the signs communicate. So these pin-mounted letters that are backlit, when the light is off, and there's some images taken during the day from Brooklyn, for example, of the current sign, right? You can easily read that sign, right? It's not dependent.
You're reading the shape of the letter.
You're reading the
Yeah.
shape of the letter. So it doesn't really matter whether the lights are on during the day. It's only at night and New York is lit all the time. So unless we have a blackout, you can still see the sign. I mean, for instance, our office actually has a view of this building. And right adjacent to it is a smaller building that's Pace University. And they have unlit pin-mounted letters that you can read all the time because the letters themselves are what's visible. I think the issue for me of these signs is that at all times, it must be emitting light in order to convey the message, right? So you're dealing with a light source that is significant, even if you don't really need it, it's during the day. With a pin-mounted letter, you wouldn't need it at all, right? So, and I guess...
I would only go back to add to that is it depends on the quality and the stroke of the letters as to the visibility of the actual sign. So
Let's stick to this side.
Of which kind of sign?
Even some of the letters, even in the Verizon sign, are difficult to read at certain distances because of the strokes of the letter. So it's also the stroke and the quality of the letter. Well, part of it, the higher up you get in this building, and I've actually seen this building without the sign illuminated, it's not visible at night because it's so far up into the sky.
But during the day, clear, we could see it from Brooklyn, right? Clearly can read Verizon, can see the check mark, you know what the product is,
Yeah.
right? You know what the building is. So, my question is also about illumination levels. As far as I know, there are no illumination regulations in New York for these signs. I know that in the Times Square area, there's an encouragement to have enormous illumination. It actually says that in the zoning resolution.
Yeah.
But that's the zoning resolution. To my knowledge, the building code doesn't have illumination criteria.
I think you're pretty much correct. I mean, we try to stay on top of most of the regulations that are happening, not only here, but across the country. There are no regulations in Times Square. There's an encouragement. The other reason that Times Square is not a good example of any type of sign is that the owners in Times Square believe that for their signs to be visible, is that they need to pump it up to be as bright as it possibly can be. So there's this competitive edge. They don't worry about energy, they don't worry about anything except how bright can I be. What that really does is destroy the message that whoever's on that sign at that given time, it's destroying their message because the contrast is what you really care about to read the message. So it's the contrast between the color and the background. And so we encourage in any application is that to clients is that you really try to reduce the brightness level to the minimum brightness level to get the best contrast. And in that case is that you want to have that capability built in the sign. We adjust it based upon that. Here, on this given location, you're not competing. There's actually no competition whatsoever. And there is the desire that it's going to be dialed down. Actually, the opportunity is that we can dial this sign down to a less of a brightness than even what exists today because of the technology. You can adjust that down. When you have fluorescent technology, you can't adjust that brightness level down to that level. It is a single brightness level, and there is no adjustment levels to it.
So when you're talking about adjusting it, and if you're talking about a variable sign that has all different kinds of logos, so the Verizon logo takes up X amount of space on the screen, but other logos might just be a simple circle in the center of the screen, and then you have a background, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that the brightness levels will modify according to what kinds of logos are being displayed, right? So we look at lumen levels all the time for other projects. Is this illumination expressed in terms of lumens?
It will. It's expressed in candelas per meter squared, or we call it nits, N-I-T-S. And as it's expressed there, it is, although you measure it differently, it's used because you actually use a meter that faces the display initially when you're setting it up, that measures it in that candela per meter square of how much light's coming out of it. But it's actually set to the point where if you say that you want this at 300 candelas per meter square, and that's the brightness level that you want out of that technology, it adjusts across that entire canvas to whatever is being emitted from there. So it will never be brighter. So it won't be that you're going to have a hot spot here because it's white and this. It all adjusts to an equal level of pumping out 300 candelas.
Can you convert candela square to lumens?
There is a way to do it. It's a little bit tricky, but it's a way to do it. And electrical engineers or that we've worked with are able to do that.
I believe it is convertible, yes.
Yeah, it should be convertible. So because we're very used to working in lumens and not so used to working in candela, can you give us the information that we request in lumens?
We will do that.
Showing us the
Yes.
conversion. So we see it in candela, convert it to lumens, you get X, right? So because my question is, all right, so, and nothing like Photoshop, right? So Photoshop showing Verizon sign on a black background. But no matter what, if it was a Verizon pin-mounted letters on a black background, the black background would just say, for example, be black paint, right, or a textile. And yes, black reflects light, but mostly it absorbs light, right? So if you held your meter up to the black background, the lumen levels that are emanating from that black background would be very low. Whereas if you hold it up to the white of the Verizon, which presumably therefore would be backlit or something, the lumen levels would be whatever they are, right? Something, so that you can see it.
They would be whatever was set when you put in those.
No, I'm talking about in a sign that's pin mounted
Yes.
on a black background. So, right, whatever it is that you bought with either fluorescent or some other kind of process,
I
right?
guess
So
I would try to equate that maybe, so let's just say that white, and you're going to put, you have the fluorescent bulbs in there. Whatever bulbs they respect at, they're going to produce, let's just say for sake, 800 nits.
Okay.
And so no matter whether it's day or night, it's always going to be pushing out 800 nits. You may not even see it in the daytime, but it's illuminated.
Right, okay.
And usually a lot of that is determined by the, two things. One is determined by the type of light you put in there, as well as the polycarbonate face that you put on it.
Right.
And that changes over time
Filters
as
it
well.
down, right?
It filters it.
Okay, so now let's switch for that exact same sign to your LED screen,
Yeah.
right? Where the color selected here, can you do black when you've got RGB?
Yes, you can do it. Basically, you'd be able to do a billion colors. I mean,
Okay.
any color that you want.
Okay, so
I
let
believe
me just finish the thought, okay? So if you've got black as your background, as your color that's surrounding the white Verizon on your LED screen, and you put a meter to your black background, what do you get?
0.
You get 0?
Yes. Yes, you would get 0. It's not emitting any brightness. So typically, if you've ever seen an LED sign, what somebody would say off, it's just black content.
But it's off.
You don't want it, it's not off, it's running, and it's just emitting black content. The reason why, it's just like your display on your screen. Most people don't want to shut off their computer screen because they don't know what it's going to start up like tomorrow. Okay? So we just put black content on it, and that black content is as black as dark.
It's like when you put the computer screen on the screensaver mode.
Yeah.
So it's black, you can see nothing. But this kind of sign is gonna work like a computer's. You can send whatever to it.
I can send, yes, I can, through a content management system, which is the software, I can send any message, anytime, and control it. So I'm sending a message to it. I want it to display this, I want it to display it at this brightness, and I want this brightness to be the consistent level that we're going to run it from dusk to dawn, let's call it that.
And that the candle per meter square or the luminance, is there like any limit based on the size of the sign that you're using?
It's not based on the sign because it's really just multiplying the
No.
area.
If you maximize the input to it, I understand
Yeah.
there is an RGB signal that goes from that computer unit
Yes.
to the screen. So if you maximize the RGB to give you like the maximum brightness, is there a maximum figure based on the sign of that, the size of that sign and the signal that's coming from the computer that like exists around this sign?
So when you buy an LED sign, LED display sign, you buy it to, ultimately, you generally want to buy it with its ability for maximum brightness. That maximum brightness, I think I'm answering your question, that maximum brightness is to overcome the direct sunlight at times.
Yes.
Okay? You never want to set it that bright, but when you're buying that sign, and let's say you're buying it at and I'll give you a number, but 6,500 nits, 6,500 candelas per meter square. When you're buying that technology, is that you never want to set it that high, but you're designing your power load to support that. If you went to all white content at that given moment, it's 6,500 candelas per meter square. The typical, even here in New York, the typical brightness that you'd set it on, even during the daytime, would be about 70% of that. Okay? At nighttime, you might be running it at not in Times Square, but other like 1/64th of the total brightness level. They have
I got
gauges
it.
that adjust.
I got it. So this is like kind of a criteria for that kind of display. Each screen or each sign has like a maximum brightness that could be out of this.
Yes, and some of them don't have adjustability. That's where I think that you'll see is that when, even at, I'm going to guess that even at the new signs at South Street Seaport, they don't have that adjustability.
So this gives the owner countless options here.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say that it gives the owner countless options, but I'm saying that is not where the owner wants to be. And I'm saying if you want to make certain criteria with regards to the adjustment of the brightening level, that's not.
But even with whatever options or conditions we make, you'd have to agree it's going to be a dramatically different type of sign.
I truly believe that it is, actually will make the environment better. And not because don't look at it as a sign, I just look at it as a canvas, and I call it a digital canvas. Because it allows you to do things very consistent color. Just as we were talking fluorescent here. Look up at the lights here. Is there any consistency between these? No, there's no consistency because you can't control the consistency when you have multiple components being controlled by multiple pieces. What I was saying is that we're looking at a technology where we have a single content management system that controls every single one of the I'll call them light bulbs, but every single one of the light bulbs that are on that board, I can control it from a single source. And I know if it's not working properly by getting an alarm that says, hey, there's an area here that's not having a problem. And then if we have the proper access, we can fix it generally within 8 to 24 hours. That's why I say that moving towards this technology, it shouldn't be something that is looking at destroying neighborhoods or doing something like that. It's about how it can be done properly, how it can be controlled, and making sure that the message that we're looking to put on that canvas really works.
Well, you could still move to the technology by using the LED and having the same ability to monitor each of the bulbs, even if you replaced the current fluorescent bulbs with these LED lighting in the current status of the sign itself. You still would have the ability to manage those bulbs, just as you're saying now. The only difference is that you're asking that it be a large digital screen as opposed to LED lights behind backlighting this sign.
Correct, Commissioner. Also, we're asking, as permitted by the original variance, to have an accessory sign which will allow for multiple signs, which is obviously the point here. So
Right. Before we get into that, I just want to finish, because we're talking to a technical person, I just want to finish the technical questions, and then we'll move on to the issues about the changing request, right? So, and then one other question I have, so a television screen, my computer screen, when the sun is shining into my office and bounces off my screen, I can't read it, so I have to bring down the shades, right? What's the reflectivity of a screen like that in terms of reflecting the sunlight, creating sources of glare, et cetera?
There should actually be no reflectivity. I mean, there's going to be variations in reflectivity between the different manufacturers you will buy the product, but it goes back is that every manufacturer is trying to get to the best contrast opportunity between, let's say, between black and white. So when we are in the process of selecting a display, we're looking at those manufacturers that have the highest contrast, which means you don't want any reflectivity in that background. And so it gets into, and it's very minute, but there are variations. What I would say is we're trying to get the reflectivity that is, as little as it can be, and maybe is what's on the face, on the surface area of the base of your laptop, not on the screen itself. It's not glass. It's basically a pourable material, and it's about how they mix it properly to get the right density.
So is it like an LED TV where if you're not head-on viewing it, you could almost not see of the picture. Like, for instance, with those TVs, if you have one of those flat screen TVs, if you're on the right side of it looking, you could barely see the image.
So there's two qualities in terms of, let's call it off-angle viewing. There's the one quality is that as you move a certain distance, the brightness level goes down to 50% or less, and then we say it's not viewable if the brightness level goes below 50%. The second piece of it is, I'm trying to think of the word right now, but it is about color shift. So if that is different than your TV or your screen here. As you move here, it's more about the brightness level. There's color shift in exterior LED technology like this, and that as you get around, you really won't be able to see the message. You start to lose the message, whether that's going around sideways or up and down. And that is controllable in the construction process as to ultimately what we're trying to.
And also because of the height, the angle of where you start missing the message is far wider.
If you're on the ground because you're 600 feet, we would say typically, and it varies, but that you really won't be able to read the message till you're probably 45 degrees out from the bottom of that sign. So if the bottom of that sign is 450 feet, the soonest that you would see it is 45. What I would also say, it's probably even further than that because most people don't walk around in the air with their head at 45 degrees. They walk at around 30 degrees.
Will you just see shadows, basically, and not the message, but maybe flickering shadows?
No, nothing
anything?
flickering. You just really don't lose
It'll
it
be
because
like
it's so
black.
dim. It becomes so dim, it becomes black.
And what's the distance that you would say that this light would emanate to?
So at night, again, going back to where we would probably set it at night, the distance that light would actually emanate.
How far would the light travel?
The light only travels 120 feet.
Okay, so how far is it perceivable?
Think of it as a street light. So the street light only lights up probably, when it's up here, it lights up maybe 40 feet, but you can see that street light from 180 feet away.
And how far?
It's just
can I
a source.
How far would I be able to see this light?
From the airplane.
From an airplane. You can see a streetlight from an airplane.
But again, because we're dialing the brightness back, it may just be imperceptible from an airplane, but would you be able to see it across the river? I'm going to say that wherever you can see the sign today, wherever you can see a spatter of light coming from that Verizon sign, then you'd probably be able to see that light coming from whatever sign that's up there. It's not about how bright it is, it's just about its source of light being pushed out.
Right.
Do you know about the famous, well, you must know because it's your business, the Fresh Direct sign, the famous Fresh Direct?
Not a very good sign.
Yeah.
Owners are talking to us about changing it, so.
Okay, so can
Can
you
move
explain to
down.
us the difference between that Fresh Direct sign and your sign?
First off, when it was put up, it had, well, one is, I don't think it got the right approvals, is what I understand. So that's the
We
first
all know
difference,
about it,
okay?
right?
Secondly, it's actually, I would say, and it is too large for the audience. The signs don't need to be as big as they're intended for an audience. They only need to be as large as,
How large is that sign?
that sign, I think, is 40 by 100, something like that.
It's massive.
It's massive.
I just
It's
drove
massive.
by it, maybe
It's not 20, is
40
it?
by 100, but maybe a 60 by 60 or something.
It's a square.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Yeah, it's
square.
more of a square.
I thought it was.
I'll let somebody else
not lit now.
kind of talk to somebody, but,
And your sign
this sign here,
is 30, what by,
well, it's 1,000 square feet, so just say but it's also, again, we think if you're not at this size and you don't, as you can see, the Verizon sign is not visible to which is the audience, is more across the river.
Yeah, because
It's not,
kind
so
of-
you want to do things with the right scale. We always play with scale every day. We had conversations whether this was, viable to put any sign there, because again, it goes back to the stroke of the letters of the given accessories that you're going to put up there, and do they work? And you never know what the accessories are, but we always do scale of what scale works best in the environment, and it's not to oversize it, because why would you want a client to spend more money putting something up than is necessary? But they do it every day. You know, we just walked through, on the way over here, we walked through Fulton Street. There's a huge sign in that lobby. It doesn't need to be that big. It's as big as this whole wall. The people that are going by are you and I, and we don't see that big. So it's about scale. What else is different about Fresh Direct? It didn't have controllable systems on it. Plus, it didn't have the lighting. So what makes up these are the light bulbs. I call them diodes, but they're light bulbs. Those light bulbs need to be binned and manufactured all at the same time. Again, it was less expensive to just buy whatever's on the shelf. We put it together as a big board, and there's no consistency. So if I'm looking at that board, there's pink over, when they're supposed to be white, there's pink over here, there's a rosé there, and there's red on the other corner. There's no consistency. That's you can never change that. In addition, the less expensive you buy, you're going to have more outages, you're going to have more problems with it.
What about the level of illumination? That's what people notice, not whether it's uneven colors or...
That's what I said. I don't believe at this point in time it has the ability to control it, so it's set at one of the higher brightnesses levels. So it's not computer controlled. You can go in there and adjust it, but it's a manual control. No one's going in there on a nightly basis and adjusting it manually. So they're setting it at the daytime brightness levels, and then it just runs at night as well.
Two things. Is there any analytical way to model this sign and get the illumination away from the sign for different brightness? This is number one. Number two, as you said, you can change the message to the sign. So let's say tomorrow is the new year, you can send Happy New Year on the sign. I'm not talking about from the zoning perspective. I'm talking about from the capabilities of the sign perspective. You could do that.
You could do anything.
Yeah. So is there any way to track the messages that being sent to that sign? Let's say tomorrow, if we permit this, and let's say we permit it for Verizon, and tomorrow you go and put Sprint, and Sprint is not one of the principal uses in the building. Is there any way for somebody to go there and look into like a logging tool to check what kind of message was sent?
Yes, absolutely.
What is that?
It's a what we call it proof of play. It's a proof of play report. So the content management system that you purchase, the software that you purchase for operating the sign, has to have that built-in proof of play.
Is this deletable?
No, I mean, you set it up based upon how many days you want it to live in the system. So if you said tomorrow, and this sign's been operating for 90 days, and you say you want a report for the last 70 days, I can send you out a report.
That's like a server. If I own a server and I log people who access that server, and tomorrow I don't want to prove that Mr. X gone to the server, I could just go there and delete.
Generally, but then I got to show what was playing during that time. I can't go back in and manually change that report to show what was playing. I can't go, let's just say your example of Sprint, okay? And Sprint was playing between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. I can't go back tomorrow and put some other name in there.
Yeah, but you can say I played nothing.
No, the proof of play is actually, no, I can't do that because, yes, I mean, we as a company, we not only spec and do that, we operate the displays.
You cannot, model-wise, or you cannot technical-wise?
I cannot technically, I don't believe. I'd have to ask our operational lead as whether you could physically change it. I don't believe you can, nor would we ever, we would never do it as a company, so I never would look at that.
So this is computer stuff, hacker, we're in the computer land, so.
But yeah, and our objective, but I do say that is we operate displays across the country for our clients, not all of them, but a lot of them. And our objective is, most people want that proof of play that you're talking about, are like the people in Times Square, are advertisers, and they want to know exactly how many times their content got played during any given day, New Year's, whatever. We have to be able to throw that report out. All we do is click a button, it goes there, and it sends it out to them if they desire.
Does anybody else have technical questions? Because I want to move on to the zoning question, which is really, in addition, we really needed to know this. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you.
Just if we're going to go ahead with considering this sign, I would like to get like a very simplified analytical analysis for how much candles or luminous will spread around the sign, especially we have like high rise around the building.
Right.
I believe it could be some residential there, so you don't want somebody like opening the window at night and the sign is projecting
Right.
light
And,
inside.
you know, to put this in perspective, we had a recent case where actually that sign wasn't before us, but there was another sign on the site near Co-op City. And the sign is, it's an LED sign that's 322, I think, square feet. And the various news agencies came, like New York One and so on, to visit people in their apartments on like the 19th floor, or much lower than that, actually. And the lights were off in the apartment, it's dark, and we could easily see that sign. And the neighbors spoke
changing.
of, and the changing, go ahead, yeah.
The sign is only about 50 to 60 feet high, though, and the buildings are
Right.
24 stories. So this is the exact opposite.
Right, true, but in terms of visibility of the sign from the distance, the sign was very far away, actually, from the apartments that were looking. Yeah, it was further away
It's about
than the real.
150
So-
feet.
300,
It wasn't that far from the Co-op City sign. It was about 150 feet from the apartment building.
Really?
Yeah, it's like across the street.
no, it was across the yard, like a very large green area.
It
So-
wasn't that large a green area. I pass by that sign like
Yeah,
weekly. It's
yeah.
like maybe 200 feet. It's not, and it's about 50 feet high versus, here it is. Go up to Co-op.
Sorry, we're
City.
doing a quick
Story.
verification, but the point is, though, that we've had recent experience with a newly installed sign that's a third of the size of this sign, which caused enormous difficulties for the community.
There.
And you should actually probably check out the
sign,
New York
and
One
look at this
reports
right
and
here.
others
This-
about this
there it
sign,
is.
because it was clearly visible
Here,
to
it's
the
a couple
people.
hundred feet.
Well,
Definitely, yeah.
It's a couple of hundred feet.
yeah, but, so to that point, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I think here,
You can measure.
Thank you, Randy. And Board, we really appreciate your taking the time on the technology, because it's not your everyday conversation. And obviously, Randy is a renowned expert, but we appreciate your thoughtfulness in thinking through this conversation. And Chairperson Perlmutter, we will look at that example you just gave us. My guess is, as you can hear the theme here, is that's not a sign you can control, and that doesn't have the ability to as Randy has very adequately described, to control the brightness, control the dimness, because my guess is that's not one of those situations. But we will confirm. And everything that you've asked for, Commissioners Schifetta, thank you, and Chita, and others, we will respond in writing accordingly. So, trying to figure out where we left off, but I think I'd like to go to, and then of course any questions that the board may have. I think the theme that you hear, and if you recall, it's obviously public record. We did seek a substantial compliance letter initially from the board after a series of conversations with staff, and that was rejected. In particular because of neighborhood character. And so I really want to reset that again. As you heard from Randy, and we can also affirm with the owner, this is meant to capture the exact type of illumination that currently exists. The character of the neighborhood has not changed since the approval by this board of the original variance, as it was later amended in 2002. So in terms of the C finding, which was the highlighted finding in the rejection of substantial compliance, we don't believe there is any change in the neighborhood character. And in fact, we have painstakingly gone to efforts, as you just heard, to make sure that not only will there not be an increase or anything detrimental to the neighborhood character as originally approved by this board, but in fact, we can, to the Commissioner's point, if there are additional conditions that are sought by this board in an approval, unlike what you currently have, we can at least be cognizant of that and can be reactive to that.
Counsel?
Yeah.
Counsel, you have to concede that.
Concede?
You
I never concede.
Well, consider it at least.
Consider, yes. All right, you got an Esquire there.
The
Okay,
neighborhood of, say, Dumbo or the Brooklyn Piers has changed significantly. And whenever we consider neighborhood character and community, we consider what the proposal, the application affects. And certainly, the sign does affect that area. Well, it would be a change. It does have an effect on that area in that it is visible to that area. So we have to
as it
consider
is now.
As it is now. So, but when you say that nothing has changed since the original grant?
So I will consider, not
Okay.
concede that comment. So that is a fair point. Ironically, what was mentioned, I think, by Randy, but we saw in other conversation, the South Street Seaport, which is right outside my office, so I see it, and the glow of it. I actually like what they've done, but if we're talking about signage and lighting, certainly that, which got approved by city planning, ironically, that glows now and can be very visible from Dumbo as well. So yes, it can be seen as it can be seen now from the Dumbo area. So I'm not suggesting, although it is interesting where does that neighborhood character extend to?
I think it's everything that it affects.
Well, that one, I perhaps we can respond in writing. I think we can give you some more clarity on that. But
Sure.
Okay.
but yes, if you want to extend it to Dumbo, the neighborhood, and I know my friend here, Mr. Levin, is here from Dumbo. Yeah, you can extend it to Dumbo, and you can extend it up to, even though this just faces east, you could extend it a little further to, as you said, the piers. I don't know if you can see from Red Hook. I don't know. Maybe that angle's, just too far. But again, if you go with the underlying principle that this board has honored in terms of precedent, the C finding is still consistent. The sign will be seen the way it is seen now. We're not disputing it's a different sign. And the conversation about the technicalities, which is very informative and instructive to the board, is that it's not going to be just a Verizon sign. That's the whole point of this. We're not trying to
talk about this
yeah.
in terms of the C finding.
Sure.
Let's go back to the A. Let's start at the beginning, how variances work. So can you help us understand how the board concluded that this, at the time, I guess it was a New York telephone sign?
1977, New
Yeah.
York telephone sign.
Right? What the board was considering it when it allowed for a variance for a sign at the top of a building that was devoted to telephone use.
We have as much information as you do on this, and as you know, we've searched and looked at the resolutions, and there is very limited information on what the background is on this. We can assume a few things, in that it is somewhat of a interesting site. As you know, it has a school next to it that shares the same zoning lot. Not sure there was much more that I can guide you on that, but the record from 77, the resolution, and everything else that we've been able to gather, either through FOIL or conversations with staff, is very limited.
Okay, but
we're happy to keep trying to find that, but to be candid, there's not a lot of information describing the full intent there.
Okay, but so even if that's the case, it's not that this decision was made in a vacuum. There were
We have
other
to assume that, correct.
Right? So there were other signs at the time being approved in New York through different means, some by variance, some by building code, buildings department review, and so on. But they seem to have had a consistent approach, as far as we can tell, right? As far as we can tell, the consistent approach was that the principal user of the building, the anchor tenant, which was described in some of the materials that we've seen, the anchor tenant was the one who was given the right to install what's essentially was considered an architectural feature at the top of the building, right? So if
Those facts are, I can't dispute those, because that's correct.
Okay, so let's just say, because we have to kind of construct back, that the thinking behind, that the board was considering, was that here was a time when a smattering of other buildings in the city were getting the opportunity to install their architectural feature that identified the building as the anchor tenants building, like the MetLife building or the Pan Am building, et cetera, and it viewed that corporate headquarters, for example, were an important element of New York City's sort of ascension in the economic world, right? So something along those lines. Don't know, right?
We don't know.
Right, we don't know, but we have to do something, and the fact was, we have no examples of a building where there were multiple tenants, and each of the multiple tenants, and there are many, many large buildings where it could have been the case, each of the multiple tenants had an opportunity to install their logo kind of scattered around the facade. It was one tenant. So-
We don't know that, actually, with all.
Well, we
with
do
all-
know that there are no examples of variances, and we don't seem to see any examples of signage that anyone can remember
But
where there,
but the examples you gave, though, where we don't know what the lease arrangements were, we don't know who was able to put a different sign up, if at all, we don't know what the relationship between a, let's say, an anchor tenant, in your words, and the owner were. So we don't know that. We're making some assumptions here. What we do know was that this board approved the variance in 1977, agreed to it again in 2002, and we're seeking an amendment to that exact same variance, not changing a thing.
not correct that you're not changing.
Excuse me, except the type of sign.
No, not correct. You're changing both the sign technology, which, you know, there was a change in sign technology sort of between the New York Telephone sign and the Verizon sign, but you're changing fundamentally the message.
This is still, the message, excuse me, the message is still an accessory sign.
No. The message was, currently, is for the principal tenant of the building, as it, I don't know if they're still the principal tenant of the building, but they, at the time of application, they were. And the message is that this is the Verizon building, as this is the AT&T building, this is the MetLife building, right? And what you're suggesting now is, this is the, wait a minute, let me check. This is the Struck and Struck building. This is the Brian Cave building. I don't know how often they're changing. So
On this
you're no
canvas.
longer identifying the building as the building. Instead, I'm not sure actually what it's doing, right? So it's a completely different set of circumstances.
And according to the applicant's deck, we shouldn't even be considering it as a sign, it's more of a canvas. Because many things could be up. It's very different than what we have today.
There are rules, as you well know, that we still have to abide by. The zoning resolution still governs what's a principal and accessory use. So we will have to live within that. I am sure there will be conditions that this board will impose that we'll also have to live with. You saw the community board approval. One of the specific questions was, could we go beyond what the DOB code says in terms of how many times you can change the sign and how long you could fade in and fade out? Could we extend that time, which we've agreed to?
Sorry, DOB code. What DOB code?
DOB signage code determines how, for a sign like this, how often it can change and how often it can fade in and out.
Oh, you're talking about levels of what creates an illuminated sign versus where is the code?
Or you're talking about what separates a flashing sign from a static
Yes.
sign?
Right.
That's another question I have. How if the message is changing at any interval, and it's not one of the examples that are exempted in the zoning resolution, it's not date and time, it's not time and temperature, how it's not a flashing sign if the message changes?
This is not considered a flashing sign by any means under the zoning resolution. We're happy to put that in writing to you and explain why.
That'd be great.
That would be great, yeah.
So I'm just reading the definition of a flashing sign. It says, is any illuminated sign, whether stationary, revolving, or
Or
rotating, that exhibits changing light or color effects, provided that, and this is a revolving or rotating sign, which you don't have, shall be deemed a flashing sign only if they exhibit sudden or marked changes in such light or color effects. Illuminated signs that indicate the time, temperature, weather, or other shall not be considered flashing signs provided.
Which
so
isn't
on.
this, yeah.
So, right,
So we will give you the DOB determination that we believe guides this conversation in writing that determines that this is a static sign and not a flashing sign.
Okay, so let's just say for argument's sake, you made the case that it's a static sign. Where are the regulations from DOB that limit the level of illumination?
As you pointed out before, there are none. I'm not going to tell you otherwise.
So I want to point out that in the papers that were submitted to us, we were advised, and as was the community board, because that's one of their caveats, it says, as long as it complies with the illumination levels set forth by the Department of Buildings. There aren't any. So it can be anything, according to the code.
We will provide that to you. We believe there is through TPDNs enough evidence to determine that. And as you've asked for today, we will also do that measurement as Randy has described he will do. And we'll do the conversion as the commissioner has asked.
So then we need you to address, even though we can't do it here, why this isn't a fundamental change in the scope of the variance, as in you went from one message for the entirety of the building to unknown quantity of messages, because how many tenants will get to 2 floors worth? Is that a principal tenant, 1 floor, 4 floors? What's it say on the lease? I don't know. How come they get to have a sign and we don't get to have a sign? So however many floors there are in the building, arguably, that's how many accessory signs there are. And if you look at, to argue in the way you might argue before the Department of Buildings, every establishment gets to have a sign. So each establishment in the building, if I have 4 floors in the building and I sublet, because I just can't afford the rent, I sublet to 3 or 4 different users, one of which subdivides the floor into 2, why shouldn't they get a sign? They're an establishment inside the building.
That is also contrary to the intent of the accessory sign. If this sign is meant to be accessory to the uses that are located and you're going to subdivide it and sublet it to use that other than you, let's say you're renting the space, but you're subletting it to others, and you're not occupying all the primary spaces, then how do you then are a principal user, and how then do you qualify as an accessory sign?
No,
You could be holding on, but you're not practicing your practice
No, I'm still
there.
practicing. In my model, I keep a floor, and 3 of the floors I rent out to 6 tenants because I can't afford the rent anymore. It's a very standard phenomenon. Those 6 tenants say, hey, everyone else has a chance to have a sign up there, I want too. And so I write it into my lease, and then, who knows, right? Whether the principal landlord allows for that. But, I don't want to get into whether,
And we can't get into this kind of
Right.
minutia of the business deals
Exactly.
and terms and conditions that the owner will have with the tenants. That's not what's before us. What's before us is the intent of the sign. The sign is meant to be, if the sign is meant to be accessory, and how do you define it, especially when you will have multiple principal users, and how do you control it? I think, as I said yesterday, this leads for a lot of misuse, and I remain concerned about that. And therefore, it's not an accessory, it's not a symbol, it's just an advertisement sign at the end of it.
Well, if I could respectfully,
Did you want to say something?
I was
Well,
just saying
okay.
it'd be helpful if you could give us an operational brief that talks about how exactly this is going to operate conceptually in reality. How many tenants do you think are going to be considered principal uses, and how would they have their signatures displayed up there in a rotating manner and all of that? That would be
Commissioner, happy to do that. Commissioner Chanda, if I could just, I understand your point, obviously. I certainly recognize your knowledge base. This is not this is not advertising. It caught me. They see you intimidated me. It's not advertising. It has to be accessory. And you know this from your prior background, that you can have multiple principal uses on one zoning lot. And
True, I'm not questioning that, but the kind of signage that was granted back in 77 was not granted for all the principal use. It was the signature use, signature, I mean, it was I really see this as a signature building with the signatures.
there was only one use, there was no one, there was a data
It
center.
symbolized that.
Right.
But we have, on 6th Avenue, we have so many corporate buildings with multiple principal users. That one sign, therefore, should it then be flashing all the multiple users, principal user signage? Because they were allowed one logo, like Penn Plaza. Penn Plaza has that one sign, right, which says 1 in 2 reverse form. They have multiple users, and many of them could be principal users. So should then that sign be converted into principal signs for 10 different principals?
I don't, first of all, I don't know if they're allowed to do that, and I also don't know if they have a prior variance.
I'm just,
I don't know the
Well, they're using
circumstances.
that as an example, that this building could be the same as that building. This building could clearly have 40 tenants, and each of them with a right to an accessory sign according to an easily made argument, right?
So what I'm hearing is, let me make sure I'm repeating back, because we will provide, as Commissioner Oxley Brown has said, we will provide this operational, Oxley Brown, sorry. But, I'm concerned that if we're going to propose something and perhaps even set our own limitations here before you set limitations, in other words, the number, let's say we set a bar for the square footage. Let's say we set a bar for the number of principal users, no matter how many tenants are in there that can actually have access to this. I'm still concerned that the board and certainly the questions that are coming at us are still questioning accessory, are questioning neighborhood character. So, I think I want to be very clear, I want to hear directly from you all what operationally I get, but I'm still not sure if you have significant questions as to whether or not there's a principal accessory conversation here, whether the neighborhood character, I would like to make sure we're clear on what the board is asking for besides operational, because I'm not hearing that you...
So here's the thing, we're trying, I think you heard the comments yesterday where the board is very skeptical about this proposal, right? It's skeptical from the A finding, we didn't even get into the B finding about it, we're skeptical, sorry?
On the E finding.
We're skeptical about a minimum variance is one sign, why should it be 20 signs or 3 signs, et cetera?
But I'm not, can we talk about the minimum variance, though? I'm not sure I understand that.
Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Sure.
We're skeptical, I'd have to say, on all the findings, and we just didn't discuss the B finding because we didn't discuss it yet, but you could bring that up also, because obviously there's income related to having every tenant in the building have an opportunity for a sign that's incredibly valuable, whereas, moving into a building where there's an anchor tenant sign, and you live with it. It's the Verizon building, my office is in the Verizon building, but I run a law firm, So it's a completely different thing than I moved into a building and it has the name of my law firm's displayed up there. Wow, that becomes a very desirable piece of real estate. So we didn't even get into that. So to make it very simple, we're very skeptical, I think you're hearing it from all the board members, very skeptical about the approvability of this application. But what we're trying to do is gather as many facts as we can so that we can understand what is the scope of this thing that you're trying to do. For instance, I didn't know that an LED, when it's got a black screen, has a 0 lumen output or candela output, right? I didn't actually know that. So that's information that we therefore can use to better understand what it is we're being asked to look at. And so all of our questions need answers for us to be better informed about how we make.
Of course, it's not our first rodeo, and we will be responsive in a very timely fashion, in fact. And we will also cite chapter and verse precedent from the board on how they treat these type of applications. So I want to we will help remind the board about how they have handled these type of amendment cases previously as well.
And also,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
The neighborhood character issue. The question was more about the delta between the original variance and the new sign, and whether it would affect the finding that the variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Not necessarily whether the neighborhood changed, but whether the amendment to the variance
Right.
would.
Kurt, thank you. I do know the finding, of course, and our view, as we stated in writing before and will state again, is because there's no change in illumination, and we will answer that question as you've asked, and there's no change in the size of the sign, and that what you see now is in essence what you will see tomorrow when the sign goes up. That's why we don't believe it changes these, that's why we believe that finding's met.
Okay.
See, I think that all of us are struggling with the whole idea that a sign that really could be a building name that also just happened to name the primary use in the building is now going from a building name to being representational of the different primary uses in the building or principal uses in the building. And that is a major change, and I think that's what we're all grappling with. And that definitely should be addressed, because that's now having more than what you had before, and that definitely will affect all of the findings. You know, and so to have exactly what you had before, but to upgrade your technology would be perhaps to come to us and say, we want to have a digital LED sign that just displays Verizon. It's the Verizon building. It has 50 tenants now, you know, but it's still the Verizon building, but we want to upgrade our technology. The sign will only display Verizon in digital format. Then you can make the argument that you're not disturbing the findings, it's really the same, it's an upgrade in technology, and things would probably go a lot faster here at the board, but you're not doing that. You're actually changing the fundamental purpose of that initial Ma Bell label and then Verizon title.
I think you framed it very well, so thank you. That's very helpful. I'm not sure I totally agree with the last point, but I think that was a really good framing of the conversation. Thank you.
In addition to this, I believe this is a major change. I have two other major, maybe huge concerns. The first one is regarding the comment from the board council, the flashing thing. I'm a structural engineer.
Yes.
There is something called for the buildings. It's called settlement. Building can settle. But if you look at a building and you see that building is settled an inch within a zero time, we define this as something called failure, because this building has the rate of movement within a given time is infinity. So this building collapsed.
Right.
I look at the optics, and you have a technical person, he can correct me on this. I look at the flashing thing as a change in the illumination within a very tiny fraction of time. And I believe this is going to be exactly the case with this sign when you switch from a message to a message. Moving between messages, I believe this is the definition, this is the very crude definition of flashing. If you have a red sign and then you switch to a red Verizon sign and then you switch to a T-Mobile blue sign.
It can't be considered static.
This is flashing. It's not a static.
So again.
So this is one thing.
We'll address that.
Let me finish. This is one thing. The second thing is you got the square footage, as far as I understand, of the proposal based on the dimension from the perimeter, on the perimeter of the sign. So you got the farther point to the left and to the right, and you measured this. And you did the same thing, top, bottom. And you get the equivalent proposed square footage based on this. I wouldn't do it that way. I would look at the square footage of the actual letters. So I would take the V, because this is the source. If you look at it as a heat source, this is the source of the light. I would take the square footage of the V, the E, the R, the check mark, add this up, and then get the equivalent size based on that.
That's better.
No, it's not exactly. You drew a box around
Yeah,
the...
DOB says draw a box around the extreme limits of the lettering, and that's the square footage, so even the blank space of the check mark around the check mark is counted as signage.
Yeah,
up to
that's
the
what we,
point.
that's how we got to our calculation.
Right,
This is the way it's done.
That's the way it's done, but you're suggesting that it shouldn't be, in this case, the way it's done, because it's allowing for a larger area.
Exactly.
Right.
yes.
So, but, you know...
Why
That would be
should
the
it be
subject
done
of an
this way?
appeal, to
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
which is
Right.
appealing how DOB in practice allows for the replacement of
Right.
signed copies.
Right.
Because that is, the DOB, they're doing it exactly as DOB would expect them to do it.
Yeah.
Draw a line, a box around it, and everything inside of it is considered your
And-
square
and-
footage that you could have.
Yeah, and they did it actually somewhat conservatively. Sometimes you
Correct.
see them take it from the very top of the check mark all the way down to the bottom of the letter, and that's the area. They didn't do that here. They took just the letters in a box, and then just the check mark in a box.
Yes.
And they added that together, so they actually got, because I checked, the area would have been significantly more if they had done the outer
Chairperson's
side.
correct.
Yeah.
We actually took a very conservative approach to the square footage.
But I'd
I
say
hear that
frankly,
yesterday, yes.
that's the least of our problems, what the area is. And the other question, though, the sign is now mounted at X height, right? Your proposal is for it to be mounted at X minus however many feet. Why is the sign changing its height? That must have been something that was argued for back in the
Correct.
2000 and before that, right?
Right, and in fact, the community board asked us to raise it, and as council reminded us, if we raise it, that's a different ask. And so we said we consider raising it, but we certainly didn't commit to raising it higher than 541. But
No,
yes, in
Well,
77,
your photograph there shows the sign
Significantly
at a
lower.
different location, entirely different location.
it's lower. We have asked for it in the range, as it was in
I
77.
think Chair is asking why.
Why? Why are you lowering it? I thought there was an argument to raise it in 2002 or in 19, whatever it was. 90, whatever.
If you can tell, a lot of the work that's been done in the building now to open it, which is one of the benefits
Strictly
that,
aesthetic?
it makes more sense to have it there, but
it's
we
an
would,
aesthetic.
yeah, but we could consider,
If it's strictly, we just want to know
Yeah.
if it's for a purpose or if it's like a technical
It
purpose
may-
or it's an aesthetic.
it made more sense to do it for, I guess it's more aesthetic, but there are some technical aspects too, because of
We-
what's behind.
Can you tell us what the technical aspects are
Sure.
there?
Kara, do you
Oh,
want to
no,
just?
in writing.
In writing, you know. So, and then the other question
You don't want to spend more
is-
time with me?
And the other question, which I'm sure you saw, City Planning's letter, is the proposal which is requiring an area for the installer to work behind the sign is now requiring significant projection over the public plaza, and City Planning is taking the position that you're reducing the size of your public plaza. So are you stating that as your approach, and that's what you would actually do if the board approved this?
So the letter that was dated the 17th, of which you received on the 27th, of which we got on January 2nd,
Okay.
and which highlighted South Street Seaport, again, that nice glow as an example of what looks good. Our friends from Dumbo can debate that. We're still looking at that. We did do that public plaza. We got that approved from city planning. If we cannot find a way not to project any further, and we're not sure we can or can't, because today's the 8th, we have extra square footage, so we
Might either maintain the projection or pull it back.
correct. Well, that's a solution we believe is doable. We just need a little more time to think through it.
Okay. And I guess for me, I guess it's the last question, and this has come up many times in our LSC reviews, right? There's a lot of technology out there for signage and a lot of technology out there for communicating the desired goal. And I'm curious why, which you should answer in writing as opposed to here, why other, say, less, I just want to say, obvious technology wasn't pursued. I mean, we all know about LED signs. They're all over the place. They're not like, they don't strike you as sort of a state-of-the-art design solution anymore, right? There's so many other versions, some of which might not have even needed to come here. And I question why, especially in light of the fact that you've opened up so much of the facade to fenestration. So I question why this is the solution that you pursue. Okay. Anyway, any other last comments? Any speakers from the public on this?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Please.
You can sign in, Ray. You don't have to be sworn in. Sorry to spoil it for you. That's it.
Anything else?
No.
It's not, it's meant to be. You know, like there's no way you can, like law is made like that. That interpretation prevails.
State your name for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Before I start, I just want to say that...
Say your name, please,
My name is Raymond Levin.
and who do you represent?
I'm a property owner and a board member of the Clock Tower condominium in Dumbo. I'm also the elected residential representative on the board of the Dumbo Business Improvement District. However, I'm not testifying on their behalf. And before I start my prepared testimony, I just want to say that in the record from 1976 are the findings that the applicant put forward, so it's not hidden.
Okay, great.
While there was missing information in the SOC application, such as a DOB objection, and much of the history of the actions taken in 1977 and 2002 raised questions, such as the failure to satisfy the 7221 findings in 1977, and a reliance on a Directive 14 DOB permit in 2002. Given the 3-minute limitation, I will confine my comments to the instant application. The board's May 18th letter requiring the amendment of the 1977 701B variation specifically expressed concerns about the C finding. In their 1976 finding, the applicant, the New York Telephone Company, argued that the logo, a circle surrounding a stylized bell over 500 feet above the street, cannot alter or impair any neighborhood because of the logo's familiarity as a trademark of the telephone company, the only provider of such services at the time. The filing also stated that the east-facing logo will not be seen from the adjoining residential district. Difficult in any case, given it's over 500 feet above the street, but would be viewed from the east and north in the industrial districts across the East River. Today, the neighborhoods east and north include the highly residential communities of Brooklyn Heights, Fulton Ferry Landing, Dumbo, and Vinegar Hill. The Brooklyn waterfront now contains a well-known park. The impact of the sign extends well beyond Community Board 1 in Manhattan, where it is nearly invisible to view. The sign will alter the character of the Lower Manhattan skyline, which, due to zoning restrictions, exhibit no sign over the East River except the one at the top of 325 Pearl Street. Obviously, the South Street Seaport is not a sign. It's just colored lights. Here, I have some photos, which I can pass out. Don't want to take away from my 3 minutes. Okay, I got to get back to where I was. The application is not, the 1977 well-known telephone logo identified the sole commercial tenant in the windowless, equipment-filled public utility building occupying the zoning lot. The building will now contain multiple tenants, and the proposed digital sign will be accessible to all. The application is not substantially in compliance with the 1977 grant, and if not outright denied, at a minimum, the board should require the applicant to apply for a new variance pursuant to 7221. In making that judgment, I'm sure that the board will consider, one, that the 1977 grant was pursuant to 7201B and not 7221, because the findings could not be made, and by the telephone company's own admission, did not demonstrate practical difficulties or necessary hardship. It's a monopoly. Secondly, that the 2002 change to the sign was solely based on the applicant's assertion of compliance and approval of DOB plans pursuant to Directive 14. Thank you for this opportunity, which I really appreciate. We've been following this sign certainly since I moved into Dumbo in 1999, and have testified in other forums with to no avail. If you have any questions, I'm
Yes.
I'm perfectly happy to answer them.
And we'd like you to submit your testimony in writing, please.
I
if you
will
have it.
submit it right now, and would like an opportunity after the applicant submits, I assume there's going to be more writings.
Yes.
That we can have an opportunity to respond to that.
But to be clear, you're not representing anyone here?
I'm representing myself
Yourself.
and, more importantly, my wife.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Shavetta, you have.
No, I just was asking that you submit those, your full statement.
Yes, absolutely.
It'd be very helpful.
Well, I can,
You want to pass in those on?
and the top one has the sign over the iconic Brooklyn Bridge.
Right, that one we have on the,
We'll get them to you.
okay, are there any other speakers on this? No?
Thank you.
No other questions for Mr. Levin? No?
Well, I only have one copy.
Okay,
I'll have to make, can you email it to us?
Yeah, sure.
okay.
I'm just going to let Ray finish.
It's all right, you can just hand it to us and we'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
So we will respond, Chairperson Perlmutter. We would respectfully ask if we could respond in time that will allow us to be back here on February 26th.
Why February, March?
I'm sorry?
She was asking why February 26th.
Yeah, why February 20th?
Because I couldn't remember the date before then.
Oh, no, so
You
that's
just
not
want to
gonna
come
work.
back as soon as possible.
Yes, thank
So
you.
it'll be
Thank you,
March
council.
5th?
Sorry?
March 5th is the earliest we could handle.
If
Just the one after February.
Yeah, understood. If it has to be, obviously, it's not our calendar.
So that's the submission date of February 13th.
And we'll put in the record a couple of things that were addressed by Mr. Levin, in particular about the DOB objection. As you know, council told us not to. I sit on the Downtown Business Improvement District, as you know, but I'm not here in that capacity.
Just to clarify, it's not that I told you not to. I suggested that it's not required since it's an amendment that's instigated by your own client, not
Correct.
that DOB came and issued a violation.
Right.
and sent
Anyway, not a requirement, I guess is the best way to say it.
And if you would, as a courtesy, send Mr. Levin a copy of your,
Of course, now that I
Oh, he
know
doesn't
that,
have
now
to
that I know
come to
that
the
he's
board.
around,
I'll give him my email.
Yeah.
okay.
we know how to reach each other.
Yes, I know. Okay, great.
Do we have a submission date?
February 13th.
February 13th?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
March 6th.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you very much.
Do you want to take a break?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to?
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
5 minutes?
Five.
5 minutes,
minutes.
sorry.
For
Got
these.
excited.
And then the next one.
12:20.
These both get unplugged? Both get unplugged? Any of these ours? All of this is ours.
There's nothing we can say to her that.
We're still on the SOC calendar. Oh, shoot. We are still on the SOC calendar. Item number 8, 21297BZ, 10 High Point Drive, also known as 140 Merrick Avenue, Staten Island. Sorry. Sign. Do we have the guys have to be sworn in though? Okay, sign. Okay. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Go.
Good afternoon, Robert Gaudioso with the law firm of Snyder and Snyder. I'm joined by Mr. Phil Rampula, our architect, on behalf of the applicant. This is a request for an amendment to a prior permit that was issued back in 1998 with respect to the time limitation. At that time, the special permit was issued for 10 years. In 1999, the board saw fit to extend the time limit to 20 years. The only other modification was back in 2001 after 9/11. There were certain security measures implemented at the site and some plan changes. The only change to the exterior of the facility since that time is there was a removal of an old storage shed that was no longer necessary. necessary. We did replant some landscaping towards the front of the property along Merrick Avenue back about 2 or 3 years ago. Other than that, though, the facility remains in compliance with the original permit, and what we were respectfully requesting was an elimination or a modification of the time limit, which would have expired on September 15, 2018. We did view the executive session, a couple details. The original approval required landscaping. We believe that that's still in place, as well as the fencing and the baffling. There are air conditioning units on the back end of the lighthouse facility that are baffled by an existing fence, and there's a generator from the 2001 amendment that is thoroughly landscaped. I think if you look at picture number 12 in the package, I think it shows that landscaping as well as the other landscaping on the property. With respect to radio frequency exposure, as you know, it's an issue that's federally preempted, but nevertheless, we did a specific report that took into account all of the existing users, both commercial wireless carriers and emergency service and public entities that use the facility, and we show that the facility would be in all accessible areas well within the allowable limit. That methodology used, the methodology specifically set forth by the FCC to prepare one of these reports. It was a methodology that uses calculations based on a worst-case scenario. So they assume that the facility, all of the antennas are operating all of the time, maximum power. And what we showed was basically that for the first 77 feet, the facility, 77 feet above ground level, the facility would be less than 5% of the allowable 100% limitation. So we believe we followed the federal law with respect to that report and submitted the report and showed that the facility remains in compliance with the federal regulations.
So it's based on models and not on actual measurements.
Correct, and the thing about the modeling is it uses the worst-case scenario. So these antennas don't all operate simultaneously. They all don't project their radio frequency emissions to the same point. Modeling takes a worst-case scenario, assumes all of that together.
But it doesn't assume if something's malfunctioning or if there's it doesn't assume a malfunction where there'd be a spike in output.
Well, the equipment is generally limited to the output that they're permitted under their FCC licenses. So the equipment is also, set that those types of things. It's like a 100-watt light bulb can't all of a sudden produce 1,000 watts type of situation.
When's the last time an actual meter reading was done on this on this location?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any. By federal law, it's not required. In fact, when you have a non-building structure, meaning a structure that's not a building that's occupied, like an apartment building or an office building, the federal law is that based on technology, based on physics, any antenna that's above 10 meters in height is presumed to be in compliance, and therefore there's no federal requirement to actually do a meter. But every time we do a change of equipment, there's a report produced where they make sure that it's in compliance if it were under 10 meters. In this case, all of the antennas are greater than, I'll say 5 stories, but it's really 6 stories. The basement level is the drive-in garage, and then the next 5 levels of the lighthouse are just equipment, and then above that is where all the antennas are.
Pursuant to my reading of the law, I don't believe that we're precluded from requesting a meter reading. Do you disagree with that statement?
I think if the request of the board was to do a meter reading in the normally accessible areas surrounding the facility, I think we would agree to do that as a condition of the approval. I don't think that would be a debate. If that would raise the board's comfort level, I don't think there's a necessity to argue whether the law allows it or doesn't allow it.
Right, is there a way of doing, I'm just guessing, with drones or something these days so that you don't have to climb on somebody's roof?
Well, we wouldn't climb on someone's roof.
Right.
We would, if we were to do a meter reading, they would do a meter reading around the neighborhood. They would do it, and the meter reading would show you, what the levels are at the ground level and what the normally accessible areas are. When you look at the report, we actually took into account the maximum height and location of the rooftops, which was about 36 feet.
Right.
We would do the meter reading at what the FCC OET Bulletin 65 says, which would be about 6.5 feet in height. And from that, it's I don't want to say guaranteed, but it's essentially guaranteed. Those meter readings will show this facility is well within compliance.
No, but what I mean is, if the roof height is 40 feet and your meter is at 6 feet, how are you interpolating the results let's say it's 0 or whatever at 6 feet, how do you know what's happening at 40?
When you look at the power outputs, it's all a matter of physics and math. So it's these facilities, the power output drops off exponentially as you move away from the facility. That's why when you look at the report we did.
And when you're lower.
I'm sorry.
And when you're lower.
Yeah, the way the antennas are designed is they're designed directionally out towards the horizon.
So at 6 feet, you're far lower than where the output would be. So I believe what the chair is asking is, well, how would we know when at 6 feet there isn't going to be, the way this works is that you want to get as far out as possible. So at 6 feet, that's not really your target area to have any output. But at 40 feet, and there are some beautiful mansions surrounding that are clearly over 40 feet or so, at 40 some odd feet, we don't know if that's an area that there is actual output.
And I think that's the exact reason why the FCC, under federal law, specifically allows for this to be proven. Let me take one step back. The FCC specifically says that it doesn't have to be proven when it's greater than 10 meters on a non-building structure. The step back from that, particularly because of this practical issue, is that you would do the modeling. And when we did the modeling, you would have to be 77 feet up and within 28 feet of the existing lighthouse, which is only on the property that surrounds it. So when you do the modeling, it's not only just barely in compliance, it's less than 5% at that 77 feet high and 28 feet out.
So
if what you're saying, the concern is at a ground level, I don't think we would have an objection to do some meter readings in various points at the surrounding ground level.
No, but that's not my question. My question is, I know that people can walk around with a meter at ground level, 6 feet, maybe a little taller, right? But the concern is people on the roof of maybe a varying terrain, maybe where elevation relative to the lighthouse is higher than 40 feet, because you're treating it as if the terrain is flat, but it's actually not. It's Staten Island, right? So what about a house that's on a slope that's within that green, the bands that you show, right? And how far out does it project? So, it seems like the analysis is too localized this way, and you're not taking into account whether or not it's impeding or affecting areas that are in the 40 and up range.
I would just respectfully disagree, because when you look at our report, we specifically did just that. So it's not a situation where the lighthouse is there and the antennas are, 80 feet and above, and there's a house on a hill that's within 100 feet that's, 70 or 80 feet up. That's just not the fact pattern here. And what we did in the report is we specifically showed the location of the surrounding houses within a reasonable period, within a reasonable distance from the lighthouse. As I mentioned before, the power levels exponentially drop off with distance. And that's why the report shows quite clearly in the different colors that unless you're actually directly within 3 feet of the antennas, which would be behind a locked gate, behind a locked building, up locked steps into a room, which is not normally accessible. And all of the locations, as the federal government defines it, normally accessible, it's well within the limits. It's not close to the limits, it's so far below the limits that it's barely perceptible.
And that's great. I just be much more comfortable with an actual reading of it as opposed to the modeling of it.
Yeah, and I think we can do do a reading on the ground level. I said I think we can do, but to fly a drone with a reading, I've never heard of such a thing. It's never been required, and,
We're not going to be able to get readings. Let's concede to this. We're not going to be able to get readings for the worst case scenario. Your mathematical model is the real judge.
Correct.
Provided that we know that this judge is honest. How? You go there, you take some measurements, and you model the exact conditions during the measurements. And then you prove it to us that the model is predicting right. And I would suggest that when you take measurements, you take them out or away from what we call the boundary zone. You take them in the real zone. Like if you can make it at the really hot spot, that's much better. If not, as close as possible.
Sorry, I don't understand it. What do you mean in a really hot spot? So
let's say this is the antenna.
Yeah.
And the maximum emissions could be, according to the model, could be predicted here.
Right.
When, first of all, the maximum emissions predicted by the model is not based on real life situation. It's based on like something that's probably never gonna happen. Like you have different sources, you have different emissions from different places, and that's what's in the model. If we ask them to go there and get measurements, they are not gonna be able to switch all the sources on to take measurements that's gonna be identical to the model.
Yes, right.
So what they should do is, number one, they should like document the exact conditions during the measurement. This is number one. And when they measure, instead of measuring here, which is irrelevant, they measure probably here, if not.
How do they do
But
that?
how do you do that?
With a drone? Like, how do you
That would only
physically
be
do
through
that?
A scientific
We can't
analysis.
so I think you're onto a good point. When we do the measurements, and we've done this in the past where we've done calculations and then we've done the measurements, measurements come in at a fraction of what the calculations show. For exactly what you're saying, is that all of the antennas are not operating at maximum power, they're not operating simultaneously, and they're not projecting in the same location because of the antenna lobe pattern. Each antenna propagates its signal in a different antenna lobe pattern. So what the FCC has already thought about this. They have a document called OET Bulletin 65, which is the law to follow the methodology of either doing the calculations or in this case the measurement. And you would do the measurement at the base, and I think when we do the measurement, not just at the base of the tower, because to your point, if you were right next to the tower, that wouldn't necessarily be the point of the maximum emissions. It might be a distance further away. But what will happen is, as you get further away, the power will exponentially drop off, so it'll become a wash. But if I'm confident that if we did measurements on the property, outside of the property, in publicly accessible areas around the neighborhood, those measurements would show quite clearly and consistently with the calculations that the facility was in compliance. And in fact, I'm quite confident that it'll show levels lower than what's shown in the calculations because of the worst-case scenario.
So, and how would you be able to do that reading?
So we can't do the reading floating in the atmosphere. It's just not required by federal law because of the practicalities of it. Now, if there was a publicly accessible rooftop that was within, let's say, 40 feet, that could possibly be a concern, we would do it. If it was a rooftop of a building that we were on, which is not the case, we would definitely be able to do it. In this case, it's a residential neighborhood, and we would do it throughout the streets, Merrick Avenue, High Point, some of the surrounding streets in front of the homes, things of that nature. We would also do it on our property to show, how the different levels, come at different amounts as you travel through the neighborhood. And again, my expectation is it's going to be at a fraction of what the allowable FCC limit is. Now, you start to get to a point where maybe you go in a direction so far away from the facility, you're picking up readings from another source.
Yes.
But we'll pick up the readings of all sources, no matter where we take, no matter where we take the limit. We've done this in people's homes, and when we go to the people's homes, the surprise is that it's not the microwave oven, because the microwave oven has been designed to be sealed. The place where we find RF exposure is actually at the highest levels around the refrigerator because of the motor in the refrigerator. So these lights, those lights, your body, everything gives off these emissions. So there is, there's also a matter of where is the source.
So I don't want to overcomplicate this. I don't really want them to go out on walking around this, yeah.
But I think that our engineer has already conceded that he's in agreement with.
Right.
I forgot your name.
Mr. Bodioso. Robert, please.
Mr. Bodioso,
Robert's
that the
model.
worst-case scenario model is going to project far worse a scenario than you'll ever find out there. So why don't we just spare everybody the cost and the time and just move on?
You want to make sure that model is working fine, mathematically.
Right, but-
And the way to prove this is to go take some measurements and model the existing conditions
But
and
they-
make sure that the model works okay.
But they can't measure
There's no way.
20 feet away from the tower because there's no physical way to be.
He can build a
have to.
staircase and he
They
can
don't
climb
have
the
to.
staircase 70 feet and
Or with
figure
a
it out.
drone.
But why are we doing this? This is, to me, an exercise in futility. It's like you already know what the answer is going to be.
We hope
and-
that that's the answer.
But the federal government really has set certain standards for testing, and I think that they've kind of dummy-proofed it pretty much. They don't want any suits on their hands themselves from saying that there isn't going to be an effect, and then all of a sudden, everybody within 100 feet turns green, and they all sue the government. They don't really want that.
Well, I don't know about that, but let me just want to say one thing, that even if they, which is what Commissioner Sheta said before, even if they were to send a drone carrying a meter, I have no idea whether that's a possibility, right? So the drone floats out there somewhere in that cloud that's on the diagram. At the time of floating out there, only what's on is what's on. So it's not going to anywhere approach what the model is based on. The model is based on all switches go, right? So it's saying it's super, it's not even saying it's that hot, that's the other part. It's not even saying, compared to what we're used to seeing, that it's that hot when all systems are on, and it won't be that case. So we know in advance that the drone will discover that it's much less than the model because it's not going to be all systems on.
Unless there's a malfunction or an error, and it's
But
been.
the malfunction will be the worst case, where it's like, it's emanating at its worst, and which is what the worst case scenario is picking up. It's picking up everything at its worst, most situation, which is when it's malfunctioning, and that's what is being analyzed. So what we will pick up in real time would be far less than what the worst case scenario is doing.
If the model is correct.
But the model is something.
Let me just say
Let him finish his sentence. Everyone gets to have.
Say something profound.
It could be the end. Look, if the procedure you're using is approved by some federal entity or they are okay with it.
Correct.
We don't need measurements, period.
Thank you.
And that's
I
correct.
believe
And
they
the-
are okay
and
with
it's-
it
And it's
because they're
stated in the report
prescribing
that
it.
it's pursuant to FCC OET Bulletin 60.
Exactly.
So they believe in that specific model.
That model, that
And
exact.
We don't
is
need
it-
measurements.
Is it your
Exactly.
statement
That's
that?
really what I was trying to.
Is it your
That's what we were
statement?
all trying to say.
Is it your statement that there is no condition, there's no circumstance in which the output could possibly be outside of the model?
To my knowledge, no, because it's set, the equipment and the, what goes into the model is the maximum amount the equipment can put out.
So even if there's a-
That's part of the, that's
So
part of the standard. Now, could
regardless of-
someone, like, I can't give you an answer as an attorney that someone didn't, maliciously malfunction something from a terroristic standpoint. No, I couldn't give you 100%. But the way it's designed is that the equipment is limited to the power output of the FCC licenses. That's all laid out in the report.
So outside of a terrorist or.
You understand what I'm saying?
So that's where my concern rests, is that if the statement is, there is no way that this plant could possibly go outside of the realm of the model, then I'd be satisfied.
Yeah, I can't, I just as a counselor at law couldn't make a statement about that, about, quite frankly, any issue.
Well, but your engineer could, right?
Well,
Exactly.
our engineer, I think our engineer, who was a professional engineer and signed and sealed the report, followed expressly what all the power limits are, what all the antenna models are, what the formula is, that it's based on an FCC OET Bulletin 65, and provided the report under seal.
No, okay, understood, but I think the question that Commissioner Shibeta posed is, and this is a question for an engineer, really. So you have this piece of equipment. We deal with equipment where we ask them to put limiters on the equipment. The equipment has capacity to go higher, but there are limiters on the equipment to prevent it from going higher. So the question is it possible, limiter broken, that piece of equipment exceeds what is permitted under the license? I think that's really the question.
I understand the question, but
Yeah.
it's so far removed from what the facts of the situation are, which is that the issue in and of itself is federally preempted. The FCC has provided an exact formula to actually show compliance with the federal limit. We followed that formula, we documented it in extreme detail. We had an engineer sign and seal it, which the FCC doesn't require. Then on top of that, when you actually look at the results at ground level, it's basically showing 0. That you would have to be, to get even to 5%, you'd have to be 77 feet up and 28 feet out from the facility, which is all within the larger parcel that we control. So could we always go down a rabbit hole and say anything's possible? Absolutely. But I think in this case, given the facts, I think that's just so remote that it's.
Does someone go there and check the equipment to make sure that it's operating?
Yeah, we check the equipment all the time. It's maintained and monitored all the time.
Okay.
The equipment's remotely monitored 24/7 because if there's something malfunctioning with the equipment, that means the service is not going to be provided, whether it's commercial service, whether it's an emergency service entity that we've listed. They know right away if the equipment's malfunctioning because the facility is remotely monitored.
Okay, so when someone goes to inspect the equipment, they would know whether it's, let's say, exceeding its limiter or something.
An alarm goes off. So if the equipment is
alarm goes off.
malfunctioning, not only when they go to look, it's also remotely monitored back to their network operations center, their NOC, that the equipment is malfunctioning.
Right, okay.
Did somebody look at the report and technically reviewed it?
We had a specialized company prepare it and put it under signature and seal from an engineer.
But it wasn't submitted to some other entity and they looked at it?
No, there's no other entity that has jurisdiction over it, and the FCC doesn't
Require that?
routinely, doesn't require it, specifically does not require it because of the fact that I said before, it's on basically a tower, and all the antennas are greater than 10 meters.
So since that there are safeguards that you just stated, that would ensure that the equipment's operating properly. With those safeguards in place, can you then confidently say that the model, there isn't a circumstance where the model is incorrect as it stands today, as the safeguards are in place?
Yeah, I think given those circumstances, yes.
So, okay, and if that's a representation that you're confident that in that there are no malfunctions, as long as this is not malfunctioning by our safeguards.
Correct.
This wouldn't the output would not exceed the model.
Correct.
I'm satisfied then.
Good. Okay, any speakers on this? All right. So, then, I'm just checking whether so the question, though, was to remove the term. And I don't think either the community board or any of the elected officials were comfortable with that, but the term was 20 years. It's not that hard. 20 years from now, you'll be retired.
I hope so. I hope we all are. We defer to the board's judgment on that issue.
So I would say to keep the 20-year term, seems like not a very onerous requirement. And then I'd like to make a motion to, whatever we're doing, I guess it's continue to close, but in terms of the grant, it's to extend the term of the grant an additional 20 years. But it would be, when was this expiring?
September 15th,
Last year.
2018.
Okay, so this year. So the timing's perfect. Okay. All right, so for a motion to close?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And a motion to grant for a term of 20 years.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Thank you. And is that 20 years from September 15,
Yeah.
2018?
Yes.
Thank you very much. for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you very much.
Go to the appeals calendar?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, okay. So I'm going to call, is it better to just call the two that we're going to grant and the one that's withdrawn second, or do you want to
Why
call?
don't you call the withdrawn one, and then we
Yeah.
can discuss the ones that are still
Okay,
on the
fine.
calendar.
All right, appeals calendar, decision items, item number 10, 2017-30A, 16 Garage, Tuttle Street, Staten Island. No, you can sign in, you don't have to be sworn in. That's that one. Yeah, just, go ahead. I hear you.
Good afternoon, Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I guess we're talking about the withdrawn one.
Yes.
Right.
So there's no more garage.
Okay, so it was withdrawn by letter, is that, or
Yeah.
a request to withdraw it, and we just never voted it out? Is that what
Right, it was
happened?
February 21st, 2018.
Okay, so
It's
we need to
contained in our
make a
statement.
motion to withdraw.
This is for 2017-30A.
Yeah.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, so this is what's withdrawn. So item number 9, 2016-4330 and 4331A, 16 and 19 Tuttle Street, and item number 11, 2017-226A, 18 Tuttle Street, which is now known as 42 Home Place.
47.
47 Home Place.
Sure. Okay. Okay, so I think, did you want to say your name again? Because
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I have copies, but I heard you already reviewed the new restricted.
Right, so the restrictive deck was just revised last night, I guess, to pick up some comments by the fire department, because fire department had concerns, so now the restrictive deck actually includes copies of those
So it has
statements.
copies of all 3 letters.
Yes.
Because originally it was just the first 2, but
Yeah, now there's a third, right. So I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on 2 conditions. The first is that the restrictive declaration that we're talking about here is recorded prior to our issuance of the resolution. And the other, which we talked about a long time ago, is that the builder's pavement plan has to be approved prior to permitting. Okay, so on that motion, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Whoops. Item number 12, new cases, 2018-23A and 2018-24A, 29 and 31 Herbert Street, Staten Island. Yeah, you can sign. Check it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. So at review session, I know there were some certain issues that were raised. Starting first, we had received a copy of the email correspondence from the Borough President's office with the items that they had raised. To those items, we can address additionally in submission as needed. But first, there was a question regarding the access from the nearest map street. Just to confirm, Seguin is a mapped final street. So
It says it's a CCO street on what you
it
gave
says
us.
final mapped. Actually, if you look at the survey and also the PD1 that was certified by the Borough President's office says it's final mapped. On our last submission, we included the approved PD1, and it notes that it's final mapped. I'm just trying to see if I can find a copy of it here. It also says that.
Yeah, I was looking at that colored thing that shows it as a CCO street.
Yeah, the Borough President's map, at one point, I believe it may have been, but then,
So which
know what the
map should
status
we be
is, but-
looking at?
yeah, the PD1 plot diagram that we submitted,
This one.
October 2017, SI, the Staten Island Borough President Topographical Bureau certified, and it's final mapped. So that is the nearest final map street.
Here, certified.
No, but it says CCO still. Oh, I see.
ED1 plot diagram. So
Oh, it
that
says
is by the, oh,
And
okay,
it says Seguin, and underneath it, it
Yeah,
says
yeah.
final map, so that is the nearest final map
Okay.
street.
all right.
Okay, so that hopefully addresses that
So
question.
that's confusing because of the question that the borough president phrased, which was, confirm unobstructed access from the nearest map street to the property.
I
When was it mapped as a final?
I don't know. Let me just look at that. Does the PD1 say that? I know it was certified.
The CCO date says 81. So you sure, Todd? Because that's...
It
can
says
become
final, if you look at
a
the
map
PD1,
street
it says
after.
final mapped.
It's a CCO street.
But who verifies that it's a final map street?
The Borough President's
President
office.
does.
Borough
Yeah.
President's office does, okay.
So the
No, this
Borough
is a
President's
separate-
own office
They
certified.
have to provide a
So
separate-
there may have been a miscommunication on their part, or, maybe it wasn't clear, but that says that. And I believe the survey also notes it as being final mapped as well. I think the survey was submitted. The other thing, too, is if you look at the the street map, the online available street map, it also lists it as final mapped.
Okay.
So hopefully that addresses that concern.
Quick question. Do you know about this digital map that the
Yes.
city has? Okay, so it looks like there's a map right here with Seguin on it from like 1985.
Okay.
So that might be worth.
Might be when they did the final mapping, yeah. Yes, we love that map.
Is Amboy Road a CCO or a final map street?
Amboy?
Yeah.
That's an excellent question. I don't think it,
I'm wondering
I don't
if
think
that
it
is-
reaches to our survey.
The reason I'm asking that question is possibly that Seguin, am I pronouncing it properly? May be a final map street, but it,
If you look at the borough president's map, and again,
it goes to,
Amboy says CCO. So that portion of Amboy, I don't know if final map or CCO. I don't know if on the online resource,
and is Highland CCO?
Highland, where's Highland?
I don't think so.
Although,
We've
the
done
reason
the
I'm
Highland
asking that question,
projects.
that those are the two main roads that are running north-south, connecting to Seguin, and I'm wondering if that's the reason why the borough president is asking that question, that Seguin is, at the end, it's...
Island's a map
you know,
street.
Terminating at Amboy, and...
It's highly likely
So
that
I'm
Highland's
just
map
asking
street.
if that's the reason that question is being raised. I'm just speculating.
Yeah, I
We
believe Highland is.
we can check back with the borough president's office and ask them to clarify their question, because if it's a map street, then what do you mean the site faces the maps, the zoning lot faces a map street? So the original zoning lot.
Correct.
So confusing. And the survey says Corp Council Opinion 1581 as in use, da-da-da, and then it says street is final mapped.
So I believe, as council said, I think probably in 1995, when something was done in that area, they converted it to a final map street.
Right,
So it has
right.
both things.
Okay.
So
Okay, so continue.
In any case, we would say that it was done there. The second issue that they raised was a question regarding access to the proposed accessory parking at the rear of the structures. We're willing to comply with any conditions. I don't know if the fire department's issued a letter on this. I haven't seen it yet. So pending any concerns of the fire department's conditions, we're happy to respond to them when it's issued. But as designed, the 20-foot width should be
Yeah.
compliant with the fire code.
Similarly, I didn't understand that comment, because 20 feet is wider than we get on a lot of
Right.
access points.
There was a question regarding ingress, egress easements. I will check with the developer and the architect. I don't know if any are required. We're
So-
happy to provide them.
Yes,
but-
so that's my question is, how is this going to be sold? Together, then one owner of both, or each one separately owned? In which case, you need cross easements.
Right, they are separate, they are separate tax lots. We'll confirm and we'll get back and we'll provide any easement document that's required.
Okay.
That one is there. And then the fourth one, about the curb-to-curb pavement of the CCO street frontage, no street cuts along on-map streets being relied upon for additional access. I'm not quite sure what that comment is, but as I understand it, they want to make sure that we're not relying on any other curb cuts beyond what's shown on the plan. Just to clarify, the only curb cut that's going to provide access to these lots is the one that's shown on the plan. The existing building and the portion of the lot that fronts on Seguin, there's going to be no cross access, and I believe the plans clearly show that there's landscaping proposed, so it's going to be separated. So, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure what you're asking there, but there is no, we're not proposing any other curb cuts other than what's shown.
Okay, so that was another one. Tony, if you could reach out to the borough president and just ask them to clarify the first question and the last
Veronica and I will do
question.
Veronica's case.
It's just, I didn't understand. So unobstructed access from the nearest map street to the property, Seguin is mapped? I don't understand. And the last one, where it's quite confusing, the wording on that sentence, so I don't really know what they're getting at.
Okay.
Okay, good.
There was discussion, and it wasn't quite clear to me from the session, so hopefully I get clarity, but I think there was question about, we'd submitted the builder's pavement plan, but there was question about like the sidewalk design,
Yeah.
and we're happy to revisit it or look at that, so if you can.
So it goes like this, so when you look at the builder's pavement plan, which I just had, the roadbed is being widened right in front of the new project, right?
Okay.
But when you look at, as you turn the corner from Seguin into Herbert, the sidewalk, it doesn't bulb out, it juts, right? To a point where it's very narrow, right before the property line of these newly named tax lots. It becomes what looks like maybe 23 feet, something like that. So the fact that you're opening in front of the property to 30, I think it's 30, it's very hard to read this map, but I think you're opening to 30 feet at least, maybe more. It seems like you should be doing the same all the way across, so that when people, but namely the fire department, turns the corner down Seguin, they have a clear path that where this roadway isn't necking down, and in particular, then you don't have as many concerns about parking.
So as I understand it, and I'm looking at this photo right here, which we have submitted, which is facing down Herbert, you're seeking consistency on what would be the north side of Herbert where we're paving?
Yes.
Consistency in the sidewalk. And right now, if you turn left onto Herbert from Seguin,
Yes.
that when we get to our property, instead of it being even, it kind of juts in?
Right before you get to the property, it just in. So your property right now is the whole thing, right?
Correct.
And the width of Herbert Street from curb to curb varies significantly in front of your property, both the entirety of the property.
Okay.
And it should be one width,
So-
widest width.
We'll reach out to the architect, so as I understand, the portion that's not being developed as part of this project, look at that sidewalk and see if we can come with some consistency between what we're proposing with the new buildings and what's there, and reach some consistency between the two.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is, there's a point and there's another point where the new side is, drop a line and pull the curb back to line up with that.
Okay, I will talk to the architect about that
Mm-hmm.
and the VP.
So,
Consistency of sidewalk for the whole frontage from the intersection to our lot.
To your property line.
Okay.
Right.
Consistency, intersection to lot. Okay.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
just-
have an answer now, I'll reach out.
Okay. It's just when I blow up the PDF of the plan, I can't read the depth, the width of the new roadbed.
Okay.
But you're creating a much wider roadbed there, so,
Yeah, it definitely juts in, so
yeah,
we can maybe jut in all the way down.
yes.
So there would be no jut. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. That's good. And then there was a question regarding, again, just to clarify, the CCO, that Herbert is a CCO street. I don't know if there were still questions about the maintenance.
Yeah, so we learned something so interesting from the
Okay.
law department, that being a CCO street imposes no obligations whatsoever on the city of New York, and it just kind of depends on whether the street is maintained in any form. They might clean plow the snow, but not maintain the utilities, or they might maintain the utilities, but not repave the roadbed, for example. So since we don't know what they've decided is the fate of Herbert, it's just easier to put the property owner on notice that, that they're responsible. And if the city takes care of it, great. But if it doesn't take care of it, the property owner will know they're responsible for its maintenance.
In this instance, though, I mean, we can submit things to the record. For this particular site, I was able to print out a copy of the snowplow map, so I know they do that. Also from the Department of Transportation website, if you look at their street map, it shows that they recently repaved it. And it also shows that they maintain city signs on the street. So I think those all go to evidence that the city, for this CCO street, Herbert, definitely maintains it, both through paving, through snowplow, through maintenance of parking signs. So
So, but the problem is, because legally they're not responsible, they could change their minds. Yep. And that's what we learned. It was quite odd, like, this week we're doing it, but next week, you know what, we're busy, we're not going to pave the street.
The funding's not there.
Then as far as the question then that I would have as far as property owners, first of all, if there's any of that communication that's available, I don't know if council has.
This is a telephone conversation, yeah.
Because we do these applications, we're very curious
Right.
to know that information because it helps us as well.
So we, because it's Corporation Counsel that issues these letters, we thought it's relevant to call Corp Counsel and ask them
Okay.
what the letters mean. And the conversations we had was essentially in terms of maintenance, not a lot. Nothing consistent.
So, I mean, there's bigger picture issues with
Yeah,
respect to that.
right.
But then as far as this specific site, I mean, for this specific site, if it's desired, I can submit all the information we found about the history of Department of Transportation, maintenance of the street, the snowplow information. I mean, I understand you're saying putting property owners on notice. I'm not sure what form or fashion that takes.
Restrictive deck, we've been doing it, you're an
How can we file a
expert.
restricted declaration on property that we don't own?
What do you mean?
The area in front of the street, as far as that street, our title ends with our lot line. The street is not part of our property. We can't file a restricted declaration on property we don't own.
You're filing the restrictive deck against your own property, and just like the deeds always say, and all rights, title, and interest to up to 50% in front of, right? It always says that on every deed, because that was written in the 18th century, and so,
I understand what you're saying, but also,
Yeah.
there's two homes that have certificate of occupancies right immediately across from this lot.
Right.
That don't have any such restriction. And the question is, as far as maintenance of the street, as far as whether it's the right or responsibility, I mean, those property owners might have interest as far as who's maintaining the street, and, you know, how's this? I understand what the board is saying as far as the maintenance and the concern that's being expressed here, but the concern we have is it's not only the responsibility, but the right to do something of that sort as far as recording this, because that property, the corporate counsel opinion, regardless of what it says about maintenance, it does say that it is a public way in use, so it is a public way, and it's not in the title of our property owners, so I don't know how
but the
legally
city
we
doesn't,
could record
the
something.
city doesn't own it either, otherwise it would be a map street.
No, the city does own property that's not mapped, there's title vested streets that aren't mapped, so that's not entirely accurate. You know, but this is a public, I understand. So I just don't know what form or fashion that takes to provide some assurance to.
Sure. Procedural question. You mentioned that there are that there are residential homes on Herbert that have Cs of O
Across the street, okay?
on the same block?
Directly across the street. There's two
Yeah, but
certificate of
this doesn't meet
occupancy.
the GCL 36-3.
Got it.
Because it's commercial.
Thank you.
Doesn't
All right.
qualify.
You're not a residential.
Yeah, we already vetted that.
Great,
Right.
thanks.
So
We're
we
actually
talked about
required
how,
to
right,
include
this one
commercial
needs to be
use
here.
because it's
Got
a
it.
commercial district.
Got it.
There's actually
Right.
also a board case at the corner where Patricia Court is, which is to the south of us, and I believe one of those homes also is part of that. You know, again, it was a prior GCL approval a few years ago. So there's homes that are already fronting on there.
So here's my idea, which we've seen, is, you know, this idea of putting an owner on notice as opposed to a restricted declaration.
Okay.
Where it's something where a property owner comes to the site and is on notice that this is a CCO street. Based on data provided as of X date, the city has snowplowed and the city repaired and all of that. However, because there is no formal documentation indicating the city's responsibility to maintain the roadbed, snowplow, repair the utilities, the owner should be on notice that it may become their responsibility to repair the areas, those utilities, roadbed, located directly in front of their property. It's just a way of letting them know.
In the event that the New York City no longer does that, it is their responsibility to do so.
Right, so that way they can call up the city and say, hey, come snowplow. But when the city says we're not doing it anymore, we changed our mind, no CCO streets get snowplowed, the owner at least is notified that that's a risk.
Okay, so we would record or prepare a draft declaration that would say, I don't know what we would call it,
In the event that.
Yeah, some document that could be recorded against these lots that say, please note that the street frontage is not currently on the official city map, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
In the event that the city no longer is maintaining, it is on the responsibility of the owner to maintain.
Maybe the responsibility, maybe become the responsibility of the owner.
It remains the responsibility of the owner to maintain, and at the current time, the city is maintaining. But if that was,
Yeah.
but if upon that ceasing,
Okay.
The owner's not relieved of its
That's fine. I'm-
duty to maintain it.
If I could say, I mean, I don't know if, have there been prior declarations of this type that?
No, well, you just brought this up, so
Excellent. Okay.
we're inventing as we go, so,
That's fine.
you know.
I'm always happy to use another template. That's fine. We'll provide a draft and we can discuss.
Right.
To see if it satisfies. I understand the intent of it and we'll come up with something that's
Just
allowed to
a
be recorded. Sure.
Question, so if there's a DEP sewer main that's running right through the center of this road bed, and it needs to be maintained, whose responsibility, and it's just being a CCO street, it does not, then whose responsibility
So
would it
what
be
we've
then?
heard from Corp Counsel is that DEP tends to take responsibility for their own sewers because it's their own sewers, right? And they certainly don't want a disaster that someone comes in and fixes the sewer. So you might also have in that situation DEP fixing the sewer, but, yeah, right? If it's a dead-end street and it doesn't serve a lot of people and.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. They're not.
Because they're also concerned about the impact of the roads on the general public. And so if it's a road that's not normally heavily trafficked, they might not fix it as quickly, CCO Street, than they would like Richmond Terrace, which is maybe another CCO Street with a more traffic on it.
I guess then, does it become the responsibility of the property owner that even though they're facing portion of it and the
No,
other
only
other
what's in
entity-
front of them.
Right, but then they're owning part of it, and then there's the other abutting property owners, they also own front of, abut it, but they don't have this easement agreement, so the onus falls on the last guy who.
Yeah.
Hence
And
the
hence the
reason
confusion.
that these should be match streets. Yeah. Right? That would have been so simple, city's responsible, now everybody knows what to do. But the problem is, nobody thinks
I mean, the concern with the maintenance, as I said, I think that's the key point with this, the connected line, because those homes across the street had approvals to connect that were approved by DEP. So they're connecting to the sewer main that's in there.
Right.
So there's also the issue is, even if this property owner was like, great, we'll take care of it, no issue. The property owners across the street may not want that to happen because their own service is going to be affected because they're connecting to the common DEP main. So again, I understand
It's more like this. What we've heard actually when talking to the borough president, people call up who are on these kinds of streets, whether CCO or not, who call up the borough president's office and say, my sewer's broken, or I don't have water, come fix it. And then they look and they realize that it's not a city street, and DP doesn't feel like it, or is busy, or has crews on other things. It doesn't become an emergency because it's just not the focus of their work now. And so, right?
that's been cited. None of those examples have ever been submitted to the record, though, so I feel obligated to state that. We've never
Okay.
been provided with any examples
Right.
of the borough
But
president.
so we're unpacking, as we do all these hundreds of GCL waivers, all of the problems about not having map streets, right? And no, we were all very astonished to have this conversation with Corp Counsel to learn that it's more or less some numbers and some letters on a map and doesn't obligate them to do anything.
I'm surprised to hear that also. I've
Yes.
talked to, there's attorneys in our office who have done a lot of work on these streets historically, so they may have other information that's provided, which we'll take a look at. I mean, I understand the concern. We'll provide the draft declaration, we'll provide the BPP, but, in the draft declaration, we're going to have to take a look at, because how's this? They're happy to take over if the city doesn't do it, but there are questions of the sewer mains and things like that, which may, as I said, the property owners across the street may want them to do.
You could add in coordination with DEP and other related agencies or something like that, right?
All right, so we'll look at that. So,
Yeah.
as I understand, we'll review the builder's pavement
It
plan.
wouldn't be a problem, though, like, with your statement that the property owners across the street may not want, that's not really, that wouldn't necessarily relate to what their individual obligation is on what they have to do. If something were to cease, it creates a very different story based on their own specific duty to repair on their own connection. Now, if you're saying the sewer main itself, DEP's main itself, again, they have a duty to ensure that to maintain their own sewage.
Right.
How they do so for that individual unit is their individual problem if the city no longer does it.
No, I understand what you're saying, but part of it is, I mean, I need to double check here. I don't know if I have the survey in front of me, but, often when we have these mains in the street, they don't run right down the center line.
Hardly.
Yeah, so the question is what if it's more on their center line, or what if it's more on our center line? And it's just things that need to be worked out when we do these declarations, and off the top of my head, I can't come up with the answer now. We'll provide some.
Great.
I understand the concerns that are being raised. but
Okay, good.
For this site in particular, we'll review the builder's pavement plan, we'll present a draft declaration about notice of possible maintenance. And then if anything comes back from the borough president, we'll respond to it if you get clarification on that. I think that's,
Right.
those three things?
Cross easements.
Oh, the easement, okay, yeah, so easement, draft declaration, and builder's pavement plan, and then we'll await the fire department response and respond.
Right, okay, perfect. Are there any speakers on this? Okay, what do we think?
As far as time-wise goes, I would say maybe 4 weeks to submit. I don't think that our items wouldn't take that long. I don't know if we want to extend it a little further, just to give the city agencies time to, I don't know how long the fire department might take to respond, or
Well, they're usually pretty
you're
fast.
realistically expecting a borough president response.
Well, so, but if you want 4 weeks, then that just puts us anyway, where are we?
February 26th would be the earliest.
Is February 26th enough?
Submit February 26th?
No, February 6th would be the submission.
Is that too soon? That's a month.
Maybe a little bit.
So March 5th,
Sure. So hearing March 5th
is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. February 13th would be the
and February 13th.
13th, yeah.
Okay, so we'll work on our items, and if we hear anything, we'll respond accordingly.
Great, thank
Okay.
you.
Zoning calendar decision items, item number 13, 2017, 101BZ, 10406 Rockaway Beach Boulevard, Queens. Not here, but we received the revised plans.
Oh.
I emailed them to you.
Okay.
We received the revised plans that eliminated one of the.
Right, they put that the fire, the sprinkler alarm system is installed, I'm just trying to find it now.
Right.
And they left the note on about the fire department said they didn't need, but I also had them put that note about the handicap accessibility.
Oh, okay, so you see that, and it's signed and sealed?
And you have, they were signed and sealed.
Okay, all right. Are there any speakers on this?
I just want to make sure.
It was closed.
Oh, yeah, it was closed, sorry. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to grant.
Right, they're saying the approved fire alarm system is installed.
That's what their plans say now.
Yeah,
Yes.
is installed.
Yes.
Great.
Okay, so motion to grant?
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda. Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
Good.
Continued hearing items, item number 14, 26315BZ, 4547 Little Clove Road, Staten Island.
No.
Not this one.
Todd Dale for the applicant. We are seeking an adjournment to review the issues that were raised at the prior hearing about the turnaround.
Yeah, how much time do you need?
We can be flexible with the board's calendar. I think it's going to take a minimum of what the prior setup was, the 13th for submission date. We can even go a little further.
Well, let's
That
take
would be
the
a
option to go a
pleasure.
little further.
So March 19th would be February 27th submission.
That's
Is
good?
that okay?
Works. Yes.
Great.
I'm sorry, what was the date again?
March 19th for submission date February 27th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 15, 2016-4265BZ,
Not sure.
19.
25 Weaver Street, Manhattan. Okay, Josie, everybody raise their right hands where I can see. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and respond honestly to the questions? Okay. So you can start while everybody signs in.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker. We attended the executive session, review session yesterday, and listened to Commissioner Shetta's comments, I have with me, I'll briefly address them, but I have with me our structural engineer, our architect, our financial analysts who will respond to the issues primarily of reducing the height of the cellar, which we will submit does not work on every level. Basically, it does not reduce the costs. It is not code compliant. It doesn't provide legal floor-to-ceiling heights. The issue of costs will be addressed, that there is not a significant cost differential. There will be some discussion on alternate schemes and the limited cost differential as well. The architect will talk about the fact that underpinning was never included in the cost analysis, so that the elimination of it was mentioned in the recent submission, but was never included in the financial analysis submitted previously, upon which Commissioner Otley Brown made her analysis. We will discuss that if the cellar is reduced, if the cellar no longer is a viable retail space, then we lose the income for that space, which then basically craters and crashes the entire project as a whole. So what I would like to do is to start with the architect, who is going to address several of these issues, and then we'll go on to the engineer, and then on to the financial analyst. And if you have any questions, we can respond.
And instead of talking about the height of the cellar, can we talk about the pricing first? So if we pass this, we can move to the cellar height?
Sure.
Yes, I had comments regarding the pricing for the concrete.
Right, we can,
For the structural steel.
yes, that we...
And for the excavation.
Yes.
For the difference between what previously considered, which was SOE at a cost of about 60 grand, and currently its underpinning system for a cost of about 260 grand.
Right, but again...
So, let me finish. So adding up the cost difference for the item I just mentioned, plus the cost difference because of the consideration of the underpinning, instead of previously SOE, if you add up this together, it's gonna be almost $500,000. And I believe with that kind of difference, there is no need to talk about the cellar height.
Well, the issue is, first of all, the $200,000, as I mentioned, and will be discussed again, was never included in the cost estimation in terms of the financial analysis for the return on investment. So that number...
That's correct.
That number should be taken out of the equation, is the answer.
That's correct. It
So
wasn't
now, so
included.
you're therefore down to maybe, if some discussion is to be had, and it will be, with all due respect, you're talking about 300, the underpinning is not a number that was part of the original financial analysis.
Correct, yeah.
So therefore, we're talking about a $300,000 differential, and if we will discuss the cost, but if you go into if you have to limit the height of the cellar, then there is no retail income from the cellar, and that will change the entire scope of the project. And therefore, you cannot reduce, you're losing, I won't go give a number, we're losing, the financial analyst, a substantial income that then offsets and no longer makes a 16-foot variance, a rear yard, as the minimal variance, because we're losing substantial income. And the cost of the loss of income significantly offsets the differential in the prices that you described, but we will discuss those prices, and I will let the architect address them first.
Hi, again, it's Michael Haberlein, the architect. Maybe you should go over your questions first, but I thought...
Sorry, sir. Yeah, you need to hold the mic in your hand if you're going to walk away from it.
You don't
Just
have to
take
worry
it
about
out.
showing us this, we have it on the screen in front of us.
Yeah.
Okay, I did want to explain, though, what we did here, because it was hard to explain in a cover letter, just so everyone understands how we got these numbers. We took essentially, literally, the page from our original financial submittal from June 21st, and we turned it into a spreadsheet that then took we analyzed your new standard template for construction pricing, which, by the way, as you mentioned, it looks like a lot, but it really is just asking for very basic information. So we overlaid our previous spreadsheet for the foundation options with, in red now, a version of your template, which asks for the dimensions and the quantities of each. So we just wanted to make clear that you understood what we were doing.
Totally understood.
Okay.
Yes.
Great, perfect. Because that was just the basis for coming up with these numbers. So then would you like to start with your questions on the numbers?
Excavation wasn't based on the existing cellar, which is about 8 feet per the testimony last hearing. It's about 8 feet below the sidewalk. Excavation was based on digging from the sidewalk all the way to the bottom of the foundation. This is point one. Point two, the grade beams are not straps. I don't know why they are needed. If you don't need straps, take the grade beams out. If you do need straps, use straps. Make them flush with the footing. The quantity for the straps is gonna be just for the distance between the footings. It is the clear, it's not the whole building width. The section for the strap, call it grade beams, whatever, currently it's 3 feet. I don't know why it's 3 feet for 6-story building. Plus, like I said, plus the motion from the SOE to the underpinning, plus the cost for the foundation, $1,500 per cubic yard. This is extremely high. I have a submission with pile caps, and the structural engineer knows that for some pile caps, if you have a continuous footing, a pile cap continuous, you need to put top and bottom reinforcement, so it's much more rebar. The unit price for that is $750. For split footings, you're using $1,500. Same thing for the underpinning, $1,800 per linear foot. So I see the cost is kind of exaggerated, and my point, let's make this simple. If you consider what I just mentioned, and if you add up these differences, it's gonna be easy, $500,000 difference.
Well, let's take one point at a time, and actually, I think it's better.
Be my guest.
Different people respond to the.
I'm listening.
Because Sean, who's from my office, Sean Horn, can speak to the way the calculations were done for the excavation. And we also have additional drawings that we produced since the meeting yesterday. I don't know if you'd like us to pass around.
Sure.
Or just show those to you.
So regarding the excavation, sorry, Sean Horn. Regarding the excavation, we looked at the new structural plans from our.
I do have this too, but this is new from.
You know, you can put that on the board and then take the mic to the board. I mean, if that works better for everybody, I'm not sure. Yeah.
We looked at the new structural plan from the engineer. And in these diagrams, attempted to show exactly what we were accounting for. We did not count the 6-foot existing cellar. And the total excavation depth was 18.
You did not?
We did not, no. So when we looked at this more closely and with the new structural plan, the total excavation is actually more than what was accounted for in the original cost estimate. Our new number was 688 cubic yards, which also includes excavation for the underpinning. In the original cost estimate, they had 667 cubic yards, so this is actually an increase.
The number that's currently submitted, which is 688 cubic yard.
That's the new number.
Yes, I know. Does this discount the existing cellar?
Yes.
It does?
Yes.
Where
If you
is
look at the calculations on that sheet, it discounts the existing cellar, which is only 6 feet below curb height, not 8.
This is the section that shows the existing cellar.
Okay, let me read line number 1. It says area 1, it's 40 feet 6 inches times 20 feet, plus 12 feet times 10 feet. The total square footage is 930. And then the cubic yardage is based on 12 feet high. What is that?
930 square feet is basically the footprint of the existing building. The total excavation depth is 18, so we're going down 12 more feet, so that's where we get to 11,160 cubic feet. The rear yard is the area 2, so we're looking at 26.8 by 10 feet plus 14.8 by 10, which gives 422 square feet. 422 plus 930 is 1352, which is the total lot size. And then for the rear yard, we do the same. So it's 422 times 15 foot 6 for 6,541 cubic feet. Together, and converting that to cubic yards, we have 655 cubic yards. And then we calculated a further 33 cubic yards excavation for the underground.
Why does 15 feet 6 account for discounting the existing cellar?
Because it's in the rear yard.
Okay.
The rear yard height is
So there's no
2.6.
cellar there, you're saying?
There is no cellar there, exactly.
Okay.
The height of the rear yard is 2.6 below curb level.
Yes.
So 18 feet minus the 2.6 is 15.6. That's where that number comes from.
And why the total is 18 feet excavation?
Based on the structural drawings that were submitted for the grade beam option.
So 12 and a half plus 3, right?
It's roughly 12 and a half plus the finished floor, the 6-inch slab. They were going 3 feet down.
Yes.
Further 18 inches down for the footing plus 6 inches of gravel.
So that's
Results
3
in
plus
18
1 and a half, that's 4 and a half.
Yeah.
Plus 6, that's 5. Plus 12 and a half, you're saying this is 17.
Yeah.
17 and a half minus existing 8?
Not 8. It's 6 feet. It's 5'9", actually.
The existing cellar, from the bottom of the foundation for the existing cellar to
The existing cellar, which
Yeah.
is in this section diagram,
yes.
because is 5'8" from floor to floor, not floor to ceiling. But anyway, from grade level now to the existing cellar is 5 foot.
Last hearing, I did ask about the height for the existing cellar, and I got about 7.5 feet below sidewalk. That's what I got.
No, but the diagram shows
Yeah.
5'8" to the top of the slab, but I don't know. Yeah.
Let's go with the 6 feet.
It's 5'8" for the top of the slab
Yeah.
plus 5 inches for the slab.
That's
so
fine.
6 feet.
And you have a slab and you have footings. You're gonna demolish that. This is including in the budget for the demolition, right?
Yes.
Okay. So since you counted the depth for the foundation for the proposed, count the depth for the foundation for the existing.
Well, it's 5 inches, I guess. I mean,
The footing's 5 inches?
the footings not 5 inches. The slab
Okay,
is 5 inches.
okay, fine. Let's go to the point after the excavation.
Okay.
Concrete.
I'm sorry, the specific question with the concrete is the number for the calculation or the areas that we
You
established?
have two proposals for the concrete. The
Yes.
previous proposal and the current proposal, and you came to a conclusion that they are more or less the same. The previous proposal is a mat foundation.
Yes.
The current proposal is split footings with 3 feet by, I believe, 12-inch wide, 3 feet high by 12-inch wide. Why this is needed?
Oh, so the question is, why is that amount of structure needed?
Why the
for that?
grade beam is that big?
Okay.
And the other point related to the concrete, why the unit price is 1,500?
Okay, but we're clear that the difference in the analysis of both of these spreadsheets between the mat and the mat
I'm
foundation
going
option.
over that point by point.
Okay.
Like I did
Let Chris
yesterday.
Anastos respond to that specifically.
Madam Commissioner, Commissioners, Chris Anastos, PE structural engineer for this project. So I understand there's several issues you brought up, Commissioner Shedder. One is the depth of the grade beam being 3 feet. At this point, with the loads we have, without doing a seismic analysis on the structure, it's a preliminary number. It's not far off in my estimate. It could be 6 inches, it could be 2 foot 6 inches, it could be a little wider. I don't think that's going to make a major cost difference.
It's gonna make a major cost difference if you do them the way I'm talking about. Why do you need the grade beams?
Why do I need, because I have to take the eccentricity from the column, which is up against the party wall, the wall, out to a footing.
So you're using them, I got it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude or interrupt you, I just want to like cut the time
Well,
for the
it-
back and forth. So
basically-
you're using them as straps?
Right. Well, I'm using it as a grade beam where the load comes out at the end of the grade beam. The footing is eccentric with the load, and we're
This,
putting...
you're using them for this?
Right. We're
Yes,
putting a
vertical
moment...
at the edge, the footing is going to overturn.
Right.
You're using them as a strap beams.
Right, right.
Okay, strap
Transverse to the
beams.
building. Well,
Strap
I
beams
call-
should be tied to the footing, should be flush. If, forget for a second that this is the building. Let's say this is the footing.
Yeah.
This.
I disagree with you.
To make it grade beam and to make it serve for the purpose you just mentioned, you have to make the strap/grade beam or whatever, you have to make it flush with the footing.
No.
And the reinforcement should be tied with the footing.
No,
This is not the way you're using it.
Do we have a marker? Okay. So,
Sir, I'm sorry, sir, you have to hold the mic in your
Sorry.
hand while you talk.
all right. So, my design presently has 3-foot grade beam. The column load is coming at the end here.
Yes,
The footing is out here.
yes.
The moment is this load to that, gravity load only, overturning. We have reinforcement in the grade beam. This is, any moment can be taken out this way if we have to. This is easier to build, less complicated reinforcing. What you're proposing is to pour the footing first, because it's a flat pour, come in and do this. This is a far more complicated structural thing with the corner cut out of the grade beam, much more complicated reinforcement, more difficult for the contractor to do. This is a much more straightforward, both structurally and constructability-wise. So that's why we went this way. I feel strongly that this is the way I want to go, this way.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue about this, but the way you're doing it is not the way to be done. This is number one. Number two,
I'm sorry for...
the way you are doing it is not the way to be done to make sure that the footing is not gonna overturn.
I disagree.
You could do that.
Of course.
In addition to this, can you submit in writing, submit to us calculations showing that you need 3 feet by 12 inches?
I will do a more formal calculation. I'd be
Please,
happy
signed
to
and
submit to you. Sure, I will do that. The whole purpose here is, your argument is we should shrink all of this down and reduce the quantities. We might be able to shrink it a foot or so, which is not going to make the $500,000 difference in the quantities.
No, this
that
is
you
not my
mentioned.
point. No. When you confine the grade beam in between the footings, the footing is 5 feet
Right.
wide. If the building is 20-something and you're talking about 5 from here and 5 from here, that's 10 feet. The distance between the two, the clear distance is just 10 feet. So you're talking about 50% just for the grade beams. In addition to the depth will go down significant. I don't know why for a 6-story building, you would need 3 feet deep
Again,
concrete.
it's a preliminary design. I certainly need 2 feet. I wouldn't do it for any less. The shear is quite a bit. It's 150 kips of shear.
Give me the calcs for that.
I will be happy to.
And if you submit calcs and they are okay, sound, I'll take it.
I'm very happy to do that.
Sure.
Are there other, I realize these 2 issues were your issues, the depth of the grade beam, this detail, the issue of raising the whole building, and the
No,
basement.
before that, I'm sorry. Before that, let's say you submit the calcs for me, I buy them, and the quantity is, mat foundation is similar to spread footings. And let's say you submitted previously 210 cubic yards for the concrete, for the footings, plus the foundation wall, of course. The unit price that being used for the concrete is 1,500. Do you think this is a...
There's a lot of rebar in the grade beam. This is a small project, so just pulling out unit prices and saying this is too this is too high. Small job. The prices are all over the place. in this market.
Which system would have more rebar in it? Continuous pile cap supported on pins? Let me finish.
Yes.
Carrying a 6-story building, or a grade beam or continuous footing, grade supported one with just one layer of reinforcement?
I'm sorry, I don't understand you.
Which one could have more rebar in it? Amount of rebar in pounds per cubic yard of concrete. Is it pile caps with double mesh, top and bottom?
It depends. It depends on the pile. It depends on the pile capacity, the thickness of the bar. The issue I'm trying to make here is smaller jobs get priced much differently than larger jobs.
So you're saying
There's
that
much more of a higher
1,500 is
quantity.
feasible?
I would say so for a small job like this.
I wouldn't say so. I disagree.
Okay, so I don't want to have a debate with the big
What?
issue is, you're all going to make your argument and your calculations for why you think that the structural system is the most economical system to be pursuing, because again, we always remind, we're not, when we look at a variance, we're not looking at the building as a Cadillac or as whatever, as a Lexus or something like that. We're looking at it as a very basic sort of Chevy, because the whole idea is you're making an argument that absent the variance, there would be no building, right? None at all. So we're always looking at the most economical approach to doing a project. So if your engineering approach is not the most economical, but it is desirable for when you actually do the building, it's a different question, right? So and so that's kind of the struggle here, right? And so you'll make your submission in favor of the systems that you think are the right ones, but ultimately, our commissioner is the engineer who will decide whether that's the minimum reasonable approach.
May I just make
Okay?
a conceptual comment?
Can I
Because
ask for something
Since the
before-
last, but
Can-
this-
I want to ask for something, please.
Yes.
You've done projects in Manhattan, right, with similar size, correct? Constructed buildings.
Please stand next to the mic or we
sorry.
can't hear.
40 years of work in
Can
Manhattan,
you
yes.
submit to me, like, locations and unit prices for the concrete that's already erected, constructed, and paid to contractors?
I can.
You're talking about
different-
recent costs?
Yes, recent.
You want
cost.
recent
I
costs,
can-
not
I
over the
can-
40.
For concrete and structural steel.
I can give you certainly projects, many projects. I'm not that close to the costs. We don't really monitor the costs of structural engineers.
You have a construction team. You
Well,
could talk to the
I could
construction
go back
manager
to it,
and
I
get
could
the
go
prices.
through it, and the prices will vary from job to job, because it'll depend on how busy the market is, it depends on how hungry the contractors are. Prices are all over the place.
Okay, but so that's maybe the point is, if we talk about prices being all over the place and Commissioner Sheta believes that these prices are inflated prices, then we have to assume that perhaps they're higher than what we've seen on other projects,
May I
right?
make an important conceptual point? That in this analysis, in the spreadsheet that you have with the grade beam alternative, which you asked us to investigate, and we respect why, we respect the conceptual motive of why you're interrogating this, and I completely respect the process. From the last hearing, we analyzed the MAT versus the spread foundation. We did find a small difference. I think we can all agree that that's negligible and doesn't affect the financials.
No, but if
But the
I'm
number
buying
that, but the
this,
number
Wait,
that
let him-
we're-
I'm not
let-
taking that.
please,
But please let me
Commissioner,
finish.
let him finish
The
his
number that we're
sentence.
talking about now for the grade beam concrete and the footings for the grade beams is $75,600. So does the means and method for how that is accomplished radically change that number so significantly that it should change the perspective of this board of our financial analysis? It's hard for me to imagine that it would, because even if that cost was doubled or halved, we are still talking about a fairly small amount of money, especially because, based on the thorough analysis of this comparison, like most projects, when they evolve from schematic design to construction documents, they get more expensive and we discover more things that have to be developed. So in fact, when Chris Anastos did a full set of schematic drawings per the request to provide this analysis for you, that's when we discovered the underpinning is required. And the underpinning itself adds $200,000 to our June 21st cost estimate. So even if this cost doubled, please let me finish. Even if this cost doubled, or was halved, or reduced by 75%, the amount of money that this system is costing, even if it's economized and value engineered as much as possible, which we would welcome and love, the cost of the underpinning still far exceeds that. So I'm wondering what the value is of splitting hairs over.
No,
these-
it's not about splitting hairs. When Commissioner Shaita was looking at this, taking it apart in terms of the amount of excavation that's necessary, et cetera, the total was closer to $500,000, right? So he was adding the different analyses, and when you look at a $500,000 saving, that's not minimal with respect to the total of the project.
Right.
So the reason that it looks like hair splitting when it's not is to try to understand the use of what appears to be expensive methods that appear to be the things that are inflating the cost. And so that's why, to understand why you select a method, whether the cost is inflated or it's the cost.
And it's
Right.
not just the quantity for the grade fee. It is the quantity for the grade fee. It is the quantity for the footings themselves. It's the unit price, $1,500 or reasonable $750 typical in the city, everywhere. Even for high-rise buildings, for mat foundations with double reinforcement, very heavy steel, 700, probably if you're talking about something like 70-story building, could be 800, 850, not 15. And it is for the item that was inserted in this, I believe, intentionally, to push the cost for that optimized system to match what was previously submitted. Previously, you told us, you conveyed to us that you need SOE that costs 60 grand to build this box, to put the foundation and the foundation walls in place, right? You didn't talk about underpinning before. In this submission, because the cost for the footings went significantly down, now let's introduce underpinning. Underpinning now is 260 grand as compared to 60 grand for SOE previously. So it's a kind of, you reduce this, we'll jack it from, it's the same exact.
Right.
No, but I think again, you requested this valuable section of our adjacent buildings to understand and clarify the depths of those foundations.
I didn't say I didn't do it.
No, we did it, and that's what ended up revealing.
No, I think now we get to another point. Our financial, and we start off with a submission of financial analysis that's based on cost estimates, right? That's how we start to review the project. When the instruction is go fix something because we don't agree, for instance, that the rental values are the right values or the land sale values are the right values, when we say go fix those things, we don't expect that, for example, the construction cost estimates change totally because the estimator realized he or she left out something critical, like underpinning. So what the effect of that does is it makes us skeptical of the numbers because you left out underpinning this time. The next time you'll leave out doors, And so we need some stability in the numbers. And when we see that the price goes down as a result of doing one thing but goes back up as the result of bringing in a new item that wasn't in the analysis before, it makes us concerned that the numbers weren't represented. So, you have your chance to represent the project at the beginning and not to leave out things at the beginning that you pick up later. That's how you undermine the apparent integrity of the analysis. And that's the problem where, how could you not have realized that you needed underpinning? You were digging 12 feet. Most 12-foot cellars need underpinning, right?
Well, again, just from the architect's point of view,
Yeah.
I mentioned this last time, we're caught between this struggle of submitting schematic drawings for a project that we don't even know might go forward versus investing in basically a full set of construction documents in order to provide the level of specificity of information that you're requesting. And I think that's just a dilemma in general with this process that is very
Yes.
hard. And we're also straddling your new requirements, which are, again, I think they're totally legitimate requests, and we provided all of the dimensions when we can. But again, it's very hard for us to know, well, where do we draw the line between investing a huge amount of money in a full set of construction documents?
But we're not asking for that, because your entire case is hinging on the subsurface conditions. So we focus on, what do we know about the subsurface conditions? And that's why you keep getting asked the questions. We're not asking for a full set of construction documents. We're asking for specificity about the subsurface conditions that are your claimed hardship, right?
But the issue is, we did not include the underpinning as a claimed hardship. We are not including the underpinning now as a claimed hardship.
Are you including it in the costs
It
at
hasn't,
all?
it hasn't, well, no, it was not included.
I don't know.
It was not included in the financial analysis.
Because you included excavation support system,
But it
which
did
does
not-
exactly the same as the
But it did not
underpinning.
include the underpinning at that point in time. So therefore, this additional cost is not being thrown in as an additional hardship.
No, I'm not talking about a hardship. I'm just talking about costs of the project.
No, we did not. It was the analysis which we rely upon did not include the 200,000. So this would be theoretically, and this would make the analysis worse.
No, wait a minute. There was a line item for underpinning in
For
the
excavation
support.
What is, I'm sorry, let me ask the structural engineer, what is the function of an excavation support system?
Let me explain. I came onto this.
Please.
I came onto this process of the newer building a little late, as brought in, and when I looked at what was going on, we needed underpinning. That kind of depth, we clearly needed underpinning. So I said to Michael, we have
You
to...
didn't answer my question. I did ask, what is the function of an excavation support system?
It's to brace the excavation.
Not to impact the adjacent buildings, right?
Yes.
Okay, what is the function of underpinning?
It's the same thing.
Thank you. I just was waiting for this exact answer.
Right.
Now, if you included SOE, you made sure previously that the adjacent buildings are secured for 60 grand. Now, you're claiming that you need 260 grand to secure the adjacent buildings. How should I believe that?
Because we proceeded a little further into the engineering of this whole issue and the drawings that Michael was presenting. I'm not sure what in the timetable that 60,000 came in, but when they consulted me to give them structural engineering consultation on the 6-story building, I said, look, you need underpinning. You need an underpinning for this depth. Let's go do it properly. Let's see what the adjacent building on the one side is, how much we have to underpin the other building on the other side. And that's when all these drawings were developed. So
Okay, so I think that the problem is us not maybe understanding the delta between what we were given at the beginning. The last submission I have on the McQuilkin cost estimates is 7/11/2018, but it's dated 7/13/16, so I'm a little confused about whether it was updated.
Yeah.
So I'm not actually even sure how that fits into the developing analysis of this project, but we have that one submitted 7/11/18, and it has costs, right? And understanding the difference between what was submitted then, which we're expecting to hold constant, because that's the cost of the project, right? So I need to make this very clear. When you give us a cost of a project, that's the cost of the project. And when we're asking for more specificity, it's not so the cost goes up, it's for more specificity. What is this about, right? And so maybe what the problem is the cost, either the cost went up or it didn't go up. I no longer have a clear handle on this. And if you're saying the cost didn't go up, then it wouldn't, and we already have costs for the so-called hardships, then we can be looking at the July numbers and not having to be looking at the new, if these are new numbers, we just have specificity. The July numbers where the total for, whatever that is, the total for excavation foundation is 542,000, and superstructure concrete, which may or may not be mixed in there, you never really know, is all there is, and there isn't any more. And the breakdown is however many cubic yards and
we
however many
are
rebars.
not changing that analysis.
Okay.
We are going, did not give it a new financial analysis. We stayed with the previous number. We asked for specificity on costs. We provided specificity on costs. We did not submit a new financial analysis, which added in those costs and changed the entire scope of the project. So therefore, whether or not we underpin is not going to change the analysis that Commissioner Otley Brown went through. What it seems to be going through now is a nominal issue, not inappropriate, but nominal as to the cost of materials. And as everyone is well aware, a larger building is done more economically. It's similar to doing home renovations. If you want to gut your entire apartment, you get 100 contractors. You want to do the bathroom,
Okay.
you get nobody.
We don't need to go through that. So we have a $542,000 cost for excavation foundation in this January 13, 2016 cost estimate, whatever. So of that, there's a breakdown. In that breakdown, Commissioner Sheta said, I don't agree with certain elements in that breakdown. I think that the costs aren't $542,000. They should be more like whatever we think they should be more like. And that's what we're asking you to address.
But
right?
I'm sorry, and this is coming from items X, Y, and Z.
Right.
What happened is this, and this is a typical game. I would love people to stop that, because that makes me nervous. What happened is this. Okay, we review items X, Y, and Z. And you know what? Yes, the quantities drop. Oh, you don't like the pricing, we change them. Now the total price for the foundation is not 540. It's 380. Then we'll go to item W and kick this up. Which was, in this case, was the underpinning. Previously, please let me finish. Previously, the function of the SOE, excavation support, or the underpinning is exactly the same. Secure adjacent properties, streets or buildings. Previously, that job was done for 60 grand in the financial analysis, the previous one. Currently, in this submission, there is no formal financial analysis, but there is another analysis that says, oh, there is no difference between what you asked for and what we're proposing. Why? Because if you look at the quantities, you add up the pricing, it's almost 540. What I'm saying is, but now you showed up the underpinning, which does exactly the same thing as the SOE, but instead of 60,000, it's 260,000.
So
it's actually the difference between the foundation from the previous submission and this submission, without touching the pricing, just for the quantities, is 200 grand. And this 200 grand was accounted for by switching from SOE for 60 grand to underpinning for 260 grand. This is the game.
So may I ask, is this disputed amount more than 260,000?
Yeah, if you fix the pricing.
Is it about 260,000 or is it more?
No. If you fix the pricing for this, even for the July submission, if you fix just the pricing.
Okay.
And take the concrete quantities here, ask them and put them here, you're talking about easy, 400,000, 500,000.
And Commissioner Otley Brown?
Well, no,
I'm not going to speak on this because if the amounts are high, then there should be a new financial. I'm certainly not going to predict the effect of a $500,000 deduction in costs because I don't know what it's setting off. And what it's due to, so I will not make a
I don't want to prolong this anymore.
We need to understand this because, again, we very deliberately did not submit new financials. We used this spreadsheet. Now, with every project, there are many different means and methods to accomplish something. You can choose a steel structural system, you can choose a concrete. You can choose a mat foundation, you can choose grade beams.
Correct, yes.
So our original estimate was still based on a very schematic, admittedly, set of drawings. And it turns out, and we also proved this to you last time with the issue of the existing building. Should that be demolished? How much was the cost? What was involved with doing a crane demolition versus demolition from below? We went through that exercise to prove to you that we really believe our numbers are fair and reasonable. We're not trying to take advantage or do anything other than provide.
But it's not. They are not. If you take,
let me explain this.
If you take these quantities.
So I'd like to interrupt this because I don't want to keep having this back and forth fighting. You hear the skepticism from Commissioner Sheta, who is our expert engineer, right? You hear his comments, his questions. There were comments and questions yesterday. If you would go back in writing and respond carefully to those comments and questions, I don't want to continue having, we have other hearings
Just
here.
one last comment, if I may. The number submitted in July was $542,000, which included the $61,000. If we are not including the 200, because again, we did not give you new financials for you to opine on. So the issue would be, take that 500, I want to make this clear so we understand what we're doing, and there's a back and forth, that if we take the $542,000 from July, we look at those items A through Z, for argument's sake, and we say, okay, we're not changing the $61,000 construct the foundation support costs. We're looking at the concrete. We're looking at this, that, the other thing. Then we can say, okay, the difference if we lower the cost or if we cannot support the higher cost for concrete, the number is not, for example, 542, it's 496. And that's the analysis that should be done. We did not give you a new financial analysis. We're not throwing in the 200,000. You've asked for a breakdown. We gave you a full breakdown in full transparency of these are the costs. We're not saying that we are asking for a hardship based on these costs. We're saying, you wanted quantities, you wanted numbers, here are our quantities, here are our numbers. So the analysis should be, go back to the 542, compare that to numbers excluding the different, not adding another $200,000 in, and that's what our numbers will be.
No.
Support the market price, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, so the thing that was questioned was your 542, right? You were asked, break down the line items in the 542 and tell us what those particular things are, and it wasn't just the line items, it was specifics about the line items.
Plus the structural steel, please.
Plus the structural steel. Okay, you were asked to do that, you did that. So our engineer looked at those things and questioned
I understand.
the unit prices and the methodology that led to those numbers, okay? So you hear the questioning continues. It's not satisfied. You hear sometimes that Commissioner Sheta says, okay, satisfied, I hear your argument, I'm good with it. He's still not good with it. So you need to sit down and write down the argument for why you think the 542 is the number, or those unit costs are the number. You need to substantiate that, and I don't want to debate this anymore. We're really done.
We need to make sure that we present to you exactly what you need the next hearing, because frankly, I don't understand.
That's what I need for the next hearing.
I don't
make it easy
understand
for you.
what numbers you're saying total $400,000 or
I'll make it
$500,000
easy
of
for you.
discrepancy.
In your financial, the previous one.
Yes.
Correct.
Can we go?
Correct the quantities.
Which quantities? Which
The
page
quantities
number?
for the concrete, for the excavation, for per this.
But I'm sorry, can we just go through, because I'm really quite confused, because we did a three-dimensional diagram that verified the excavation.
He's asking for support as you heard earlier, he asked for support of the market rates that are for concrete. If you can provide documentation that supports the numbers that you're submitted, because there's obviously a discrepancy, there's a disagreement of these costs. And I believe that you should be able to get some support or on past projects or anything that show what the market rate is, if there's a difference.
But I really need to understand this list, because I just want to come with everything you need. So do we agree we've proven with our three-dimensional diagrams that the excavation number is valid?
Put the quantities that you got here in your previous.
It's already,
no, I don't need them here, in the financial.
This is the financial from before. from
You
June-
just
July
said we didn't
21st.
submit financial, new financial. Now this is a financial
But the
analysis.
excavation didn't change, so do we agree that the excavation?
Take the numbers from here, the quantities, after submitting the calcs for the grade beam and supporting the size, and the quantities for the concrete, drop them in the July financial. This is a step one.
Okay.
Step two, fix the unit prices, or the other option for you is to get me approved that on 3 different projects in the city that your structural engineers did, the unit price for the concrete was $1,500. Give me approved for that $1,500.
So
I don't believe
just
it.
for Part A, what number should we use for unit pricing for concrete?
$750.
Okay.
We're going to go back and and look at the jobs that I've done.
So I'm just trying to understand.
No,
So
he's
so you're saying you as the board say that concrete is $750 a cubic yard?
No, it's not, no. It's that in other projects in Commissioner Shetta's experience, $1,500 a cubic yard seems extremely high, right? If he's wrong, substantiate
Okay.
that.
But that's option B. Option A is to use 750.
Just to absorb.
Option
Okay,
B is
yes,
to
you could
present
just say,
1,500.
assuming 750, this is how much the price would go down.
Okay,
Same thing for the structural steel.
okay, so what's the number for structural steel that you would be using?
The structural steel, I need feedback on the quantities, and I need feedback on the pricing.
And what pricing are you expecting for the structural steel?
$3,500
$3,500
per ton.
Per ton.
Yes.
And otherwise, we
And
would
the quantity
substantiate
used
that.
is, I believe the number is 48 tons. I need feedback for that. Why it's 48? Why it's not 35?
Okay.
Because I did ask for this last time, and I didn't get it. You focused on the foundation and itself.
Okay, so
Nothing
we
else.
have the concrete unit price, either use 750 or substantiate 1,500. We have the steel quantities, which actually we analyzed, and Chris could speak to this about why our numbers are exactly right.
We're not-
But in any event, the steel is $3,500 per ton, or if we change that price, we have to substantiate.
If you want to use the 7,500 that you used, which is more than 2 times what I'm suggesting, give me a proof for that. It's the same exact thing for the concrete.
Okay, and what other points?
And number 3, right now, the depth for the cellar is driving the waiver, because you just explained that your excavation will be about 18 feet. Do you need to go below the sidewalk 12 and a half feet? Can we make it 10?
No, and we can show that in the sections, which we have copies to provide you, that if we keep the structure, if we reduce the cellar to stay above the water line, we have a cellar that is 6'9" high, which doesn't meet the code of 7'6".
I'm not talking about keeping the same height as previous. I'm talking about, can you make it
This
from
is
the sidewalk to
This is
the...
going to an excavation depth of 14 feet, which is the water line. This is working backwards from the water line.
No, this is going to 18 per your engineer.
No, our desired is to go to 18. This is a drawing that we just produced based on the meeting yesterday.
Oh,
It
so I
says-
don't have this.
Well, we can give you copies, we have copies right
He's
now.
saying that if you go to 14 feet, you only
Yes.
have a 6'9".
Right. If we go to 14 feet, we only have a 6'9" ceiling and 5'9" with mechanical. Not only does that not work for
That's not
code,
code, right.
but it also doesn't work with our financials because the cellar is a very important, in fact, the most important, one of the most important spaces
If you
for
need the 3
financial.
feet high grade beam, and if you need to put it on top of the footing.
Well, even, because we
Yes,
we
because
looked at that
that,
too,
because
because,
that clear depth.
but the bottom line here is just to also try to clarify this, that even if we can shave off a little bit of the structure, we are still left with close to a 7-foot cellar height, and a 7-foot cellar height has no marketability and any relationship to our financials.
So you're saying if you dig 12 and a half feet, 2.5 for the foundation, and then 10 feet clear from the top of the cellar to the sidewalk, this is not enough?
It's
10
not
feet?
10 foot clear. It's not 10 foot clear unless, and if we go below the water line, we have to excavate and still also put
I'm
up.
not talking about below, I'm saying dig from the sidewalk, go down with the excavation 12 and a half feet.
Right, that's
2.5
exactly.
feet for the foundation,
Right.
and 10 feet is the clear height of the cellar. Would that work?
Yeah, but
No, that's floor to floor, and we also have the
ceiling height.
structure, and we have the slab, and we have the clear height below the beams, below the grade beams. If you look at the sections that I just provided, we
Yes,
can.
I'm looking at it.
Is it your statement that if it was 10 feet, it would take more than 3 feet of, that would be non-usable, that would be 3 feet away from the ceiling?
Exactly, and we have to have a
And
certain
that is
ceiling
because-
height.
Okay, and that is because the 3 feet will be taken away from what? As a result of what?
Depth of structure.
Depth of structure,
Ductwork that has to go in.
the ductwork, and anything else?
I'm having trouble with that part.
With this section?
You've got a 3-foot mechanical system. This is a small building. Why do you need to have ductwork in a hung ceiling in a cellar? Why can't there be exposed ductwork? Why can't this is, no.
Well, even if you just go from the top of the slab to the bottom of the grade beam, it's 6'9".
Right, no, we're
irrespective of the
talking about
mechanics.
if you're reducing further the grade beams and so on, that's giving you a real clear
No, the grade beams-
ceiling height.
But reducing the grade beam 6 inches is only going to
No,
give
not
us...
6 inches, obviously more significantly than that.
At least
But
a foot.
I'm just looking at, it's an extremely generous, you've got a 2-foot, more than that. You've got 2'10" from the bottom of your mechanical, from your hung ceiling to the top of the slab. It just seems, it's sort of an
I'm sorry,
extreme.
2'10", we have...
How much can you cut this with it being safe?
So, the other part of it is, it's not that you've got so much area in this cellar that you're putting a Dwayne Reed down there. I mean, why, I'm
that's it,
misunderstanding the value of the cellar in the context of this project.
Should we let Jessica, the finance
Yeah.
director, speak to that? Because
Saying it's
that,
going to be display area, selling space,
Display area.
not storage.
right, it's not
This is not a storage cellar, this is
Right.
a display area
No,
selling.
but I'm looking at
Do we have a floor plan?
the size of the,
We're just talking about I think the,
I'm sorry, just please state your name.
Hi, good afternoon. Jessica Corris on behalf of the applicant. If you notice on the ground floor of the retail space, there's a substantial, the majority of the storefront is taken up with a spiral staircase that'll be kind of, I mean, I don't want to put words in the architect's mouth, but it's the display, for permanent display of the storefront. So the integration between the first floor and the cellar is an important part of this retail space. They'll be relying on it and in our assumptions, we've assumed that they'll be relying on it as selling floor, usable space, not just storage. So if that is removed from the equation because the cellar is no longer legal to occupy,
well, no, we're not talking about an illegal occupancy. We're talking
That's
about
the
whether you need
height.
a 12-foot high
It's my
ceiling in your
under-
cellar.
it was my understanding that
I think
the
it's, their
height of
argument
the
is-
ceiling would no longer be legal. But if we're moving towards marketability, it'll also be difficult to market a cellar height that is reduced.
I don't
And-
think we're there. I think where we are, where the question that was posed is, if it was at the 12-foot level, right? If they excavate to 12 feet, why isn't that enough? Where is all this extra room going that won't make this ceiling legal?
well, the structure is the structure for the slabs and the grade beams, which we've already discussed, right?
Right.
And even if per the conversation of this diagram with the engineer, which even though he's strongly advocating this position versus this approach would actually save some dimension in the footing. But even if you're taking 6'9", which is the clear height from the bottom of the beam to the top of the floor, saving a foot still gets you to 7'9". That is not a marketable space for either residential or retail.
It would save the entire grade beam. If you make it flush with the footing, it would save the entire grade beam, which is 3 feet high. If you cut 3 feet of the excavation, that means you cut 3 feet of the underpinning or the SOE. You cut 3 feet of the excavation.
Do that. The grade, whether
You got
it's
these
3
mic-
feet or 2'6",
Can I just-
you can't just take 3 foot of the grade
Can I
and make it
just,
disappear.
can I just say something here?
That's what
Based on
you're
I
asking us to
understand-
do.
Based on what I understand, the two engineers are saying is that if we were to follow Commissioner Shetta's solution and you not having a complete analysis of the seismic condition, you put in the worst case and you're assuming a 3-foot grade beam would be required, but if maybe at most you could shrink it to 2 feet. So
Correct.
from what I'm gathering from the architect is that 1 foot extra that one may gain if the grade beam depth is shrunk from 3 feet to 2 feet, it still does not give you enough of a cellar height.
No,
You-
that's what
you
they're
get-
arguing.
That's what they're arguing. And
Yeah.
I'm accepting that. That's how, I just want to make that clear.
But I'm not talking about 1 foot reduction.
Yes.
I'm talking about from 3 to 2.
That's
Then
what-
the-
that's what
let
he's
me
saying.
finish. Hold on. Then the entire 2
Moves
taken
down.
from atop of the footing and put them flush with the footing.
That's a
That's
3
how
foot.
a strap beam should
Yes.
look.
I-
Google
Yes.
a strap beam.
Okay,
look at
do
it.
not-
I
I
want
do
to,
not agree
I need
with
to
this.
cut this off now. We have too
I'm
many
the
other
engineer
hearings,
here.
and we've already
That's
discussed
not the
this
way
3
strap
times,
beams work.
okay?
Put it in
We've-
writing then?
Yes.
I will be happy to.
Yes, you'll put it in writing, and
just
then the board will make its decision
Okay.
based on what it believes is the right approach and the right way of viewing it, okay? But we've covered this already 3
All right, I'm
times.
just
I
gonna
don't
s-
want to do it
I'm just going to
anymore.
add one more thing, I'm sorry.
No,
If we go with comparable prices, we're going to go with comparable sized buildings, which makes a big
Yes, of
difference
course.
in unit cost.
Okay, so you make your argument that way, okay?
And are there any other items
Okay.
that we didn't cover on this list that was very clear in terms of what was provided?
I just, one second, I just want to show everybody this. I just Googled strap beam images. Can you take a look at that?
So, yeah, so for the record, the commissioner is showing an
I
image
just
of a
Googled
strap beam,
strap
which is,
beam image.
yes.
So this could be the footing, and that could be
This is
the
footing,
taping.
this is footing 1, which is the neighboring footing. This is footing 2, and in order to prevent this one from turning, you tie this footing to this footing.
No, a strap beam.
Excuse me,
braces-
sir. Sir, we're done with this. We're done with this.
Gentlemen.
Okay? All
Mr.
right,
Becker,
we're
how
done
much
with
time do you
this.
need?
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Becker,
We're
how
done
much
with
time
this.
do you need?
We're- How much time
Yeah.
do you need? Chris, how much time do you need? 5 weeks, 6 weeks? Michael, a month? We can submit within 4 weeks.
Okay. I think we should, let me see, 7221.
We'd like to get this
I
sooner rather than
can-
later, please. If we can
Do you
submit
have
by...
the March 5th version? I want to see what you think for you.
We also have the special hearing day.
There's one new,
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
yeah?
Because it's really, it's not, at this point, it's
Not
not
you.
me.
Okay.
It's really whatever Commissioner Sheta could do.
Okay. All right, so then we put it on for March 5th hearing, which is a...
February 13th.
February 13th submission. Okay? And I would encourage, please, the team to listen very carefully to the video from today and to the video from yesterday and be, let's say, cognizant of the concerns. And try not to simply be argumentative. Be cognizant of the concerns, because the concerns are ultimately what will make the decision about this variance and the scope of the variance, okay? And insisting on your position isn't necessarily the right way to go. Being willing to give on the position sometimes moves the project along more quickly,
Getting
okay?
done versus,
So,
right.
Okay,
all right,
thank you.
thank you.
Should we do the next one, because that's an agenda?
This is
Yeah.
the construction of a
Okay,
strap.
okay, you can show us later. You can show us
From
later that
construction site.
we're
You
done.
want to do the next two, it adjourns, and
Yeah.
then call it a break?
Yeah.
Item number 16, 2016-4335BZ, 22021 137th Avenue, Queens. This is requested an adjournment. Actually, no, this is a adjournment, administrative adjournment.
I don't,
Oh, it
February
is?
26th, I think
Yeah.
you requested February 26th.
Well, that
February-
doesn't mean
requested
that
February
they can
26th.
request, but they don't necessarily get. Okay, what do we have on February 26th? We have 22, okay. 21, okay, we can do it for then. So it's,
It's February 6th submission.
February 6th. Okay.
Item number 17, 2016-4465BZ, 129 Anderson Street, Staten Island. This is also a request for an adjournment.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale from the applicant. We can be flexible with the board's calendar. There's been a change in architect. We have to do some title research. It to take longer to submit than expected.
Okay.
Late February, early March for a submission date
For submission, okay.
requested, if possible.
So then, March 26th, is that too late for the hearing?
That's
That would
fine.
be,
That's a March 6th submission.
That's perfect.
is that all right?
Yep.
No, I got it. Okay. Oh, we want to take a break now, or you want to?
Yes, this would be
taking
lunch
lunch.
break, 30 minutes,
Okay, so
Back
we're going to
at
break for 30
2:45.
minutes. We'll be back
Yeah.
at,
2:45.
what is it?
2:45.
2:45.
That's under Mikey.
Mike's on?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back on the calendar. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 8, 2019. The zoning calendar continued hearing items, item number 18, 2017-8BZ, 356, 362 East 139th Street, the Bronx. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Good. Anybody else? No? Okay.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Good afternoon. Chair, we had a representative at the executive session. We understand that the discussion with regards to the substantive matters regarding the case have been resolved. We are awaiting comments, from what I understand, from DEP on environmental issues. I believe those will be returned to the board on or around the 16th. And we also resubmitted materials to the fire department in accordance with their letter request of January 4th. So that's really all that the applicant has to report.
Exactly. So, and maybe, I don't know if fire department has had a chance to review their submission. It has to do with the access to the roof, right? And,
John Daly, Fire Department. Yes, we did receive a revised plans according to our objection of January 4th. I believe we received it yesterday. So it is being expedited for review. Hopefully by the end of this week, it will be completed.
Okay.
And I can inform the board of that.
okay, great, thank you. All right, then. Are there any speakers on this? I actually don't think there are, oh, we can't close because we have DEP. Right. All right, so,
I'm sorry, Chair, can you repeat that? You're unable to
Can't close because DEP is still.
understand.
yeah. I would like to put this on as soon as possible. What do we have? We had,
January 16th.
yeah,
Which is the day
Right.
after our next hearing.
yeah, and we knew we had one adjournment for next week. And it turns out that the January 29th that we just put one case on has to be adjourned, so we could slip it in instead.
Okay.
Ultimately. Right.
No, I'm just clearing my throat. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good with January.
All right,
That's okay.
so let's put it on for January 29th. We're just really waiting for DEP and fire department, so there's nothing for the commissioners to review.
And Chair, to the extent that, of course, we satisfy the board, I'm assuming that we can potentially receive a vote on that date.
You know the drill.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. And just so you know, no amplification or of sound or lighting on the roof, right?
Understood.
And no E EFIS.
Oh, we understand that.
And no EFIS.
We've been around a little bit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
All right.
Item number 19, 2017-56BZ, 1321 Richmond Road, Staten Island. Camera. Raise your right hand. Not this one. Do you affirm? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay. Frankie, don't mess with me. It's all right, it's all right, it's all right.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Philip L. Rampula, Urban Planner, for the applicant. I reviewed the review session, and I believe that the issue centers around a properly formatted construction cost estimate that details excavation, concrete, and shore. So if I could be supplied with a format for that, so that I'm not going over the same real estate twice, I would gladly comply.
Okay, we do have a form. Does that, the form that was produced, is that the right?
Yeah, the latest one is okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and there was actually a little bit more.
Yes, there was.
The latest one is whatever was submitted, like issued before, but with some, like explanation, so it's not something. And even if you have something different with the same information in it, I would be okay with that.
You're looking for quantities.
Quantities with the way they were obtained.
Correct.
Let's say on the, like, the items that big items, the items that are impacting the cost of the, like the whole project, the critical ones.
Okay.
Doors and these kind of things. It's, I'm not gonna ask you to like give me a breakdown for where you get these numbers from, but excavation, concrete.
I would give you the cubic yards on excavation. I would give you the length and height on any shoring. And I'd give you the length and height on any retaining, well, actually, the foundation wall that acts as a retaining wall.
Explaining the way you got the cubic yard. If you're gonna see in the table, let's say you're giving me the footings. You have length, width, thickness for the footing. So if you provide these, and you give me 100 cubic yard, let's say the 100 cubic yard is not the right number, the right number is 150. I'm not gonna say, okay, good for us, we'll take the 100. No, I'm gonna alert you that you like miscalculated this. The real number should be 150, it shouldn't be 100, and vice versa. So that's how we cooperate to like do the job right.
You got it.
Thank you.
I understand. Getting back to I had made a submission in which I reiterated what the A findings were on this unique piece of property. And in looking at this piece of property on Richmond Road, it is the only undeveloped piece that is left. And it's undeveloped for a few reasons. One, I'm going back to the 1919 topographical map, which gives you a snapshot of what the side of the hill, or what that hill along Richmond Road looks like. May I?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, is that what we have in the original file?
So it's part of the original sound.
Everyone was, I don't want to, I'm not speaking.
There you go.
But everyone was talking about whether this was the steepest slope, or whether the other slopes next door were just as steep. So you look at my site that's outlined in red, and then Commissioner Chandra had said that the houses to the left, they excavated out the bottom, they made a flat platform, they put a big retaining wall in the back, so they came in from the bottom on Richmond Road, and they came in the top from Overlook. So if you look at those grades, the contour lines are more further apart than the contour lines on my site. So when contour lines are very close together, that means you have a steeper slope. Now, what's important with Commissioner Chandra's comment is there's economy of scale, which I already submitted in my original submission. They built 5 or 6 houses to the left of us simultaneously. So the cost of excavation, the cost of retaining walls was spread out over a 5-unit job, not just a 1-unit job. So there's an economy of scale there. In addition...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Why? The retaining wall, usually it's per linear footage. So whether you have 1 foot or 100 feet, at the end of the day, it's...
No, I respectfully disagree in that if you're building on a 60 by 100 lot, you have your sides, your rear, and your sides.
Correct.
If I'm doing 4 houses in a row, I have my side, I go across 4 lots, and then I have 1 side. I've eliminated all those side retaining walls. So there's an economy of scale to build 4 in a row than to just build 1.
Okay.
The other uniqueness about this property is that it's directly adjacent to a existing commercial property. That has not been discussed here much at all in terms of having a single-family detached home next to a thriving commercial use. It's not the most ideal spot to have a single-family home when we're talking about a sale point price or a construction price in excess of $800,000.
But being next door, well, for one, that site next door, isn't it a hair salon?
It is.
Aren't there people living upstairs above the hair salon?
They are.
So they're living adjacent to commercial use, right?
So would my apartment dwellers. but not someone in the market for a single-family detached home.
Well, what about the
Wait,
people
wait.
across the street who have that really large sort of pile of a house there?
The architect,
Yeah,
that's a two-family home with a home occupation.
well, it's an illegal home occupation.
I'm not going to tournament.
Yeah, so,
I know the gentleman,
yeah, no, this happens to architects all the time now.
but if you look at since you brought that up, if you look at the 400-foot radius diagram, and I still haven't gotten off the A finding, so directly next to me on lot 89 are 2 dwelling units above the hairdresser, and then further east are 3. It's a 3-family.
That's a 3-family that's on the other side of the hair salon?
Correct. It says 3 MD, 3 multiple dwelling. Lot 84. It's the one with the garages right at the lot line.
So I see the garages that are on the, are adjacent to the home.
There's one single-family detached home on the orange-colored lot.
Okay.
It's an orange-colored lot. There's one single-family detached home.
And then
next to it is a 3-family. There's one apartment per floor, and he has the 5 garages that he rents out. So now he has, on a hilly site, he's renting the 1 family, he's renting 3 apartments, and he's renting the 5 garages, so he has income to support that in terms of a rental. Directly behind him, the other orange lot, is another 3-family that's up on Overlook. There are apartments on Richmond Road. If you look between Newbury and Berger, there are 12 units. That's in orange also. They're set up like townhouses, but they're under single ownership and they're rented out. So those are multiple dwellings. They are rented out.
Where are you talking about?
This one.
This is between
That's in a
Berger,
different zoning district, right?
but it's in my neighborhood.
Well, this is in a different zoning district.
It's in an R3X.
Yeah, that permits,
No, it does not.
well,
R32 would permit that. This was downzoned from R32 to R3X.
So this was built before the rezoning.
Correct. Correct. And then all of the red lots are existing, non-conforming, non-complying commercial uses in a residential zoning district. So now, let me finish. I have a steeply sloped lot that has a 50% slope on it. Not only is it a steeply sloped lot, it is the compound lot. By a compound lot, it slopes from the rear to the front, and it slopes from the left to the right. So it's a compound slope. 2 different slopes to it. It's just not coming down the hill. It's going rear to front and left to right. I also have,
Why this is significant? Why do you think this is significant?
because on the right side of my building, I need minimum retaining walls because the hill's coming down on the right. But on the left side of my building, I need high retaining walls because it's higher on the left than it is on the right. It's unique. It's a unique lot. There's no other lot.
that's a question of whether it's a hardship, right? You can have all unique you want, but is it a hardship?
Okay, let's throw this into the pot of soup. I've submitted soil borings that indicate that I have hard serpentine rock. Serpentine rock, when it's hard, you can't just grab it with a backhoe and excavate out. You have to have a backhoe that has a hammer on it, called a hammer hoe. And there are certain fissures within serpentine rock. And you can pound on that fissure to get it to start breaking apart. And I had said this at the last hearing. I would encourage all of the board members to take a look at this because the beauty parlor next door, they have, at the end of their driveway, exposed serpentine rock. And it must be some 6'4", so it's got to be 7 or 8 feet high. Now that serpentine rock has not disintegrated at all. It's still pretty solid. So that beauty shop has been there since the 1930s. So now you start to see that I'm going to have a practical difficulty in increased construction costs because I have to pulverize the rock and have an excavator there, because after they pulverize, the backhoe's pouring out as the other guy is pulverizing in. So
you're saying that you have harder rock as compared to the property adjacent?
Correct.
To you?
Correct. And this...
That actually could work against your hardship, because the more hard is the rock, the less retaining walls you need.
Okay.
Because the rock can stand by itself, so you don't need retaining walls.
No,
Why?
We went through this at the last hearing last February, in that if that is, the building department is not going to let me have freestanding rock.
I'm not saying.
Just standing there. I have to control the water that falls on that comes on that rock, and there is the chance that pieces of that rock will disintegrate over the time. Whether it's this big or it's this big, we don't know. You can't take that chance. You, Mr. Rampula, have to build a retaining wall there.
But the design for the retaining wall itself would be, the retaining wall section cost would be much less if you classify this rock as hard rock.
Well, you're a good PE, so you know you have to design for the worst possible scenario. So if there's a shift in that rock, or if that rock disintegrates over time, you have to support what's behind it. And the only reason I know that is I've built, on a variance case, a retaining wall that held back serpentine rock. As the GC and the architectural office, I don't make representation to be an architect. I am an urban planner. So I know what the building department's going to make my client do on this site. And they're going to say, worst case scenario, Rampula, do a retaining wall as if you hold them back that hill. So let me just digress. Unique situation. 50% slope, compound slope, hard serpentine rock. I'm next to a commercial building, and I'm across the street from a commercial building, and I'm on a main thoroughfare, which is not really conducive to single-family homes. It is conducive to have an apartment there, as an apartment dweller, and I think I'm up to 6. I'm across the street from commercial use.
None of those are unique conditions. Those are just sort of neighborhood situations, right?
None of those are unique
No,
conditions?
the only ones that are unique, the only ones that you could argue are unique are the slope of the site and what else? The slope of the site.
The hard serpentine rock.
And we don't know about the serpentine rock. Maybe yes, maybe no, but I think cliffs have serpentine rock. Don't know, because you haven't established that serpentine rock isn't the standard found everywhere on this overlook, right?
In this area, as far as I know, yes, it is. It's everywhere.
Yeah, but, right, but there's class 3, class 4, and I think it's class 3 and class 4 when it comes to serpentine rock, and the classification has to do with the amount of fissure, the thickness of the
Rock is class 1A, 1B, 1C.
You're in the new code. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm in the new code.
I'm a
yes.
68 guy.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
And I believe there is, by the way, there is nothing called hard serpentine rock in the new code. Serpentine by itself, it's classified as soft rock or weak rock.
Not all of it. Please, in all due respect.
Okay.
Take a look at the code again. I was.
Okay, whatever it's classified as, you would need to show that it's relatively unique here if you wanted to use the rock as a claimed unique condition, right? The others are, it's not unique to be on Richmond Road, lots of people are. It's not unique to be across the street from retail, lots of people are.
But that's not, I'm sorry, Chair. You have similar board cases or sister board cases for lots 77 and 73, which are on this side of the road at 1281 and 1275 Richmond Road, where the board found, now these two lots, there was, the statement that was made at review session wasn't entirely correct. These two lots, 77 and 73, tracked each other. They were heard at the same time, they were the same applicant, they were the same owner, they were on two separate zoning lots. They asked for a variance to do a two-family home in a one-family area, and it was granted because they had a 30% slope, and they were on a main arterial street, and across from them was commercial uses.
Those are not unique physical conditions.
But the board found that it was.
Well,
And I submitted it.
the board wouldn't have found, I doubt that the board actually found those are unique physical conditions, right?
No.
I'm
I'm sorry.
The fact of being on a busy thoroughfare is not a unique condition.
And it's true
No matter
to
how you
every other building on that thoroughfare.
What?
It is true to every other unit on that thoroughfare.
So you're not going to persuade me anyway that it's a unique condition to be on a thoroughfare where lots and lots of people are on the thoroughfare, so what's unique about it?
Mr. Rampolla.
I think we should, instead of focusing on that, because you're not going to persuade me about it, you need to focus on the slope of the site being unusual for this area and maybe on your subsurface conditions. But I still am stuck on the, why does every building have to strafe the mountainside? Why can't you be a more delicate insertion onto the mountain so that you don't have the kinds of retaining wall and excavation costs that are driving up your costs?
Unless same is unmarketable. Unless it be with the chair's suggestion, questioning why would it have to, why can't it be delicately placed on the slope? Would that be unmarketable or less marketable?
I don't, physically.
Or impossible?
Commissioner, I don't know how to do it.
Okay.
We've been in business for a very, very long time. I don't know how to do it on the downside of a slope.
And that is because?
That's why I keep going to take a look at Google Images, go to Pinterest. There's hundreds of buildings built, probably thousands, built throughout time on the downside of a slope where, for instance, they're on piles and they're above grade and you enter them in all sorts of interesting ways. And they just are. And some of them kiss the hillside. Some of them sit on the hillside and there's a little bit of cutting. But the projects that you submitted to us just insist that you must cut in, clear it away, have a flat surface, that's it, no other way to build a building. If that were true, we wouldn't see those cute little chalets in Switzerland for hundreds of years.
Okay,
right?
Chair. So what do I do with Growth Management Task Force zoning requirements that requires me to have 1.5 off-street parking spaces per dwelling?
That's just a parking space. That's not the entire however many square foot of your floor
Oh,
plate.
wait a second. That goes on further to say that my driveway can't have more than a 10% slope.
This is just the parking spaces you're talking about. So if you're cutting for the parking spaces, that's the parking spaces for 2 cars, right? As opposed to the entire floor plate of the house.
I didn't do that on the as of right. The as of right that I submitted to you.
No, I saw the one where you're zigging, right? The zigging is still cutting back.
The sawtooth design?
Yes.
Yeah. So can we talk about the market and what's marketable in this area for that
That's
size
not the
house?
question about whether
Ah.
marketability isn't, I don't actually think that's a finding, marketability.
Well, it goes to the B finding.
First, you need to make the unique condition, right? And first, you have to establish that the unique condition poses the hardship. We didn't get up to B.
Mr. Rampolla, is the 30 degrees unique in this area?
50 degrees, yes. There's no other lot that has a 50-degree slope on it. Even the two that went to the board had a 30-degree slope on it.
And this has a 50, which is?
And this has a 50, which is much steeper.
And is that true of any of the other homes in the area?
No, if you looked at the 1919 topographical map, the other contours are spaced further away from each other, except for the gentleman who's directly next to me, to my left. and he has access from the top. So that's easy to design, when you have access from the top of a slope. Because the house, if everyone's using the markers today,
Is that house front on Richmond or Overlook?
Overlook.
so if this is the street, their house comes out, it's supporting.
Phil, do you want to, I'm sorry, Mr. Rampula, take the mic with you when you're at the
Sorry.
board. I know your voice carries, but
You think?
just in case.
So if this is a section through the site and the hill's coming down this way, I can put supports, piles, concrete, not have to excavate this hill, come in straight right off the street, and there's my house.
Right, this is the classic way that you enter a house from above.
Right,
But
so-
there are plenty of other solutions where you can enter the house, you're talking about entrance, enter the house from below and still have that relationship to the hillside. Want to see pictures?
Sure.
But Chair, my question would be, how would you be able, assuming that the driveway would lead to the house, I guess there'd be, I don't think,
Driveway would lead, well,
What-
driveway
more than a
leads to
10
the house, or the driveway leads to a spot and then there's an elevator
Stairs,
that
right.
goes in stairs.
Well, I did that. So if you look at BSA, six, my last submission.
I can't see.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
do you carry Lex Malchus with you?
So can everyone see BSA 6 from my last submission, drawing 6 of 17? I implore all of these, all of the commissioners to please visit the site. If you get out of your car and you stand on the sidewalk, you're going to say, this is very steep. And the reason I say that, I can't emphasize enough, if you look at drawings BSA 6, I have a site section right here that shows the existing grade going through the house. This is my property line. In the street area, I have to cut 6 feet outside of my property line
I'm looking at it, you don't have to show.
just to access my lot. So that's a 6-foot cut right there.
But it doesn't have to be the entire frontage, it could be a pathway.
I'm concerned about some like discrepancy between the site plan contours and the contours on this map. If you look at this map, from the property line here, if you go back to about 30% of the property.
Well, I had discussed that at the last hearing.
Okay.
This was Richmond Road in 1920 before they widened it to a 4-lane road that it is now. So you have to keep that in perspective.
Did they put material in?
They cut. If you go back to the 400-foot radius diagram and you look at where those garages are on lot 84, there's actually the city of New York during the WPA, the Works Project Administration, built retaining walls along Richmond Road in order to widen it.
But when you cut, you make the slope more gentle.
No, they just cut it.
Can you draw like draw me a cross section that way based on that contour?
Not now.
No. You could do it like just to sketch it.
Based on
The difference between the contours here, on the front, up to 30%.
Yeah.
The distance between the first contour line and the second contour line is about
It's big.
1/3 of the building, which
Yeah.
means that it's going like this,
It's
and then it's
gradual.
steeping up. And I'm concerned that the front, let me finish. The front 30 to 40% of the lot, the front portion of the lot, this is where you're putting your building.
Can we do this? Can you look at BSA 2 and look at the 1920 map? Now look at, please tell me when you get it up.
BSA 2.
Which submission?
BSA 2.
Which date?
Revised 6/6/2018. It's the existing conditions
I think this is
site
it.
plan.
628.
Yeah, 628 submission.
Yeah.
You see that? It's just before the November.
And we're looking.
That's what I'm looking at.
Okay.
You're looking at the as-of-right site plan?
No, not the as-of-right.
The revised.
Existing condition.
I don't know what they. Got it.
Okay, so you see the outline of the beauty parlor next door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's like right up on the property line. Now look at the 1920 map,
Here.
the topo map.
By fives.
And you can see how further back
going to be closed.
that building is from where the street line is, because they widened it right there, right here. That's the beauty parlor, that's the beauty parlor next door.
Okay.
If you look at my existing conditions, the beauty parlor is right on the front property line. If you look at this 1920s map, the road's all the way over here. So during the Works Project Administration, they widened Richmond Road, and they pushed it back to widen it that way. And that's very plain to see in that information on the existing conditions plan.
So you're saying they cut inside your property, you're saying?
I think they took it way back when.
Motion could.
I think the government took it to widen the road.
So if this is the case, you're arguing based on something that's been changed.
Just at the street line, sir, not for the body of the...
So to clarify this, you should really, if you're giving us this map, you should show us where the street line really is, as opposed to giving us this, because it's misleading,
Yeah, just
right?
overlay the current street bed
could do that.
condition.
Yeah.
That would help.
Because we start on your site at elevation 68, right? And which coincides with what looks like there is on this old map, elevation 68. So then what happened? Right, that's what's confusing. You have this buildup of elevation change that you don't see on this old map.
I have to disagree with you, Chair.
Well,
I'm
it does
looking
start
at,
at elevation 68.
well, look at 60, look at 60,
Yeah,
and then the next one that they're showing is 65.
right. 65, 68,
Right,
right?
right. And I'm starting on my lot at 68.
Right?
Yes.
Which is a little bit in between, right?
So I can show the overlay of the street on that map, where it is today.
Okay.
Because actually, based on this map, it appears that the site right to the left is less impacted by the slope than your property, actually. Because,
No, more impacted.
Less.
I'm sorry,
Less.
yes, more,
More
yes, I'm sorry, I
No.
apologize. Yes. Based on this, yes, because
That- the-
30% of your property is kind of flat based on this, the other property is not. And you have the same exact compound slope as the other property next door. If you look at the contour lines, they are they are sloping in the same direction, so compound slope, compound slope. You have a slope here, you have a slope here. You have 30% of the property on your property without significant slope. They have, I would say, 100% of theirs with that slope extending.
Yeah,
I mean, based on
They
that-
enter from the top, though.
No,
They
they
enter
don't,
from
they don't.
overlook.
No,
This
that's
is
not
the
true.
other one.
Yes, the
This
one-
is
Three
the
houses
salon.
below enter from Richmond.
No.
You're talking about the
Yeah.
very next adjacent home
Very next
enters
adjacent-
from overlook. It's a through lot.
Yes,
The very
when you
next
go over-
adjacent home.
Lot 20.
If you look at the photo, it's
enters
set
from
way
overlook.
back in the woods and it's at a higher elevation.
look at lot 20,
I'm
Chair,
talking about this.
which is 46
No.
Overlook
I thought you
Avenue.
were talking about this one.
They have 25 feet of frontage,
Where are the three houses located?
lots 98, 100, and 102.
See, that's the other part. How am I supposed to know where not 98 and 102 is on this? So if you're making an argument to compare a lot to a lot, then I need to see where the lots are.
Yeah.
I don't know where the lots are.
The steepest
Right.
part of the slope, that's a through lot that enters off of overlook.
Correct.
Because there are three houses that directly access to the east of this, to the west of this site. There are three houses that access directly
From
from
Richmond.
Richmond. When you're on Google Earth, there is a forest
multifamilies.
on Richmond, and we can't see the house, there's a house back there, and then there's these three houses. So I can't tell where and those are the three houses you're arguing had an economy of scale.
Yes, because it was the 3 plus the 2 on Overlook.
So.
It's 5.
So then there were two on Overlook, so that's a completely different thing. So the ones on Overlook is a completely different construction issue, right? We're looking at the ones down below.
Right.
So why are we talking about the ones that access from Overlook?
But he's
when
talking
you
from
have
the
three?
economy
I'm
of
talking-
scale in terms of the entire
I
construction
understand
cost.
that, but you don't have
Well, you
the
can't
same-
discount that.
No, but you don't have the same issue about retaining walls for the one on Overlook.
Sure you do.
You're holding it up with the retaining walls on the Richmond side.
You're doing a little bit of both. You're taking a bad situation, you're using economy of scale, and you're creating a flatter backyard for the guys up top, and you're holding back the earth for the guy on the bottom. And you're doing it with one retaining wall that's doing double duty. So there's an economy of scale when you do that for 5 single-family detached homes.
I can appreciate that.
Thank you.
What'd you say?
I said I could appreciate that.
Appreciate that. This is their 2 tiers of retaining wall. There's 1 tier.
Yeah, you also have to ask yourself, why is this the only undeveloped lot on Richmond Road? And I think it was said best by the owner of the beauty salon next door. When, in the hearing, the first hearing, on tape, she said, I looked at this myself. I went to a bunch of different architects. They said you can't build on it, it would be too expensive. She passed it up, and she passed up buying it, and she owns the business next door. So that in itself is a tell as to why this property hasn't been developed. And then when you start getting into it and you do a soil boring and you find you have hard serpentine rock, the costs just start escalating exponentially.
Exponentially.
Thank you.
Exponentially. They have the potential to exponentially, right here.
Norm Crosby said it best. No. So I think, now I want to go to, if I may, I think I've beaten the A finding to death, right? Pretty much.
Not about the serpentine, but maybe about the slope.
Well, I submitted soil borings, Chair, that shows the hard serpentine rock.
Right, but you didn't show that they were unique. You showed that they exist, perhaps.
So how do I show it's the,
Well, I think one way would be that if it's how much you'd have to remove because your entrance is by Richmond, the amount of serpentine rock that you would have to remove in relation to the rest of, the other adjacent properties is in itself a unique condition.
I understand.
Well,
Right, that's just my
another-
suggestion.
and
I'm not sure what the
another
other.
is this development next door didn't happen that long ago. There's probably information about soil conditions there. We often have applicants reach out to the engineers of the neighboring properties. Oftentimes, it's the same person.
We can pull those records at the DOB and get this soil boring.
And it'd be vital to a direct comparison to what had to be done there and why this is so much greater, I think would prove a great part of your A finding.
I appreciate that. We will do that. We will definitely do that. Now, there were questions about why my sawtooth design, my brother's sawtooth design is a sawtooth design. And then we followed the contour, I think it was 96 and 98. And the reason we followed that contour, it's roughly midway through the site.
No, that wasn't the question about why. The question was, why because you're not actually following the contour. You're zigging in relation, sort of not perpendicular, but at an angle to the contour. And why does that result in less retaining wall?
Okay, so what I just passed out to you, and what you see cross-hatched, is where the original proposal was. And we've changed that original proposal by widening the building and giving the footprint a sawtooth design. So, I'll pick those up. Oh boy, that's permanent. Okay. So with that being my lot, contours are doing this. With this as my high point, this is my low point. So it's going from here to here, and it's going from here to here. The worst thing you want to do in architecture is fight contours. So we picked a point right about there where we had the building. I'm not an architect, I apologize. Come a sawtooth across here so that we're not fighting going up the hill. So we took that back wall and we tried to work it into that slope.
Actually, that's not what your diagram, what your diagram shows.
That's
makes more sense to me.
That's what my diagram shows.
Your diagram is perpendicular-ish to any contour point. And so my question is.
Not here,
Only at those points where
but
it
that's
touches the contour.
that's the important point.
Why? You still
Because
need
I'm,
to-
I'm sloping that way.
But why is this holding,
Okay,
reducing
all
the
right.
amount of retainage? That's the part I don't get.
And why isn't your as-of-right designed in the same fashion?
It is, actually.
I did.
This is as of right.
I
number
did two as of rights.
It's the
Oh,
second
okay.
one.
It's the
Yeah,
second
I
one.
got confused there, too.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
But I have to jump now back to parking, because on Staten Island, you need three things to get a variance: parking, parking, and parking. Without parking, you're dead. So, and you talked yesterday, you hit on a lesser variance. So let's say I did a semi-detached, 1 unit and 1 unit. Semi-detached requires my curb cut to be on the side, and I need to have 2 cars up the side lot ribbon.
That's if that's the way you design it.
No, you can't.
No, here we are having variances, right? So what if we said you don't put the parking in the side lot, you put it in underneath the building?
Which is exactly what I'm doing.
Okay.
That's
But-
exactly what I'm doing. And to more,
You don't need to necessarily cut back the countryside all the way to that.
I didn't. Look at how much I took, I pulled that building, I cut that building off and still kept at the same FAR, Chair. Look at the crosshatch on BSA 24. We cut that building back, we pulled that building up as much as we could. We were sensitive to the fact that Richmond Road is a heavily arterial street, and we didn't want people backing out into Richmond Road. We wanted them to be able to pull in under the building, park.
No, you're talking about your proposal, I'm talking about your house, your as-of-right house.
My as-of-right house, they're going to back out onto Richmond Road. No question about it.
Okay.
But no one's building that house at a construction cost, I'm not looking at no one's building that house, the sawtooth, single-family, detached home at a cost of $800,000 or $900,000, because they're not going to get 1 million, 1.1 on Richmond Road.
What are they going to get on Richmond Road?
6?
That might be low.
600?
I think that's low for Richmond Road. You're right next to Dungan Hills Colony.
Yeah, but I'm not in Dungan Hills Colony. Once you go up that hill, you know it's a world of difference. Richmond Road is Richmond Road.
The house directly adjacent to you on Overlook, directly adjacent on Overlook.
On Overlook, though.
Right.
That's an
But still,
Overlook
it's with the Overlook access, that seems like, that's,
I'll give it to you, 600. But if my construction costs are 850, I'm not even out of the box to start construction.
So when you talk about a semi-detached house, your assumption is, see, this is the part that I have trouble with, and maybe part of it is because you're not an architect. And you come here and you say, I'm not an architect, so you don't hold me to the stuff that has to do with architecture. I'm actually looking at the stuff that has to do with architecture.
You hold me to it. I've been at that kitchen table for all my life, from my father to
Yeah,
my
so,
brother.
okay, but
Hold
so
me to
then
it.
don't say, I'm not an architect, and then not be able to
I don't
answer
like,
the
I have too
question.
much respect for the profession, and I don't like people to assume because my last name is Rampula that I am the architect.
Okay.
And that's why I make that I make that statement every time.
Okay, so, speaking to you as if you were the architect on the project, and this is the part that's quite confusing about this conversation, is when we talk about a semi-detached house as a compromise, so 2 units instead of 4, right? The assumption is it's the standard thing, the dumb rectangle that you drew there. Why does it have to be the dumb rectangle? Why can't it be a different kind of a solution that's more respectful of the terrain? That still gets your parking in there, that doesn't require as much cutting and retainage.
As a semi?
As a semi-detached, yeah.
As a semi-detached.
The parking can be the same as you proposed on a semi-detached.
I understand, but when you run the financials on a sale, then we're not going to get a return on our investment that covers the construction costs.
But that's because you're taking, the construction costs are extreme because of the amount of cutting and retainage.
But I think
And if you, let's just put it this way.
There's no way past that on a downward slope, Chair.
You're saying this is required.
Correct. For the market for which we're in. If I was up in the hills of Pennsylvania on a 10-acre site and I wanted to do something very different and hang my house off the hill, I get it. I can see it being done. But on a heavily trafficked arterial road with this amount of construction costs and this uniqueness, it's not going to happen.
Wait a minute, this uniqueness, which
The
uniqueness?
steep slope.
But you just said if it was in the mountains of Pennsylvania.
Because there's other factors.
Because of the marketing of the.
There's other
No,
factors.
now it's market, so now you're talking about a market issue, and I'm still trying to sit there with the unique condition that's driving the hardship. If this was in Pennsylvania, you wouldn't have the hardship with the exact same field conditions.
I wouldn't have the hardship, I wouldn't have the cost of construction from New York City, even though we're in Staten Island. I wouldn't have the zoning regulations that we have here. I'd have a lot more ability to manage that hill in the hills of Pennsylvania than I would under New York City building code or New York City zoning resolution.
This is the part I'm having trouble with.
Why?
The hardship is the unique condition about the slope of the site, right?
But you keep on bringing in the design of the house, Chair, in all due respect. I've been talking about nothing but the uniqueness of the site. And every time I think I've solved the uniqueness of the site, you go to the design of the building.
Because it's driving the costs, and therefore the scope, the size of the waiver. Because you're saying it's so expensive to do this, and each time the drawing of the this is a very standard building that you would put on flat terrain.
Okay, let's do.
So this
can I-
is
can I-
a slope
can I
site
do it-
treated like it's flat.
Can I do it? Can I do it this way?
Yes.
3 cases ago, you had it was a Greenwich Village project with a subcellar problem that was only 10 feet, right, in terms of a retaining wall and grade beams. So this is my front property line. I walk up to my front property line, and I'm at a 8-foot elevation already. So just to get my 15-foot front yard that's required by zoning, by the time I get to 15 feet, I'm probably at elevation 20. So immediately on a single-family home, let me be conservative. I got a 15-foot retaining wall I have to deal with, no matter what I do,
Why do you need a 15-foot retaining wall there?
because I have to get into my site to get 2 cars to park off the street that can't be between the building wall and the street wall.
They can't be more than 10 degrees of.
And they can't be more than a 10% slope on a driveway.
But a driveway is only, what is it, a driveway 12 feet wide? So we're just talking 12 foot wide that needs to be flat.
2 cars,
18 feet wide.
20 in the garage, because you have to swing the door.
Wait,
I said at that kitchen.
2 cars tandem parking.
Right.
You have to get in and out of them. So each car's about 4 feet wide, let's say, and then you need a couple of feet to get in and out.
12 feet wide, no? No.
No, it's
Typically
a
it's-
standard 2-car garage is 20 feet
No,
wide.
I didn't say 2 cars, I said 1 car tandem parking.
When you say
Oh,
tandem, what is your
tandem.
definition of
One
tandem?
in front of the
Behind the
other.
other.
But then you're cutting deeper into the hill.
Right.
So if I'm doing tandem, It's a two-car garage next to each other. It's 20 by 20 on a two-car garage.
As opposed to tandem, you have to go up the hill and you're cutting.
Right.
Here, you're maintaining the same,
Correct. It's less cut
grade.
doing side-by-side parking than it is tandem. Because it's
18 feet.
6 by 18 is your minimum. But when builders do that, and they sell it to someone, and they do a garage at 8, 6, 9 feet, people pull into the garage, they can't open the door.
Have you
Ridiculous.
presented these circumstances to the community board, all of these circumstances that you're presenting to us today?
Sure I have.
Okay. Okay.
That's why we went from 6 dwelling units, where we had I think it was a 6 or 7% return on investment. We went down to 4. We redesigned the building. As per the last hearing, you wanted a bona fide estimate. I sought out the best single-family home builder on Staten Island, which is Jacobson Construction. I had to give him a long time to do the estimate on the 4-family and the 2-family. I understand what you need to see his numbers better. We redesigned the building. We pulled the building forward. We got rid of the retaining wall at the rear. We pulled the building forward. We got rid of 16 feet of cut. And if you look at that site section, we got rid of 16 feet of cut into the hill.
and I would say this is, we had asked them, and not looking at any of the other issues, when I had first looked at it, I was pleased to see that you had looked into our concerns and tried to address the minimization of the excavation. Can more be done? I'm not going to opine on that right now.
But so I have a question about that site section. Where's it taken? In the middle or on the end?
It's taken it.
Because it's a, as you say, sawtooth, there's no place to take the site section where you're all the way through the building,
It's taken through the middle, Chair.
through the middle where it's the deepest point.
Well,
That's the question, right?
Chair, look at that site section again. You'll notice I have 30-foot minimum rear yard noted.
That you have what?
A 30-foot minimum rear yard noted on the site section.
Yes.
I've pulled that building back 16 feet, so now I have 46-foot rear yard. There was concern expressed at this board at the last hearing from the adjoining neighbor in the back. He didn't want to see the cut that close to his property, even though I was like 33 feet away from him. I've ameliorated that. I've pulled the house forward. I've made it wider. I've cut down on the amount of cut. I've cut down on the amount of retaining walls. We're trying to do the right thing.
Right, but you said that you reduced the cut. I'm just responding to, you show a section, but I don't know where the section is taken, and I just want to be,
Well, I'm not lying.
because the house is sawtooth, therefore, if you take it in one place, it looks like you really reduce the depth of the cut. If you take it in another place, it's not as much of a reduction. That's why I want to know where it was taken.
I can clarify for you. I don't have a problem doing that.
Okay.
Can you give us just, I don't know if this will help, Chair, if you can give us sections
Oh, I see where it was taken.
from a couple of different locations?
Yes.
And compare that to the original proposed to show the degree of the reduction in the cuts.
That's what this does, it supposedly
But
compared
this
to
is,
the
right,
original.
but I think, unless I'm misunderstanding, this is only from, your concern, this is only from the deepest section of the
It's
cut.
not from the deepest section, that's the point. This is from the middle, which is where the cut is at elevation. Well, let's say, yeah, that the cut is, it's just in a different place. It's further down the hill than the next one, which is further up the hill.
But then you have the parking here, so.
Well, this is all
It's
cut.
at
That's a
grade, right.
continuous
Right.
cut here. So that, and this is, if this section AA on these proposed drawings is the same as this BSA 24, then it's not taken from the most extreme cut, which is this one, this third one, right?
Even
That's
bet-
why, I'm just trying to,
Even better for me.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Do you know what kind of retaining walls you are using so far?
Poured concrete, steel rebar, probably a double mat on the vertical.
Excuse me.
And what is the tallest one?
Total,
What is the height of the tallest one?
I'd be guessing without delving into my plan, sir. I want to say it's at least 20 feet.
So, Commissioner Sheta, you wanted more detail on the costs, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Drawings, and quantities.
Drawings and quantities?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and Commissioner Otley Brown, you're just waiting for that?
I'm just waiting.
Yes, okay.
We have speakers?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, are there any speakers on this? I believe there
Neighbors.
We had a submission yesterday. Please come.
Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. You can sign in here. You don't have to be sworn in.
And if there's others who would like to speak, please sign in now
Opposed,
so
yeah.
we can be more efficient about the time.
You can line up. Okay. Just be careful of the camera. Okay. Just sign up here. You wait in the corner.
Please state your name.
My name is Roseanne Clift. I'm the secretary of the Iron Hill Civic Association. I just want to briefly comment on some things that Mr. Rampoulis said. The houses to the south of us, there were not 5 built at one time, there were 3 built at one time. That's lot 98, 100, and 102. And I know that because we did the kitchens in them, so I'm very well aware of when they were built. The garages that are located to the right.
We did the kitchens in them.
That's her business.
Oh, okay.
My husband's a contractor.
Got it. I must have missed that.
Sorry.
Garages.
The garages to the right of my building, they are not rented out. They are owned by the person that owns the building next to me, which is a one-family. I do have a retaining wall in the back of my building, which is serpentine rock. It does disintegrate. It does fall down constantly. I'm constantly picking it up and disposing of it. Other than that, and if we want to go back to my testimony of the 27th, yes, I did have the opportunity to buy the lot next door. I've hired architects, engineers, and I was told it is not a buildable lot. No matter what you do, they said, walk away, and I walked away. Okay. Dr. Khalid, the president of Iron Hill Civic, could not be here today, so I'm here on behalf of the residents of the surrounding community who signed the 100-plus petitions against the variance that we submitted last February, along with the letters from Borough President Otto and Council Leader Matteo. I also own the building next to the proposed site and live within a mile of this location. I am not a hairdresser. I do not own the beauty parlor. We rent it out. The site has a severe slope with an elevation of 60 feet to the swimming pools and homes above on Overlook Avenue. The serpentine rock is my retaining wall and runs through 1321 Richmond Road. City planning is proposing the preservation of the Serpentine Ridge. I don't know how that affects this. The area is subject to many documented collapses, evacuations, and vacate orders. Any excavation to this hillside will have dire consequences to my property, my tenants, and my neighbors. Any cutting of this serpentine will produce asbestos, and that, I don't hear anybody addressing that either. I take exception to the stated hardship being presented in this case. Anyone looking at this property can determine that it has an extreme circumstances, and retention of the hillside and the neighboring properties would be part of the equation. You don't buy a piece of property like this and then claim it's a hardship. This neighborhood is primarily 1- and 2-family homes with severe parking problems. We thought it was part of the lower density growth management, but we do not hear anyone addressing that. In front of this lot is a fire hydrant and 3 catch basins to the storm sewer, which cannot handle the runoff. A review of 311 records will show years of street flooding and accidents. The proposed plans will send the water into my property and my neighbor's property. I invite the board to visit the site and examine the situation for yourself. You can possibly climb the property and see the serpentine rock running through it. There is a massive piece at the base of the property right on Richmond Road next to my driveway. The homeowners on Overlook, who are in fear of having their property undermined, will be willing to have someone view their homes. They all bought these homes because of the stunning view and of the zoning, only to have their property value decimated now because they will be looking at the back of a windowless building and a roof. We all don't want to decrease our property values, lose our parking, increase the traffic, and live in fear of a collapse, all while looking at a building with underground parking that doesn't fit in our area. It didn't work down the street at Chase Bank, and it's been vacant for 3 years.
What's the address of the Chase Bank? You know?
It's at the intersection of Buell and Richmond Road. It's been vacant for 3 years because people can't pull in and out of there. Once you get in there, you can't park, and then you have to try to turn around and come out, so, thank you.
Next speaker?
Hello, how you doing? My name is Raymond Cliff. I'm Roseanne's husband. We own the property 38 years, and the lot is 130 feet deep, and the height is 61 feet high. I dispute about what Mr. Rampulo said about the compound slope. The water from the slope does pitch the way he said, and it pitches into my driveway. And for last 10 years, the serpentine rock has been falling into my driveway, and I have to clean it up every few months. I'm a contractor, so I can get rid of the dirt and the serpentine rock. And I can bring in samples of the serpentine rock for the next hearing, because it constantly falls off the hill. And behind my building, the main wall is serpentine rock. So I consider it soft rock, because when you hit it with a hammer, it falls apart.
How tall is the wall behind your building?
The wall behind my building would be about 12 to 15 feet.
And is it?
Of stone, natural stone, in front of the serpentine rock. But as it does the curve, it's just all serpentine rock. And the water, the compound slope, all comes down into the corner of my driveway and hits my drive. All the water comes in my driveway with the dirt and the rock. And it's been going on for years.
It's like a segmental block wall?
No, it was, the house, my house was built in 1908. So the stone wall was built probably right about that time. So all the natural slope of that hill was all just really stone, all in cement with stone, a stone-built wall. And in time, it's fell apart. It's fall down, except the back one. But the one going down the driveway fell down, and I removed it. And there's really hardly anything left there. That's why the dirt keeps falling into my driveway. So when he builds, what's going to stop that wall from keep deteriorating into my property? I have a problem with that. So, I would like to see a retaining wall the whole length of my property. Should his water from that lot go on into my driveway? I don't know, what's the code? I'm not sure, but I don't think all that water from the hill should end up in my driveway. It's been doing that, and it hasn't really been a problem except for the dirt and the serpentine going into my driveway, which is a piece, and then I have to clean it up.
But suggest that he can't use his property because of the water going onto your property. It seems.
Well, I'm saying when he digs into that mountain and he's making his foundation, a retaining wall, all that water from behind the foundation is going to end up going towards me. How is he stopping that?
So it's more like he wants to know how.
Yeah, how
you want that addressed if this is.
Yeah, I want that addressed. That's truly my argument.
Unless he's taking proper measures to divert.
Right, that's
the
my
road.
full argument. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Backus. I live on 34 Overlook, which is directly behind the two prior speakers, and I would be the diagonal neighbor to this new property. So this is actually very personal to me. You know, and after I've listened to the executive sessions the last two times and, you know, what's been going on here, and it seems to me like there's not even a clear plan as to what they want to do as far as submitting proper cost estimates and even proper plans and maps as to what they're trying to do, which gives me a lot of concern if this variance was approved as to how that would go on. My property sits directly above, basically above and right next to the property they're looking to develop, and the thought of them ripping out serpentine rock and drilling and hammering gives me a real concern about the integrity of my property, just from sliding down the hill, which from what I understand there have been prior instances of that happening in the neighborhood. And that's not even to speak of the fact that, you know, I bought my house where I did, relying on the zoning laws that say this area is for one-family detached homes. And to approve a variance for something here, you know, first they started at a 6-unit apartment building, and now they want to turn it into a 4, would have a direct impact on the value of my house, negative impact. And the thing here that should be noted too is that we're not dealing with someone seeking a variance as an owner-occupant. I'm looking to build a 2-family house where me, my family, and my in-laws, or my sister can move in, or even, you know, 2 semi-detached. You know, these are real estate speculators, you know, who are businessmen, and that gives rise to a duty of due diligence. And, you know, anybody who looked at this property for decades saw that it was not developable. And, you know, it goes directly to the B finding, the reasonableness of their return, in that, you know, they're looking for a windfall here. That's why they came originally with a 6-unit, proposing a 6-unit development, and now a 4-unit development. They're not trying to work with you to find, you know, two semi-detached homes or a 2-family. They're shooting for the moon here. You know, they want to turn this into a home run. They paid, Acris, I think, shows they paid $80,000 for this property, figuring let's take a flyer, let's see if we could get the zoning variance, let's hit a home run out of a, you know, an in-the-park home run here. And, you know, whatever they paid for that, the value of my property is going to go down much more than that because of the presence of it. You know, and we're allowed to rely on the laws here. You know, the zoning laws should mean something, and just because a speculator comes in and created a situation that if they did their due diligence, like a businessman should, they would know that there's no way they can make a good return on this kind of property. But they're trying to make it your problem, and my problem, and all the neighbors' problem. And then what they're going to come in, if they do get a variance here, they're going to come in 5 years from now or less and say, hey, we got the variance here, so let's do this. You know, there's other properties like this that could be developed on Richmond Road. But if you do go down Richmond Road, you do not find anything like what they're proposing to build. No underground garages, as far as I could see. They're all single-family homes, like the commissioner, the chairwoman has said. You know, there are homes that fit on these type of landscapes, and they're not trying to do that because they're trying to maximize their return. They're looking for a windfall here, which goes to the B finding as to the reasonableness of their return, and also with regard to the D finding, with regard to the hardship, which they made. They're businessmen, okay? They made a bad investment, now they want to make it everyone else's problem. And obviously, as far as the E finding, they're not even attempting to find the minimum variance.
I'm sorry.
Are you at 46 Overlook?
I'm at 34 Overlook.
34. Oh, so you're not that house that's sort of in the middle that has access?
No.
No, okay, so are you one of the houses that's behind the development that also goes down to
No, it's right
to
behind this
Richmond?
commercial building.
I'm right behind the commercial building.
Oh, so you're to the other side?
Right.
Okay.
And it's the only single-family home on that overlook side. Most of those are two-family homes.
Right, and I was unaware until
Zoning
I
allows
heard it here,
one-family home.
sorry, of the problem with dirt coming down from what would be right behind my property, which would obviously be exacerbated by what they're trying to do. So, you know, I would just ask the board to please consider the rights of the homeowners there already, you know, against the rights of these real estate speculators. Sorry to say that, but like I said, this is personal to me. And, you know, I would imagine that there would be further hearings on this, but I would also ask that special attention be paid to because I haven't heard in any of these sessions any talk about protecting the properties above this from potential damage while they're doing what they're proposing to do. And I think, for me, that's a very serious issue. You know, structural damage to my house. I mean, it's, you know, we're dealing with the same structural, you know, our guys, when we built our house, probably was the same thing as theirs. Very delicate situation.
So if they
thank you.
ensure that-
What, did you have a question for him?
Yeah, if they ensure the structural integrity of your home, would you still be, you believe, harmed by them building on that property?
I believe that
4 units, not
a
6.
4-unit home right behind my house,
But a one unit will not?
that's an as of right. They could do that if they wanted to.
But it will still require the same amount of retaining wall and that kind of,
I'm not an engineer, so you're talking me out of my depth there, and I can't answer that question. Whatever they could build as of right, go ahead, do it, you know? I mean, if they were
What's the difference to you if it's a 4-unit or 1 unit?
I think it's in the integrity and the nature of the neighborhood. I now have adjacent to my property a multiple dwelling, whereas it wasn't there before. That has an impact on the value of my house. Plus,
and
I
what if
haven't
the
seen the
roof
plan, so I don't.
line, but what if the roof line of the unit is the same as a single-family home and the footprint of the building is the same as a 4-family home?
I haven't actually seen the drawings.
There is an as-of-right proposal, alternative proposal that the applicant has submitted, which is the same footprint of the proposed 4-family, which has a similar roof line. So would that be an issue?
If they are building something that are entitled to build as of right, then I would.
That's not what we're.
No, that wasn't the question. Okay, we understand.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you. Any other speakers on this? Okay.
I just want to bring out one point. I'm looking at the radius map, land use map, and even though this area is zoned R1-2, which allows single-family homes, most of the homes here are 2-family homes. So assuming a 1-family home,
Where do you?
I mean, I'm just looking at the radius maps here, and they're showing two residences along
Not
Overlook.
most. No.
There are two.
There are few.
There are two. It's not only single family. I just want to make it clear that it's not
Yes.
a pristine single family rows of single detached homes. There are mixes of 2-family homes along Overlook and along Richmond Terrace. I just
Right.
want to make it very clear.
Yes, but I just also want to clarify, it's not mostly 2-family. It's a mix of 1s and 2s. And what's being asked here is 4. So that's the other question, is 4 and they started with 6, right? So is 4 the minimum variance? Should we be looking at a semi-detached where you get 2, which is typical of what we're seeing in the neighborhood? And maybe that's the solution.
These are actually all 1-family, these are built as 1-family with the second floor, and 1 floor is, so they're built as single-family homes, but with 2 levels for each family.
Duplex apartment.
Duplex apartments, thank you, not built as semi-detached homes.
Okay, but in terms of, but the site doesn't permit the single to have 2,
So here-
right?
So Chair, on the initial,
Or it does, right? You could have two units in a building, and then they're larger units instead of,
well, I'm not asking for a floor area variance, just.
no, understood,
So
understood.
no matter how I cut it, it's going to be what it is. Our concept has to do with the parking. But I wanted to say this. Our return on investment for the 6 unit was between 6 and 7%, I believe. Once we went down to 4, we're very close at a 2% return on investment, which is not normal and customary for this type of.
But your construction cost would be less if you did a 2 as opposed to a 4. You wouldn't need as much parking. You wouldn't need obviously as many kitchens and baths. And arguably, the floor plate would change.
I can't get away from that excavation. I implore you to please visit the site, for all of the reasons that the neighbors even said to visit.
What was the purchase price of this site?
I think it was 80,000.
Well, we don't look at the actual purchase price, unfortunately.
I was just curious
Yeah.
to know what.
There was testimony that it was 80.
As far as what the opposition has said, we are required to take care of 100% of our stormwater on our site and dispose of it, either into the storm sewer or into on-site dry wells. We can't let water runoff go onto an adjoining neighbor. As far as Mr. Dacus is concerned, our roof is below the level of his rear yard. So his view is not going to be obstructed at all. Plus, we've pulled the building back 16 feet, so instead of a 32 or a 33-foot rear yard, we have almost a 50-foot rear yard. What else can I say?
Okay.
I tell you,
Go ahead.
I tell you what else you can take care of, and this is a suggestion, it's up to you at the end. You mentioned that you're considering concrete retaining walls. If you can consider a cheaper system like soldier piles and concrete lagging and tie this back to the rock mass. Let me finish. If you construct the way you cut and then construct the retaining wall, I believe it could be a problem for adjacent properties. Regardless, whether you're gonna construct single-family house, two-family, 10 units, whatever. The option that you're thinking of right now could cause you issues.
But this is from a safety of engineering
Adjacent
perspective.
property wise.
Right, so I don't want to, again, because you're not an engineer, right? So I don't want to really get into the engineering here.
This wall is doing double duty, Commissioner.
Yes.
It's acting as the rear wall to the building, and it's acting as a retaining wall to hold that land back.
But to put this wall in, you have to cut and then construct it, right? The option I'm talking about, which is much cheaper again, is to put the wall in and then partially dig, put tie back. Dig, yes.
I understand.
Cheaper, better.
Not for the guys that are on our payroll. I have to disagree with you. But anyway.
That's your call.
Okay. So, I personally would like you to look at fewer units. So, because you look at the neighborhood and the neighborhood justifies as neighborhood character, 2-unit buildings.
Doesn't work, Chair.
Well, but don't tell me it doesn't work without actually looking at it. So I don't know if it doesn't work. You didn't run it, right? And there's less construction cost. There is no law that says you have to use all the floor area on the site, right? Many locations don't use all their floor area. So if you don't want the units to be as big as they would be with the 2 units, then don't use all the floor area. But I'm not, so for one, having all of those units requires a lot of parking. That's what's driving a lot of this whole cellar condition and the driveway condition.
We submitted 2 single-family home scenarios, preliminary drawings. And the construction costs for those houses, and the second house is modest, it's not overly big, is north of $800,000.
What, you mean, when did you submit those? At the
When I
beginning?
submitted my last design.
No, that was a single-family home.
Right, so even if I kept that same building and converted it into a 2-family home,
Right.
I'm still going to have the same construction costs, if not more now that it's a 2-family home. It's going to cost in excess of $800,000. Mr. Shabeta and I went back and forth on a single-family home at $600, selling for maybe $650, maybe a 2-family $750. There is no return on investment doing that. I would have suggested it.
I'm not convinced about that. I'm not convinced that 4 is the number. That's the thing. 4 seems like an
No,
arbitrary pullback, right?
6 was the number, but since these gentlemen have construction experience and they're willing to take the risk, they'll do a 2% return on investment because they're GCing it themselves, they're building it themselves. They get to save some money when they do that.
They picked 4. That would be the new number, right?
No,
Yes?
no, I talked them into 4.
Okay, and they accepted 4, right?
Correct.
So what if they accepted less?
It's not going to happen.
Well, it might happen because that might be all that you get, right? So I would suggest that you look at less.
I respectfully disagree.
Well, you don't have to agree. You have to look at less. Okay? All right. So when do we,
I need 6 weeks to put all this together.
okay. Six weeks, put this in. Early March, so early April hearing,
Sure.
April 9th
Okay.
hearing, and that's,
March 20th submission.
Thank you.
thank you.
Item number 20, 2017-246BZ, 6163 Crosby Street, Manhattan. This case is requested an adjournment.
Oh, and they requested a February date if it's available.
Not avail, I don't think it's available. What do we have in February?
He needs the submission date.
320.
What's the February 29?
Like this, it doesn't, kind of.
Is 22. Oh, no, forget it, I take it back. They can't have February. That's Crosby Street. Right?
Remember, you have a special hearing in
No,
March, so you don't want to load too much.
Right, when do we have the special hearing on
March
what?
7th and March 20th, so don't load those two calendars before.
You know, that's one of those.
March.
So
So this is one, Commissioner Otley Brown, this is one that does have significant financials, if it comes. What would March 5th look like?
That works for me.
Yes? There's a new 6-story plus cellar residential we haven't seen. And the Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai's.
I'm good with that.
You're good with that?
Fifth.
Okay, March 5th then, and a submission?
February 13th.
Okay. Got that?
Yep. Item number 21, 2017-20, 550 Fifth Avenue, Brooklyn. Hey, sorry. Sign in.
Right. The special hearing, whoa, wait a minute.
That's why I said you have to
No, I did-
load.
On the 7th, 2 days later.
Appeal is the permits. I'm taking, and March 19th, do we have the same?
Yeah, the 20th, you have the special also.
Of the Frick.
Ay.
That's what I'm saying. you
I
don't
take
want-
it back. Let's do March 26th with that last one.
March 26th?
Yeah.
Did he leave? Somebody should catch him.
No,
Oh,
nobody's here.
Nobody's here.
Oh, okay.
March 26th with a submission.
March 6th.
March 6th.
Okay.
Sorry.
Got that, Darrell? We changed it to, oh, it's
No.
yours? I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Ha, ha, ha. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? That's 326, you said.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. We did listen to a review session, understand the issues that were raised. Just to provide some clarification from the board, during the pendency of the application, the lead architect has left. A new project architect is on board. Also, we have a new expediter. So should a Department of Buildings review be needed, people are in place to move that forward.
Good. Okay.
That noted, I would state that in our submission, we did present a comparison between the facts of 40-11-A, the Central Park West case, and this case. And we would present that we believe that the 80% figure that was discussed there is substantially all, in which case
Right.
261.
But that's not the issue, and that's why we wanted the Department of Buildings to opine, right? The space is currently occupied by a use group 9 use. It's not vacant, right? Plus, the board, so that's the first part. It's not vacant. And the second part is the board never opined in the Central Park West case, and the court never opined in the Toys R Us case what constituted substantially all. So we don't actually know what that amount is. So 20% could still survive the substantially all, we don't know, right? But the bigger question is 20% even the number? Because from my perspective, you've got an occupied space with a use group 9 use. I don't know how DOB is going to view it, but we need a ZRD1, and it can't be issued based on your arguing against your client's interest that the space was abandoned.
I will respond to that. I would actually respectfully ask the chair to reconsider that last statement to state that we're arguing against our client's interest. I believe that it's a mischaracterization and frankly
Okay.
find it insulting.
Oh, okay, so I'll phrase it another way. If you were not here before this board looking for a variance, and you went to DOB to try to persuade them to allow you to continue the use, you would argue in favor of the continuity of the use, and you wouldn't argue that the use has been discontinued.
That's not what we're arguing. I understand, that's the point. We're arguing what the property owner and the operator are seeking us to argue, and that's the case that we're presenting, and that's what we presented here with the 80% figure. I understand when you're speaking to the figure. If you're telling me now that the board is not willing to make the determination on the 80% and is going to require a DOB determination regarding percentage, because I understand in the Central Park West case, a very specific number was set forth, 45%.
It wasn't a set, it was the condition, it was the facts on the ground at the time of the review of that case. It wasn't that the board said, that's the magic number, 50%.
Percentage is part of those factors.
But to be clear, I don't know that the board is asking for DOB to confirm whether the percentage of the use that has been continued or abandoned. It's just whether DOB acknowledges or determines whether or not the use can be continued lawfully as non-conforming.
Right.
So, but the substantially all issue is really one of the things that comes up. I mean, as far as 50,
Oh,
60
yeah,
grand,
absolutely, but
okay.
I'm just cautioning
It could
not to
simply-
write in your ZRD1, DOB confirm that 20% of the use has been maintained.
We would not, we would
that's
base
all.
it on the facts of the particular case in the ZRD1 and let them review.
Right. But by the way, this isn't just asking you now. The last hearing, we asked for the ZRD1.
I
Right.
understand, but as I said, the individuals who are working with us, as far as the architect, left, and they're normally the people who would file this at the Department of Buildings.
Okay.
So we're restricted by the people who we're working with.
Okay.
Now that they're in place. So
Okay.
I understand it was an issue raised, but we also wanted to present this argument because, as you know, there's a long history at the site, and the operator asked us in the interim if we could present this argument. We did present this argument. We've heard the board's comments on the figures, and
Okay.
And the-
But I would frankly, because of the argument that you made to us to not allow the continuity of use, I would want to see a copy of the ZRD1 before it goes to DOB. Because the idea that it's framed in a negative way, we're not going to be, then, yeah, if it's
Well, then
framed.
I would caution against that because then you're adding another hearing to look at.
But so.
I mean, it's incumbent on him to actually frame the
If that,
question
I would
correctly.
say,
so that
if I would say that, then I would suggest that the board actually present the ZRD1 and save us the $1,000 filing fee.
No, it doesn't work
Well,
like
then we
that.
would phrase the ZRD1 based on the argument, the figures, and the facts of the case.
And if the
have a determination come back, and then the board could review the determination. But are you telling me now that if we get a determination, should we phrase it in such a way where we describe the particular facts of this case and don't rely on a number, but just say this is the situation, these are the floor areas, these are the units, and the history of this particular building, and get a determination back from the Department of Buildings where they concur that because of Section 5261 of the zoning resolution that there is no pre-conforming commercial use, which would then allow us to go to the feasibility study presented and obtain. Are you saying that the board is not going to accept that
No,
determination?
that's not what I'm saying is, having read your argument to us for why it's not a continuity of a non-conforming use, and hearing that approach, if the way it's phrased to the Department of Buildings is to encourage them to come to the same conclusion, as opposed to arguing that they should view it the other way, that it's a current occupancy, that it was granted a special permit that continued, the occupancy continues to this day, and so on. Therefore, you believe that all and substantially all of the use, because that's the language in the zoning resolution, has continued, then you're giving them an opportunity to say yes, as opposed to phrasing it as an opportunity to agree to no.
I understand. In what world would we file a ZRD1 seeking a zoning determination and asking them to turn us down?
Oh, in the world of the BSA, where we've seen it done often.
Well, we're
So-
seeking a particular result. This is a gym that's been in the community for 20 years. It's a beloved institution. Everybody likes it. No one has issues with it. And because of a poorly planned rezoning by the city,
Right.
and because of the fact that we filed a special permit and all the circumstances of this case, everything is conspired against this. And really, I can't imagine anyone has objections. That's my neighborhood. Everybody loves this place. And the hoops that this particular operator and building owner had to jump through in order to get this approval are frankly ridiculous.
If I can just wind us back for a couple minutes, but it's not that it's like this conspiracy against this property owner. There was a special permit, if I recall, and then it expired.
Right.
And it was just a system, like a string of circumstances. So it's not that it was a huge city plot to make you jump
No,
through
it's not a
hoops.
city plot, but when the rezoning was done, unfortunately, during
During a time when your
rezoning-
special permit was expired, yeah.
No, the special permit was active when the rezoning was done. The timeline is this: the special permit was granted in 2000, and it was for a term to 2010. In 2003 is when the rezoning occurred. And actually, the board issued a letter of substantial compliance for this after the rezoning. So the board did issue an approval after the rezoning. So,
It was not a but not to the point, it wasn't a conspiracy,
I don't
right?
believe I used the word conspiracy.
No.
I did, I take it back, but I didn't. But I would say that there's circumstances here where city agencies have acted without any malice, but they've adversely affected this particular situation, which is really,
Right,
a
but,
local
so
gym
here
is
we
really-
are in a
Series of
variance, right, no matter what?
No problem.
But no matter what, we're in a variance, and we
Sure,
need to make some
I understand that.
findings. And we need to agree that the standard for the findings is what you're presenting, and we're not sure that that's the standard for the.
I understand. And I mean, the crux of this really is, in order to present the feasibility study as submitted, it would only hold if, in fact, the as-of-right scenario. I understand that that's the crux of it.
I have a question, this is for our council. I remember a few months ago, did we not approve a PCE that had expired? It was on Jamaica Avenue, and there also rezoning had happened whereby that use was no longer permitted use, but that PCE was granted through a special permit. It was a Sheldon Lobel application, that's all I remember. Isn't there similarity between that and this particular case, in the sense that this is a PCE which was permitted prior to the rezoning, and it had a special permit which expired? And that was also a similar case where rezoning was done and the commercial overlay was removed from the frontage of Jamaica Avenue, and therefore a PCE was not, and it was,
Yeah.
so, I'm just
So,
trying- is there,
Wait, so
isn't there a
There's another
similarity?
case, do you want to, it has to do with the financial analysis. That's what this is all about.
Yeah.
Right, and
Yeah.
it's just what we're telling him to do is set his background information such that he can actually use the financial analysis to his benefit by loading the construction costs in the proper part of the argument. Otherwise, between a PCE or a regular retail space, there really is no difference in terms of feasibility. They're both going to get about the same amount of income. The question is, how do you structure the demolition costs and then the reconstruction? And you can only do that if you prove that the use was legal. And so that's why we also put Jamaica through the same paces, because if you don't do that, then you can't count those costs to demolish it and convert it to an as-of-right use. Because a legalization doesn't allow you to count those costs to deconstruct an illegal use. You have to go back to ground zero, which is just a vanilla box. Which way do we go? And frankly, if you have no construction costs, you could go either way and still have a feasible development. So it's a way of constructing the case to their benefit. And so that's why the chair wants the applicant to have every chance possible to get a favorable reading from DOB. Because if they get a favorable ruling, then they could say, our as-of-right is the PCE. And to go to another as-of-right, we would have to demolish everything that was legally built and then rebuild it for a use that would probably have a similar income stream, but because of the physical outlay and construction costs, would not be feasible.
And did that project get a DOB, right? I don't remember that.
I don't remember.
No,
the
that one
actual
had a slightly
details of
different
that.
fact
Yeah.
pattern, and so it's not identical to this. It had a different fact pattern.
Right, and so I believe that they had to then prove that the
Yes.
other as-of-right situations were not going
Right.
to be feasible.
In that one, I think it's as of right to remain use group 6. I think the other
Right.
site had a C overlay,
That one
whereas
had a
this
C
one doesn't. This one,
It had a C overlay which was removed from the rezoning. And
Yes.
this one had a C overlay and that was truncated. I mean, it was shrunk, the depth of the C overlay was shrunk.
right, but so the other one had a different fact pattern where it no longer had the as of right option to be
A PCE, but could be retail space.
Yeah, now I actually don't remember.
And I would have
the
to,
detail.
I
Yeah,
would
we'd
have to look back, but there was a slight difference.
There was a difference in fact pattern that made this needing to have this, either that the applicant accept that the use group 9 is a non-conforming use, therefore use group 6 could be as of right, or to, if it doesn't accept that argument, then to go to DOB and have DOB decide what the answer is. I need to go back and look at the
Right.
other one because I don't remember the details, but there is a difference in facts between these two.
He knows it
I
better
discussed
than
with
us, right?
counsel,
It's his
and
case.
we'll review that case to see, but I
Yeah.
believe that it was clarified to me, it was a situation where it went from C2 to C1. So there was
Right.
still a commercial.
Right,
There
so
was
they
still
could
a
still have
commercial overlay.
retail.
That was the
I see,
difference. But just to clarify, Commissioner Otley Brown, you mentioned talking about going to DOB to get a favorable determination that the as of right would allow the PCE. I mean, we're happy to approve DOB to seek that CRD1, but I believe we've done it in other instances and have not been successful. We're seeking the
Well, I meant to
CRD1.
say that the continuity was not disrupted.
Okay.
That's
Right.
what I meant to say, but I
Yes.
was,
Right.
The
Yeah.
5261 on continuity is the issue. We understand that, based on what was presented, that the board will not act, that we need the Department of Buildings determination as we will present it. But as I said, we are going to present it. We are advocates for this building owner and operator who want to stay there. We will present all the facts, but we are going to present it to say, I mean, we obviously want the discontinuance in this instance because it benefits us as far as this particular application.
No.
Sure it does. Having a discontinuance means then that the as of right for this particular area would be community facility, which would then allow the feasibility study to stand.
No.
no, because then this PCE would be a legalization, and so you couldn't include your cost to convert to a medical facility. I mean, to a community facility.
So
And
you're,
that's the
wait, so
problem here.
Yes.
that's different than what was presented.
No.
So we're actually seeking, you want the ZRD1 to say that that the as of
Allowed.
right scenario
Yes, is
would allow the
permitted.
PCE.
Yes, that there was continuity, because this way you can say, we had a legal use here, and now, because of the rezoning, if you're going to make us be
Go
a
from
community
PC,
facility, we have to strip everything out of this.
Right,
And we can count that as our hardship.
right.
We will present
Okay.
all the ZRD1 options to them and come back with something.
No,
No,
not
you
all,
don't
no,
wanna-
no,
you
no.
don't wanna do
That's why I
conflicting.
keep saying it. You're an advocate for the idea that the PCE
No, I
use
understand.
should be allowed as a non-conforming continuity and independent of whether the permit lapsed. That's what you're arguing for. We're trying to help you here. Help us
I
help you.
understand, and we'll present that, but as I said, we're going to present the ZRD1 to them. And now that we have a new team available for us at DOB, we can move.
Okay.
Great.
Good. All right. So you're going to be doing that, so you need time for DOB.
Yes, we can be, I'm going to guess
April.
mid-March submission or late March submission.
Yeah. So I'm thinking in April 23rd or April 9th, probably April 23rd.
That's an April 3rd submission.
So April 3rd submission,
April 20,
and April 29th is the hearing date?
23.
23, sorry.
23, so 3 and 23.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 22, 2018-56BZ, 83 Coleridge Street, Brooklyn. It's asking for an adjournment.
Faye Baton from Sean Lobel, PC for the applicant. They requested an adjournment, like a submission in March.
Submission in March? Okay. So can we do April 9th? For
March
the hearing?
20th.
March 20th?
Well, no, March 20th.
Yep.
Yep. Item number 23, 2018-64BZ, 2018-65A, 725 Mobile Road, Queens. Please. Raise your right hands where I can see. Gentlemen? Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond only to board member questions? I do. Good, go. Yeah. Wait, were you sworn in? Oh, I didn't see you.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. I'm joined by Van Baton from my office as well. And we have the project architect, Josh Leviton from Peter Klein's office, as well as executive officers from the synagogue. Chair, in the last iteration of this application, the last time we were before the board, the building actually was requesting a GCL waiver for being built within the bed of a map street. Since that time, in accordance with discussions with DEP and others, we have amended the application to eliminate the need for that waiver. So we're very happy to do so. There have been longstanding issues with DEP regarding sewer easements and such. And so in the interest of moving the application along, the building was set back 10 feet from the former front yard line. What that ended up doing, of course, is retaining the same building mass, but massing that further back along the lot. So I think just as a gating item to discuss the current layout, the chair was concerned with the massing of the building. We're aware of this concern. And of course, as with most religious applications, we face a delicate balance, which is that to the extent that the negative impacts are not so extreme to justify the denial of a religious use, it's incumbent upon the zoning board to accommodate such uses while imposing conditions to mitigate potential adverse effects. So we understand that obviously religious applications get every benefit of the doubt, but with regards to the surrounding area, we want to be sensitive to the character of the area. We do, however, at the outset note that the building itself, we feel is an appropriate bulk in terms of the number of seats in the synagogue, given the fact that on the ground floor and second floor, which is the main sanctuary of the building, and of course the part of the structure which is most central to the synagogue's purpose of religious worship, you can fit roughly 180 male members of the congregation and 150 female, which would make 330 members of the congregation. From submitted materials and other materials included in the application, we currently exceed that amount, or at a minimum, if we actually extrapolate and we're at 100 members, we would clearly exceed that amount. So the need is there. The chair noted and the board noted in the prior in the executive session that there's space in the cellar. Of course, in considering the purpose of the synagogue, the space that's important to us is the worship space. The cellar space is important for ancillary religious functions, Brit Milah, Shalom Zachar, and other similar celebrations, but as far as actually worshiping together, that can only be done in the main sanctuary and the women's sanctuaries.
Just to interject there, on your first floor, there is a coffee room, there are toilet rooms, there's the layout, the shape of the building is this kind of wide thing, right? If you took away those things and you put them in the cellar, you wouldn't need as much floor plate. Holds true also for the second floor. So part of it is reduce the size of the floor plate to accomplish what most of the board members were saying, and move those functions downstairs into the cellar, right? Including the rabbi study. You don't need it's a tiny building. What do you need toilets on every floor for?
So I think that honestly, Chair, I feel like the application is in a better place now, given the fact that there have been, there's been a reduction in the scope of what we're requesting in the form of the reduction in the GCL application. And we understand the point. I think that, and I think that we're going to go back internally and talk about this and discuss where we can save space. I don't think that this synagogue has much excess built in. I think that the accessory space that they're asking for in some of the things that were cited by the chair is fairly consistent with other applications for accessory space.
It may be consistent with other applications, but this building is too big for this site.
I get
So
it.
it needs to be reduced, and that was what was said at yesterday's hearing. You have to reduce the size of the
Understood.
building, all right?
I think,
And I just want to
Yeah.
add
Sure.
to it that my reading of the paperwork was that you had 100 families, 150 men, 60 women and children, not 330 people. I didn't read 330. Please direct me to where you have 330.
well, the
because-
330 is merely a function of the capacity of 180 on the ground floor.
Right, yes, and what I had said was, I think that capacity is overshooting
Oh.
what you're going to have.
We can easily clear this up. I can have the synagogue, the executive officers come up and address the membership because they know the number of people. They easily now have celebrations where there will be 180 men from the synagogue. So we're already
180 men,
How many
and
women?
how many
Because
women?
You
Well-
have so many, you have
I think
only 60 women, and you have
170.
Perhaps I can have one of the officers come and talk to this
It might be
just for
better
a
in a
minute.
submission, just
Yes.
clarifying it in a submission,
151.
only because
Understood.
it seems a bit,
And to
confusing,
be
and
clear,
I'd like
we
to get it on
also
paper.
know from lots of other synagogues, so we are hardly the first synagogue we've seen, right? That when the women's floor isn't being used by women, it's used by men. And so if we're talking about a celebration, then use your building entirely. Don't say that the women's floor has to be
No.
kept sacrosanct, right? when
We're
there's
talking
no women in
about
it,
worship.
right?
We're talking about worship space. I mean, we're talking
Right.
about space in the sanctuary.
But the numbers that are in the submission, and by the way, we go by the numbers in the submission.
Sure.
The argument in the submission is that there was a need for much fewer than, or many fewer than, is shown is the occupancy capacity. That's one. Two, is if you really needed that occupancy, you could still get rid of the ancillary services that are on these upper floors and reconfigure the shape of the building to pull away from the lot lines, which is what we want you to do.
Understood.
So I just want to say right now, we're not okay with this form. You have to reduce the size of the building, and we're not going to talk about it anymore, so there isn't any point in
Understood,
arguing with
Chair.
us.
I'm not,
Right.
I don't want to argue, I just want to be
Okay.
clear with the board as far as what we're going to provide in the resubmission.
Okay.
Understand the numbers are what they are. In the statement of facts, we do discuss the fact that they have 70 current families and are going to 100, and we'll submit sworn testimony, given the fact that the numbers here exceed the capacity of what this shul can hold. It has to do, Commissioner Otley-Brown, with the fact that there are children here who are aging, and once they hit 12, 13 years, they become, essentially adult members of the synagogue. So we're falling into that right now.
Right, which is how you got to 150 men, is what I assume, when you only have
Oh,
100
may
families.
we just have 2 minutes to just talk about this? We'll submit in writing as well.
But also, I just want to leave you with this. The chair and I were very clear that we really didn't care how you did it, whether you reduced the sanctuary or you reduced the auxiliary spaces, but we wanted to see more rear yard and side yards. Plain and simple. That's what we want. How you get to Z, it's on you.
Edward Hertzka, member of the synagogue. Obviously, we have to accommodate, and we intend to accommodate to the extent possible, everything that we can do to make it work with the board's desires. Just to clarify a little bit on we currently have, even since the papers were submitted, there have been more members joining. We currently have in the range of 80 families. I think where the confusion might be on the paper is a typical week versus some weeks that are not typical. But I will say that in our current existence, we have already had on numerous occasions, for whatever the function was, various weeks where we've had 180 men there and we've had 150 women there. We're not asking for anything that's beyond what we have already needed on occasion. And I shouldn't say on occasion doesn't mean once a year. On occasion means, relatively often. More than that, sitting in this room alone, between the few members that are sitting in this room, there are about 6 or 8 children that are now 4, 5, 6, 7 years old that are not yet of an age that they're going to be sitting in the synagogue on a weekly basis. But within a couple of years, by the time this building's built, I wish I could show you pictures of the parties we've had of our shul of 60 children sitting there. Those children are going to need seats. We're not talking 20 years down the line. We're talking 2 years down the line, and that's not taking into account other members that might be joining. It's what's already there. But again, more than what's already there, I'm telling you that there have been weeks where we've had a circumcision in the synagogue on a Sabbath, where we've had 180 men there, or bar mitzvah, we've had 180 men there, we've had 150 women there. I can't say it's every week of the year, but it's certainly something that we require. We do understand that we need to accommodate anyway, but I'm just speaking out what the needs are.
Okay, because I also have to say that sometimes you realize when you start to pursue your program that maybe it's not the right site for you. And you do need to understand that, because the building is too big for the site. And, either you adjust your expectations for who shows up here, and when you have a big event, you go to a bigger place, you rent a place. Lots and lots of organizations do that. When they have a big event, they rent the bigger place down the street or a few blocks away or whatever.
Chairwoman, if I could just say, if we could buy the former bank building on the corner of Broadway and Main, we would have bought it already. The space doesn't exist within the walkable area of we need to be. You think we want to be on a side street that's hidden from view? We need to be here because there's nowhere else to be.
But the site is what the site is, and we need
Right.
to recognize that.
Right.
Okay.
And work with what we have.
We understand. Maybe this is better for Josh to say, but just to point out as an example, the first floor bathroom is just one ADA bathroom. It's not a whole, it's not there, to have hundreds of people using it. It's just an ADA compliant bathroom because that's what we'll need on the first floor.
Well, you don't actually have to have it on the first floor, you have an elevator. So, in the interest
The
of...
elevator can't be used we can't use that on the Sabbath, practically. We don't.
I think you've heard the direction of
Yeah,
the board.
we don't
We
have
could-
to get
we
into
could
the
just continue on with the
details.
hearing at this point.
Right.
Thank you.
And I also want to point out a little bit of confusion on the layout. There is, on the ground floor, there is a separate men's lobby and the women's lobby, and then when I take that staircase, the staircase,
Which staircase?
Staircase number 2 also is indicated as staircase number 2 to women's lobby, which is very far away from staircase number 1 and where the women's lobby is. So maybe it's just a typo, but if there is a programmatic logic to that.
I'm sorry, we're providing, hi, it's Joshua Leviton. We're providing 2 means of egress, both the front and the rear.
Right, but the women's lobby is right where the entrance to stair 1 is, which is to lead to the sanctuary space, to the space above for the women's praying area. But that is then the common staircase that's leading to the multifamily space.
Multipurpose.
I'm sorry, multipurpose space downstairs.
You done?
And then from main sanctuary, the staircase 1 then becomes the women's stair to women's lobby, it says.
Oh, yeah.
Correct,
I
it's
see.
a typo.
It's just badly labeled, I think.
So just a little bit of
Thank you
circulation.
for pointing it out.
snafu.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's legal, but anyway, all right. Okay, you heard us. Anything else?
And just to reiterate what the chair said, and I agree with the chair with regards to the bulk and that slope roof, which is really for a flat surface, just with a kind of a faux sloping roof on the facade, that needs to also be brought down to bring the building massing also more to scale.
And we don't understand the need for a flat roof. It seems to us that the flat roof is going to be used for events, because why conceal the flat roof behind this sort of faux mansard thing?
Well, the purpose was really, we're going to need to put our condensers on the roof.
But that can be contained in a much smaller footprint than what is shown.
It can. The purpose also for the parapets is really more of a design issue to make them fit more in the context of the neighborhood. Primarily, the buildings in the neighborhood all have roof lines, so we wanted
Right,
to
but this
provide that as
doesn't
well.
have a roof line. This is just I don't know what this is just like
Like a
a little
mansard.
leaning thing made out of plastic. By the way, the materials, sorry guys, the materials are too cheap for the neighborhood. You need to build, there's discussion that this is a civic building. civic buildings are made with pride, using materials that represent civic pride. Plastic and spray-on artificial stone does not reflect pride. Sorry. So you need to up your game here, otherwise it's not okay with me. I don't agree with the BSA being used to make that cheap buildings. No offense, but it's really cheap materials. Okay. Okay. Anything else that anybody wants to say? You have our direction, so I don't think there's really anything more. We need to make this building smaller, pull away, respect the neighborhood property lines, because there are people who need to build their houses next door here. Right?
Speakers? Public speakers?
Are there any speakers on this?
How would you like us to design this roof? Would you like us to keep
We're
it as
not
a parapet?
designing your roof for you, but we're
Sorry.
saying, look at the neighborhood, be respectful of what's in the neighborhood. This is a residential neighborhood, and if you're building a building that's supposed to have civic pride and so on, look at what sort of context, because there were a lot of comments we had from neighbors about it being too institutional looking, for example. So be responsive to their fears that it looks too institutional.
Okay.
Okay?
Take that into account, thank you.
Okay. Oh, and just in terms of materials again, the windows have to have sound attenuation because the neighbors shouldn't be hearing everyone inside, right? Okay. All right, thank you.
Hearing date.
Okay. No speakers?
No.
Okay.
Do we want to withdraw the GCL now, take it out of place instead of play? Or we just want to leave it till we decide this case?
I think you can just,
Do you want to,
We haven't done the
it's not a
letter.
separate,
your application?
it's not a separate
It's a separate
application number, is
It has an A
it?
number.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I would, out of an abundance of caution, I would say we keep them together.
Okay, fine.
fine.
Let's, just
Yeah.
vote.
Right.
Right.
Just ask until the end.
I
Okay.
have no idea how this will.
Who knows? We could just push it back, go back into the street, never know,
Never know.
right?
Whatever. Oh, because that's the other thing, we don't know if DEP was okay with where you
put
located
it.
that wall.
Okay.
So that needs to be followed up, right? Okay. So in the interest of giving you time to do a really good project, let your architect do a really good project, okay?
Well, we also are very strict with him, so it can be done quickly.
Strict doesn't necessarily always end up with good, so how about April 9th?
We did actually talk about, we did go through the comments that the board had yesterday, and Josh looked at those and said that he'd be able to respond, much more quickly than that. I don't know whether or not, if a February submission is appropriate, we'd love to get back sooner than that. And the reason I say that is at its essence, this congregation has been worshiping in a trailer for over 3 years. They have actually been prevented from being able to conduct the religious celebrations that a congregation should be able to conduct. So the quicker that we come back, the quicker they will eventually have a home.
On night,
22 on that date.
no, but that doesn't give them enough time, February 6th, does it? Does it give you a month to do a redesign of this project? Picking good materials, persuading your clients not to use plastic? That's going to work out a bit fast? Okay, all right. Try.
So February 26th,
February 26th for
the
what?
submission date of February 6th. The date of the hearing is February 26th. The date of the submission is February 6th, which is,
All right, we've received assurances that we can get that done.
all right, that's your hearing date.
Okay, then.
So, not next. Ms. Matias, February 26th?
February 26th?
Submission date of February 6th.
Okay.
And don't forget about justifying the number of parishioners, right?
We appreciate that, Chair, and we thank the Chair and the Commissioners for their consideration.
Okay.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 1, 2017-257BZ, 159 North 4th Street, Brooklyn. Come, Mr. Mitzner.
please.
Come visit me. Hello, how are you? Happy New Year. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes, I do. Number 8.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
This is a PC special permit application on behalf of Core Power Yoga to operate a yoga studio with 2 yoga rooms at North 4th Street, just off Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn. The facility itself is located in the cellar of the building with an entrance at the first floor leading down to a double-height space that occupies the cellar and a portion of the first floor. Beyond the double-height space are the 2 yoga rooms, and they are just cellar level, no double-height level on that. And they're located right below the parking garage, so they're removed from the residential units above. So there's no possibility of any noise, and we've also provided noise mitigation. I think the board, we've recently submitted a modification to our plans based upon the comments from the fire department. In approving the application, they suggested we remove the note regarding a fire alarm system, which we've done and submitted to the board.
And you did that. And we got there was a problem with a DOI letter, but it was corrected. So
It was
we're good.
corrected, yeah.
Okay, so are there any speakers on this? Any comments from the board members? I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, aye.
Sorry.
What happened? What's
I distracted her when you called her name. Sorry.
Okay. Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you?
It's okay.
That's fine.
Keep going? Or
No.
Do number
I
8?
can take them out
You
of order.
can take them out of order in deference to the community board meeting.
All right.
No, in deference to the community board meeting.
Yes.
You're deferring to the community board meeting.
Right, it's because we want people to attend community board meetings. That's the only reason why we're taking this out of order.
Okay, ladies and
take a
gentlemen.
5-minute
So which one is it?
It's number 8.
Number
Ladies and
8.
gentlemen, we're going to take the case out of order. Item number 8, 2018-53BZ, 104 DeGraw Street, Brooklyn. You lucky man. Raise your right hand. Did you affirm, wait, you're the only person speaking?
No, he's not.
No, your team. Let's go. You want to move it up, you got to be ready, let's go. Thank you. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board to respond honestly to board member questions? Thank you. Go. No,
You should all sign in, right?
yeah, they'll have to sign in when they come up. Sweet and short. Just make sure, are there any members of the public going to speak on DeGraw Street? Anybody? On DeGraw? No? Good, in advance. I know this Plainview. Oh, shoot, that's hers, that's right. Where is she? Where'd she go?
Benjamin Stark for Slater and Beckman PC. First off, thank you very much for rearranging this. We really appreciate it. This is a new application, as you know, at 104 through 106 DeGraw Street in the Columbia Waterfront District of Brooklyn. The application is for a 7221 variance that would permit a mixed-use, single-family home, purpose-built, to also allow for commercial uses on the ground floor. We attended yesterday's review session and noted the lively discussion and found a number of the comments to be really good and on point, and I want to go through them as well as I can, but there was a number of comments, so if I miss anything, I really would appreciate it if you just jump right in with questions. So, as I said, the first thing we want to get off the table is that we agree with the board's thought on this, that the point was to build a purpose-built building for an end user, and having the financial analysis separate out the residential from the office was just based on our own experience at the board and being unaware that we could find a way to couple them together, that is the point, to have them coupled together. The ideal tenant is someone who would live on the upper floors and conduct their business on the bottom floor, maybe have a couple employees who travel by foot or by bike down to that bottom floor, whether that be an architecture firm or a small marketing firm or...
Oh, wait a minute, wait. That's the different, maybe you misunderstood what a purpose-built building is. Purpose-built building is, I want to build a building in which I and my family will live, and I will have my architecture office on the ground floor with my employees, and I'm building it according to my specifications for my needs.
Did I
That's not-
apologize if I didn't
So
just
you
say
don't have
that.
an end user in mind, is the distinction she's making.
Right. I'm the end user in this scenario, as opposed to, I have this great idea, I'm going to design this building, I can imagine all these really cool users, a graphic design company would want to rent this, and it's a graphic design company with 2 kids, and they want to live upstairs. That's not a purpose-built building, that is a spec building. Okay? So if I understand correctly, is the owner here? Is the owner
is here.
Yeah.
Marshall.
So the owner would be able to say best, is he building a spec building or a building for himself?
I think- Yeah, I think it'd be great if you just swore right in.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You were sworn in, right?
He was sworn in, but he did not
Okay.
sign.
Okay. Sign it. When you come back, you can sign your name.
You can sign after. Sign after.
You.
Okay,
go.
Please, yeah, you can speak.
Go.
Okay, my name is Marshall Sohn, and I'm a member of Brooklyn 11201 LLC, the owner of the property. Basically, we're in the design development of this, and we're in the neighborhood now. We have offices, with architectural offices, and we have on Second Street. And, did that as a test as an office building. It's an expensive building. It's not typically what you'd see in the area. With this in mind, we thought we could build something kind of special over there. And I talked a bit about possibly using the space ourselves. I don't know, it might be more than I need, but that's a possibility. But I think that building it, and it's my, I've been doing this a lot of years. I've done a lot of condominium projects, and I've done commercial projects. And, this area I know very well, because I live in the area. I live not too far away. I've worked in this area for a lot of years. And it's not for everybody, but it's for some people. And if you build something special, the right person will come. I know that. And if I build the Chevrolet, I'll get the wrong person. We got plenty of the wrong stuff in the neighborhood, and some of that stuff's grandfathered in, including chicken markets and ironworks and stuff like that. And things are changing now. You're right. I've heard some of the discussions. The neighborhood is in transition, and it's going to a different usage. And
But to just get to answer our question, you're not building this...
I can't give you a definitive answer on that.
No. The answer is very simple.
That's an ideal situation,
Yeah,
where
but-
we would
but-
be able to use it and use it.
But that's not the reason that you're building this. You're building this as a spec project, and if it turns out you could use it, great, but if not, then you're going to rent it.
I wouldn't describe it that way.
Okay.
No one spends this type of money just to do it on a spec project. The cost-benefit analysis of this, on these type of projects, the way we did the other building on Second Street, no one's going to finance that. No one else is going to believe this except yourself, and you're going to have to put your own money if you want to do something like this. Because the metrics, quite frankly, are not inspiring to financial experts, and they don't have the, this is not the type of market which you can assign the depth of liquidity that you can assign to a 2-bedroom, 850 square foot, building, and say...
But you're misunderstanding my question, but I think I have the answer now. Okay, thank you very much. So we stay with the financials the way presented, okay?
Okay. For now. I think possibly there might be some signals crossed. I understand exactly your question, but overarching all of this is our intent to prepare a formal submission responding to the board's comments from yesterday, and in doing so, we will respond directly to your question regarding whether or not it'll be purpose-built. Moving on. I know that there was...
No, whether or not it's built for the end user.
For the end user, yes.
The end user being the owner.
Yes.
That's all we do, right? Not any other purpose. All buildings are purpose-built, right?
Meaning will it be owner occupied?
Owner occupied, right?
Yeah.
Owner occupied.
In totality.
In
Correct.
totality, yes.
Family upstairs, office downstairs.
That wouldn't, I already have your answer. It would not preclude my client from having employees come visit him in his home and work down on the bottom floor.
No, but it would preclude him renting the space downstairs to someone else.
Another, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Moving along. I know that there was questions about A, there was questions about B, less about C. I think I want to take the time to address some...
I don't have any problem with that stipulation.
No, it's not a stipulation. No. It's not a stipulation, sorry. We can't have this, we can't do this. Okay.
Talk after the fact. And as I said,
Just to clarify, it has nothing to do with whether the variance succeeds. It was just a potential way of a shortcut on the financial analysis, and we're not going to go there, okay? We're just staying with how it was originally presented. I don't want to entertain something that's not likely, okay?
The initial intention when designing this building was for it to be used by the end user. After, 6-8 months, obviously a professional developer thinks about whether or not the project would be marketable. We did not, until yesterday, know that the fact that he intended for it to be used for himself is something that the board would want to know. But like I said, we will speak after the hearing and have a formal response.
Try to avoid complicating the case. Just leave it alone, okay?
In order to less complicate the case, I'd like to talk about a few questions that came up yesterday at the executive session, which I think are, I don't want to say low-hanging fruit, but things that we think that we can respond to quite quickly and move along. There was a number of questions about what the hardship is that's being claimed, specifically questions about the subsoil conditions. We are not claiming that the subsoil conditions are an element of the uniqueness. We are, however, claiming that the subsoil conditions are a hardship. The subsoil conditions are shared by lots and lots of properties in the area, and that precludes us from being able to use it as an element of uniqueness. Everybody in this area has got really bad sandy soil. To the extent that the neighbors have a cellar, those buildings are over 100 years old, and those cellars are completely full of water, from what I've learned from our client who has built many projects in the area. We cannot build a cellar due to the high water table and the sandy soils, and the sandy soils are why we need to use the helical piles.
So the two buildings next door, they have groundwater in the cellars?
Yes, flooding is frequent and is a big problem. And the buildings are constantly shifting. Construction in that neighborhood is very difficult with traditional foundation systems, and the helical piles provide the necessary support for the building.
Do you have pictures for the adjacent cellars? Show them.
Pictures of their cellars? No, but...
How?
To establish the flooding.
To establish the flooding? I don't, but we can look into providing some additional information that lends credence to the fact that there's some force.
Do you have a geotechnical report?
We do not have a geotechnical report. We do, however, have, maybe we do, we have core samples that were taken that show that there's very sandy soil below.
Core samples from what?
There are core samples that were part of the phase 2 testing.
Okay, so here's the thing. You've got you're speaking outside of your ken, right? So you should actually, is there an architect here?
There is.
Yeah, let's have an architect speak. Yeah.
After you, or stand.
My name is Orlando Garcia, I'm the architect, and we've done probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 buildings in the area. We made a lot of mistakes in the past where we had a cellar, and as soon as we started construction, we had to change the plans to eliminate the cellar and accommodate all those mechanical rooms in the first and second floors. So from that point, we decided that we're no longer doing cellars in this neighborhood.
Because you hit water early, is that why?
Yeah, in that project it was 5 feet, and then years later, we did another building where we hit water at 7 feet. And that building was okay, no, not 7 feet, like 10 feet. And that building was okay to have a cellar. It was further up the block, up Columbia. And then in the same block on Columbia Street, we did another building where we thought we could do a cellar. And as soon as we we're excavating, we found water at 7 feet. So we had to change the design during the construction process to elevate the cellar. We ended up distributing, we lost like 2 feet. We ended up distributing 2 feet across 6 floors. So each floor, and we ended up losing like 3 inches on every floor. So from that point on, we'd say, we're no longer doing, and especially the bad conditions after Sandy were terrible. The water table went up. There's streams of water underneath, and it's very expensive. When you do a cellar, you have to basically do a bathtub. It's very complicated to do. And not to mention, we don't want to do any underpinning. Our maximum excavation depth is 4 feet, where we can do just the helical piles. We're not disturbing the adjacent buildings. Otherwise, we will need like structural stability and all kinds of. It just makes the project more and more complicated. So we don't do cellars in this neighborhood.
The reason we're talking about the cellar, the construction of the cellar, because in the statement of facts, it mentions that the building cannot have a cellar, and this is one of the reasons why it has hardship.
That's correct, yeah.
Based on the same plan that you submitted to us, the adjacent buildings from the right and left, they have 2 cellars.
This building?
Take the mic with you.
Take the microphone with you?
This building has a cellar, but it's not really too deep. And this one also has a cellar. This one doesn't have a cellar; is brand new because this this is the where is this here?
No,
The growth. Oh, here. So the flood zone, if I'm not mistaken, is here. So we're very close.
Flood has nothing to do with the groundwater.
No, the reason is that all these cellars flooded in Sandy.
Yeah, but you're not a flood zone, are you?
No, but we're very close. Like the flood zone stops here.
Okay.
So we're like a few hundred feet away from the flood zone.
Okay.
Do you know the depth of the groundwater at this site?
On that particular site?
At this site.
At that particular site, I don't know if the core samples show, I don't know. But
So I think what we're looking for is more information about this particular site. And we appreciate your experience in the area, but why this particular site can't have a cellar? That's the question.
Especially when the 2 adjacent buildings have cellars.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Why
what I'm
does-
saying.
sorry.
And why does it require the helical piles?
Yes.
Versus a cheaper foundation system?
Oh, it's the same answer. All these, I don't even remember. I don't know how many decades ago there was the big explosion of the water main on Columbia Street, and hundreds of buildings just collapsed. And again, all the buildings we've done, all of them, they have helical piles. First of all, we don't want to introduce any heavy impact on the soil that could destabilize the adjacent buildings, because as soon as you do that, you have calls from the neighbors. So helical piles actually avoid that issue.
Did you hire, I'm concerned, did you hire like an engineer?
Yeah.
Who advised you not to build a cellar, do not put this building on shallow foundations? Did you hire somebody who said that?
Again, yes, we have a structural engineer.
Can you give me that report from this guy?
For previous buildings, yes.
No,
for
this one. Oh, okay.
For this site, to justify those.
No, we're just Well, again, based on the experience we have in the neighborhood, for instance.
Yeah, okay, so maybe you don't understand and you weren't briefed. So you build buildings in the neighborhood, that's great. It can be helpful for us if you build buildings very nearby. But this is an application for a variance where your client is requesting something special from us. We can only look at this site, and we need information about this site, right? So you need, please, Mr. Stark, I'm speaking to the architect. So you need to have your engineer conduct soil borings, sampling, to determine where is the groundwater level, and to give us information about how if it's helical piles, how it was determined that helical piles are the solution for this site. We appreciate that you might prefer helical piles, just in general, because it's just easier to go that way, but we need to know that this site is in some way suffering from an extraordinary cost in its development, okay? So we don't need to keep talking about your experience. It's great you have it. We may ask you for proof from some other sites too to establish the uniqueness, because we're also trying to determine whether the site is unique. So you might say, this site, just to say, this site is unique because I have to do something on this site that I haven't seen necessary on other sites in the, say, within 1,000 feet of this site, okay? And the fact that you've worked there and you work with engineers who have worked there, you may be able to get us information about that, okay?
And you're gonna need to submit this report first to us, so it can help us. And at the end, it's a building code requirement, so you're gonna need it either way.
Yeah,
So it's not a waste of time normally.
We absolutely will submit information that justifies the use of helical piles and justifies that constructing a cellar is, not the best the program for this property. As I'm sure you've seen in the papers, it's our position that any building needs to have helical piles, so and can't have a cellar. So it affects the finances on both end. But
Okay, so then that's not a unique condition, because any building
Again,
needs
that's-
helical piles.
we've said that. It's not a unique
But
condition.
he still put it in there, and the costs for the single-story building are higher per square foot than they should be for a very simple one-story industrial building, and so he has to justify the helical
Absolutely.
piles for that reason.
Not unique, but hard. Some other questions that came up that, let me just go right back to the beginning. A finding, and whether or not this site is unique. In determining whether or not the unique physical conditions, the site's vacancy and its narrow condition and its positioning as an interior lot with non-conforming residential uses on either side, whether or not those particular conditions give rise to hardship, we began our analysis by thinking about as-of-right uses and whether or not those physical conditions frustrate the development of an as-of-right use. And as we move through a list of as-of-right uses here, it is our position that they don't make sense and that those unique physical conditions do give rise to a hardship. Whether that be an office building, standalone, the site is very small at 3,500 square feet for a single-purpose office building, where there isn't a live-work aspect going on that can be marketed to a final single end user, whether that be a retail or residential with the low foot traffic and condition of being adjacent to residential single-family homes that could dissuade a possible restaurant operator, or industrial uses, which having an industrial use adjacent on a narrow lot adjacent to existing residential use is problematic. We've talked in prior applications along this block about the nature of industrial users spilling out onto the sidewalk in order to conduct their business. Here, that just would not be possible. So although this lot is 35 and not 17 and a half, each of the lots that had that it encompasses, still at 35 feet wide and at 3,500 square feet, each as-of-right use standing alone is frustrated by the totality of the physical conditions.
What is the totality of the physical conditions for an office use?
So here, being 20 minutes away from a subway station by foot, in a low-traffic area, in an area that doesn't have a...
Wait. Something unique to the site. Let's
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
No, let's start with that, because the other stuff, I'm not, that's sort of circumstantial. There are many buildings on this block, all
of them have the same.
that are
35
20 minutes walking distance by foot, adjacent to residential uses and all of that sort of stuff. So let's
Sure.
just stick with what
Sure.
you're claiming are the uniqueness aspects.
Other lots that are 35 feet wide and 3,500 or square feet or greater already have a building on them. That it is the vacancy is one of the contributing factors that makes this lot unique, because it doesn't have a building on it that can be immediately marketed to a tenant. We cannot divorce ourselves from the fact that in order to have an office user, we still have to build a building. So, but it's not the vacancy alone. It's the vacancy with the small size, the narrowness, and its position on adjacent to.
That's okay. So how many vacant lots are there in the study, and how big is your study area?
Study area encompasses the entirety of the M11 west of Columbia Street, north of it's like Woodhall Street.
But substantially carved out, right? It was 76 properties, units, and then it went down to 46, and...
The reason that was done was to remove properties that were already improved with a non-conforming residential use, and properties that were either larger than 3,500 square feet or developed to over 0.9 FAR. So that weeds out bigger properties, non-vacant properties, and properties that have existing residential use.
So we have 7 vacant lots, right?
The uniqueness study does identify a series of lots that were also vacant that are worthy of discussion of being similarly affected by the unique physical conditions. But each of those lots has elements to them that could make them more attractive for development for an as-of-right use. There is a few corner lots in there. There are lots that aren't adjacent to residential use. And
Those corner lots are smaller than this lot. So I don't know how they're at an advantage.
Well, according to the statement, it's that this particular lot has so many disadvantages.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the
I don't
whittling
agree
down
with
is
the
the
way
point.
it's whittled down
I think
either.
we should stick with the 7 and stop trying to whittle it down to 2, because the corner lots are much smaller than this lot. I'm not even sure what you could do with them without a variance. And then they're also, there were other arguments about the other lots that are also don't really ring true with me. But so let's just say there were 7 lots that are vacant that are in the same range. And if I remember correctly, there are also 2 that are combined lots, and they're very close to the 3,500 square feet. So they got discounted because they're not 3,500, they're like 3,700 square feet. So anyway, I need more on how the 35-foot width poses a hardship.
Understood. Again, the hardship to us is clear. If you have a 3,500, 35-foot wide lot, and we go through each of the as-of-right uses that could be developed at this location.
Let's just stick with commercial,
So,
right?
okay,
Just
so-
let's stick with offices.
Offices, okay.
Okay?
Okay, so a 3,500 square foot office, or a 3,500 square foot lot being developed with a 1 FAR office building could make sense in areas of the city that have a high a critical mass of office users that have various services within very close proximity.
Now you're talking about the neighborhood again. Let's stay on the site. Right?
Right. I think that once we started this, when you started your presentation, you stated something that was concerning a bit, that, we know these things are not unique, and some of these factors were not unique. I'd like to hear something that is unique, and it can't be a combination of things that are not unique. To be unique, it means that this site has a condition unlike the sites around it. And your argument, if you want to make the argument that because your site has all of these conditions and it's only your site that has all of these conditions that no other site has, it needs to be a lot tighter. And I don't think you're going to be able to do that standing it, but you really need to go back to the drawing board.
Absolutely.
That's a very
As I
tight
said,
argument.
we'll be following this up with a formal submission on the record. I do want to respond to that, because I at no point said that our conditions aren't unique. They are unique, but to the extent that there are other lots in a surrounding area, out of 150-plus lots, there are obviously, yes, lots in the area that are developed with non-conforming residential use, and we discounted them from the uniqueness study. But out of over 100-plus lots in the neighborhood, to the extent that there are...
76 lots in the study area.
Okay, to the extent that...
41 not held in common ownership with the neighbor. Of the 41, 15 are 3,500 square feet and under. I'm just reading what you wrote.
I know.
Right.
To the extent that there is another lot that is also vacant, that one element, one condition, does not preclude our lot from having a totality of conditions that together make it unique.
We understand that's your
Right, but
argument.
see, the problem with that is, if you sit there and tick off a list, if you get down to number 20, I'm sure you're going to find 6 items on your list of 20 that apply to this lot, and there are another 6 items on your list of 20 that apply to the other vacant lot that's under 3,500 square feet, and so on. The list is long enough, it's going to catch each one of these lots, and you could say that they're vacant. We're not convinced by the 4 things that you chose that just happen to apply to this lot, that they necessarily provide a unique hardship that is unseen in any of the other properties here.
And to make it a little bit easier, if this was a 25-foot wide lot or a 17-and-a-half-foot wide lot, the board would not have an issue, because you put the staircase in, you put the elevator in, and then where do you put the office? There's nothing left, right? So those are the size lots where the board has historically granted variances, and where it hasn't, it's because it was owned in common with a neighbor next door, and then intentionally sold off to create two 25-foot wide lots, and so that's a self-created hardship. But in this situation, 35 feet starts to be a nice-sized lot, like, yay, right? So that's why we're having a little trouble here, I don't know if it's a little, we're having trouble here understanding what it is about 35 feet that makes it so hard to make a building that conforms in the district. So, conforms and complies, right? And you need some time to go and do that. And if necessary, go find some cases where the argument sits firmly on the site and doesn't rely on the fact that there's a lot of parking on the street, or the neighbors next door are residents, or whatever. And by the way, the argument about residents doesn't really work in your case, because you're proposing office use. So if it's so bad for residents to be next to an office, why in the world are you proposing office use? Which, by the way, is a great idea, but you can't use that as an argument for why it can't be a commercial building, right? So I think that's for you to go home and go think hard and do more research. Yeah.
I also wanted to add to that, because if you added another factor like lot depth, you've got a lot of lots here that suffer from a very shallow lot depth, and that certainly impacts their development options in a way that you're not impacted. So that's what I meant by, if you have a list of 20, every lot could claim a few of those, and it doesn't mean that you have more of a hardship than anyone else.
Right.
Okay. There's a lot to chew on here.
Okay.
Obviously, we need to go back to the drawing board and address each of your questions, both from the executive session and what you raised tonight.
Right.
We remain confident that the hardships presented by these conditions, are.
So then we also had questions that go to the financial analysis, and a lot of it is about what's a very well-designed building, it's an attractive concept and so on, but we're concerned that perhaps we're not, that the financials don't support the income, right? Or let's say the
Well,
design, go ahead.
There's two issues, the as of rights. There's an issue as to whether or not the comparables are undervaluing in the income. And then for your proposed, the question is, because I'm not sure exactly how much of the gross square footage is actually going to be leased, it's not clear to me, whether or not you're maximizing the income that you could get. And then I have another issue for the proposed, which is that I've seen comparables on the web for rent that are renting for double what has been assumed for this space, and I would assume that this space is going to be pretty spectacular as an apartment when it's finished. So you've got a couple of different sets of questions, some for the as-of rights, some for the proposed.
Okay, and you would prefer us to respond in writing to those questions as
Yes.
opposed
I think
to
that's best.
testify?
You must, yeah. Okay, all right.
And in addition to this, on the engineering side, I'm looking at the as-of-right foundation plan that you submitted, and in the meantime, I looked at the foundation plan for the proposed. I did like really quick check on the as-of-right. I believe the number of piles here is kind of like, it could be as much as double what you need, if you need piles at all. And I looked at the stamp on the drawing, it's stamped by the architect, so I would like to get like some explanations. If piles are needed, why do you need that number of piles? What are the bases for the 86 in the proposed versus whatever in the as-of-right? This is one thing. My take on this, I believe you claimed some factors as uniqueness, but you didn't present to us any impact from these factors on the financials or as a hardship. You didn't tell us that the impact of your claimed uniqueness on the cost of the building. In the meantime, you just ignored the subsurface and the foundation thing, but in the financials, you already put this. So you need to like work on this in the statement of facts, explain to us why you want to consider this. So if you have a SOI report and you come up with a conclusion that you really need complicated foundation system, put something in the statement of facts addressing this.
And then it can also help to have in your financials a typical scenario that encompasses those helical piles and still shows a return because it doesn't have the other issues, which would be a very hard bar to reach.
Okay, understood. Anybody else from your team need to, no, okay. Are there any speakers on this? Okay, so then you have some work to do. So, bring it in March 5th. What did we put on to March 5th? Because I know we have.
We have a variance amendment, 2 GCL applications, and a variance.
Not March 5th.
Give them some time, because I believe they might need some time for the geotech in order to retain like the
okay.
factor and get an
Oh, good
engineering board.
point. Yeah, okay, so maybe we should move this into early April, is that? I would say late April. Late April? Okay, so how about April 23 hearing, and that's
April 3rd submission.
That gives time for the engineer, everybody to gather their, and to really think hard about how you make your finding, main finding. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Wait, 5-minute break? It's been 2 hours. Oh, 5-minute break.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Now? I think we're
We're back to
Got it on?
PCE. We're back to PCE.
We're back to number 2.
Don't touch
yeah.
anything else.
Back in order.
Good. Item number 2, 2017-272BZ, 10-1946 Road, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to the board member question? Okay.
Good evening, Board, Madam Chair. My name is Harry Callion. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Gantry CrossFit, located at 10-1946 Road in Long Island City, Queens. This is a application for a special permit for a PCE. Just a couple quick blocking and tackling items. We got notice from the project manager, Rory Levy, that we needed to update the, I'm sorry, let me start. We got a letter from, a letter of no objection from the fire department waiving the, not requiring a fire alarm system. However, we had to then, yesterday, revise the statement of facts and findings, which we submitted to indicate that the building does not have a fire alarm connected to a central station. It has has sprinkler system, which will be inspected by the fire suppression unit. That's correct. And then we also had comments with respect to the plans to change some clerical details on them. And those, sorry, one second.
No, those were about the ADA access, right?
Yes. Hold on.
One was floor area and one was about the equipment layout.
Yes, I have it here. Sorry. One was replace ADA compliance note with the new Chapter 11 NYC Building Code 2009, American National Standards Institute A117.1 and Title III of the Americans with Disabilities Act and other accessibility laws shall be complied with as approved by DOB. And 2, proposed signage will comply with applicable zoning resolution.
So were those notes put on the drawings already?
We haven't, the architect hasn't turned this yet, but we will.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
So the drawings already say compliance with what's known as
Local
Local Law
58.
58, which is an archaic representation, but everyone knows what it means.
Yes.
So let's just leave it alone, okay? So, and signage has to comply with the regulations anyway, right? Because we're not varying the regulations for the signs, okay? Because the only thing we're doing is, it's a PCE, it's not about signage.
Yes.
Right? So, so I just want to add that this is a CrossFit gym located in a standalone one-story building, so there are no neighbors. Okay. Above or even next door, I think. It's a freestanding building, no?
One-story.
Well, there-
One story, there's an adjacent building?
There's adjacent buildings, but they're all manufacturing and commercial.
Ah, okay. Okay, so are there any speakers on this?
I have just a question.
Yeah.
Because I raised this yesterday, actually. There was an inconsistency between the plans and the statement of facts about the square footage of the PCE, so I just wanted to confirm.
The square foot, well, the lot, I think it's about 5,000 square feet. The frontage is-
5,063.
I'm sorry?
5,063.
And then the frontage is like 51 or 51 and a half is the frontage, so.
I'm asking about the floor area of the PCE.
Well, the PCE is all in that, it's all contained in the building.
Coverage building.
Are you making reference to the, like the workout area, like the?
No, it's just, the entire building is going to be the PCE.
Yes.
So the entire building is 5,063 square feet.
Yes.
But there's a bump out on adjoining lot 40, is my question is whether that's additional floor area.
Uh-huh.
Can I look at the plan?
Yeah.
If there's any inconsistency, we can address those
Yeah,
along.
what
because
we're
having
trying to do
plans
is
for
not
we're just seeing if there's any
having a
need for you to come back.
continuation, right,
Right.
so. Initial, here we go.
Here they are.
Or if you have a copy of it with you, then.
Yeah, the drawings are loading, that's why. Drawing, no. Hello?
Are you talking about on the western side here?
Do you have it in front of you? Can I?
Yeah.
I don't have any drawings. Where's the drawing?
It's true. Where did the drawings disappear? December 10th, 2018?
Yeah, December 10th. There we go.
What's this right here?
It's this, yeah. Right. I was pointing to this part.
Yeah, I see. But it still says 5,063 square feet, 100 by 50.63. Yeah, what is that little thing?
So if you look, there's,
Oh, it's storage, a locker, that's in the cellar.
Right, so this is your full lot, but then there's also this, right? So that's additional floor area, presumably, is my
I think,
this portion here?
Actually.
Or no?
I think it's part of
Yeah.
the same building.
Happy to be.
But the floor
It's-
area schedule says 4,620 square feet.
Could I request that we add this as a note, and then I'll confirm with the architect and get all those, just make sure the numbers all are correct?
Yeah,
Line up.
so the issue is that your statement of facts that you resubmitted to correct this other issue says 5,000, whatever I said, 63 square feet, and the floor area schedule, as Commissioner Otley Brown said, is 4,620 square feet, which is not the entirety of the building, and then that doesn't take into account if your building is, as was, you mentioned, 50 foot 6 inches wide and 100 feet long, which actually, by the way, is measured to the inside.
Oh, what?
It's measured out to in, interestingly.
Huh.
Or maybe that's out to
No,
inside.
it's out to in, yeah.
Out to in or out to middle, or maybe it's say out to party wall center. Anyway, it seems to be including this storage, shower room, and locker room, which is certainly floor area,
Yes.
which is outside of that box.
Yeah.
So that additional floor area needs to be included in the total. In addition to which, it's just a little confusing because it says existing adjoining building, that's where it's sitting. And if that building is on a different zoning lot, we have a problem. That's why, thank you for noticing.
It was Mr. Vine who noticed.
Thank you, Mr. Vine, for noticing.
So yeah, if you could clarify with your architect, A, whether the entirety of the PCE is located on the subject tax lot, and then B, what the total square footage is, including that little bump out.
Got it.
That would be super.
Okay, great. And
Yeah,
formal
so
submission
we
as well?
unfortunately will need to continue this, and so then I take back what I said before. Please do change the notes.
Yes.
And then if you could have your copy
And
back.
on the drawings, okay.
I don't.
And I just want to
Thank you.
add from the Google Sky aerial view, it seems it's a full lot coverage building, whereas the plan that I'm looking at doesn't seem like a full lot coverage building.
Yeah.
And that's what I seem to recall from the site visit also, is a full lot coverage building.
Okay. All right. Are there any speakers on this? I think I asked that question already. Okay. So I hope this is something you can answer quickly.
Could we request an end of, a March date?
Oh.
Yes.
You have no idea how happy we are to give you the end of March.
If you insist.
What a treat. So our last hearing in March is March 26th, so that is a March 6th submission.
That's perfect.
Great.
Okay.
March 26th?
March 26th, submission March 6th.
Did the paperwork say when this opened?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
2013.
December 2013.
Okay.
Yeah.
We include an operational plan and
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
thank you.
Item number 3, 2018-119 BZ, 8701 4th Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Could have used my pen, sorry.
Yeah.
Good evening, Todd Dale for the applicant. From review session, I think there were two key questions that were raised. The first was regarding the notification of filing. It was actually submitted to the board July 19th, 2018. We let Mr. Levy know about that.
We have it, we have it.
That's fine. And then the next was, I think there was a question about the attenuation mats in activity
Yeah.
areas. Unless I misheard, I think there was discussion about it being a ½ inch, but it's actually 2 inches that are proposed?
Not according to the drawings.
No, the plans actually say 2 inches. If you look at the sheet, let's take a look here.
Hold on, I need to
Page
get
3
there.
of 4, in the bottom right, there's actually 3
Wait,
different...
slow down,
Just
slow
let
down.
it-
You know, we
they have to
use
pull up.
PDFs, we have to go to them and et cetera, et cetera.
All right, page 3.
2018, 119.
Okay.
I'm not there. Just a minute. Gee,
The bottom right when you get to that page.
proposed plans, bottom right. Page 3. 3 of 4. Okay, so you're looking at page 3 of 4?
Correct? Which is titled, I think it's the acoustical plan.
So here's the thing. Okay, it may say that, but this also works with keys. See, it says A3, B4, like that.
Okay.
So if you go to page 2 of 1, I think that's where it is. No. No, that's not where, sorry, let me see where the keys are. Now I've lost, oh, maybe there's another acoustical, I think there might be a second acoustical drawing. Just a second.
If there is, I recall, but it was described to me as you're looking. When it was described to me, the architect, this is similar to the system they use in their other facilities, and it's actually 3 different sets of materials combined to total of 2 inches. It's the Fit 30, the rubber roll, and then the Gen Mat Fit. So the combination of those 3 materials together provides the best acoustic attenuation in activity areas, and it is 2-inch thick, which is comparable to other facilities we deal with. And this is a commercial building with no residential uses. So I'm not sure where the ½ inch measure comes in, but it is 2 inches total that's proposed for the floor mats.
Okay, that would be good. Just don't
2
know
inches,
where
3
I
different materials that add up to 2 inches.
Huh. What happened? Okay, whatever. I can't find where I saw that.
It's on the chart. on the side.
No, I can't find where I saw that an A3 is something small.
Oh, it's on the floor finish schedule.
Where's that?
1 second. On page.
Page 3, top right. Oh, there it is. Thank you. So, right, so that's where it is. If you look at the floor finish, thank you, Jay. If you look at the floor finish schedule on the far right, in the basically
Okay.
where the title block is, right? It says type 1, ½ inch thick, which is a 1/4 inch sound underlay and 1/4 inch rubber. So that's how I'm used to looking at these things. So I went to, where is there an A1? And I found, or where is there a 1? And a 1 is where the bicycles are and where the rowing machines are. See, it says B1?
Understood, but in the high activity areas where there would be dropping of weights and everything like that, that's where the 2 is, which is the
Yes.
which is the higher.
I
So-
didn't have a problem with the number 2. It was, and that says 1.5 inches, not 2 inches, by the way.
I think it says 1.5 inches. No.
No, it says 1.5 inches, which is made up of a 1/4 sound underlay and 1.25 inches rubber. So if the details are actually different, then the drawings need to be corrected. Because they're in conflict with each other, but more importantly, the underlayment under the cycles and the rowing machines has to be thicker than ½ inch, because that's actually often the thing that drives people crazy.
I
If
would
you can make
say,
it all the 2 inches, that,
I would
You don't
say,
need 2 inches necessarily. I don't know what you need, but those things vibrate, and that's, even though there's nobody living upstairs, there are people working upstairs, and you can hear the hum of the bicycles if everyone's on it at the same time.
I would say I understand, but this is a non-residential building.
I understand
And
that it's a non-residential building.
They're on the
There's-
top floor, so there's nobody above
So that means the vibration is below.
And below is a commercial
Yes.
use.
Correct.
And we've already agreed to the 45 dBA limit, and
You're misunderstanding what this
expectation?
is about, right? Vibration, we've had some other kinds of gyms where they use rowing machines, bicycles, et cetera, and the rowing machines and the bicycles are a source of annoyance and vibration. And all we're talking about is correcting the depth, the thickness of the underlayment, so it's more able to handle the vibration. And anyway, you have a disagreement on the drawings internally, so they need to be corrected anyway. Just go do that thing. Okay, and it's to protect the neighbors downstairs, so you don't have a headache from the people who you're driving crazy.
that's fine, and I would say that if there was a history of it, I would say I would understand, but there is no history of it, and they'd
What
agree
do you
to the
mean,
condition.
isn't this a
It's a
new project?
Yeah,
Oh, this
a
is a
new
legalization?
Project.
Are we sure?
No.
No, it's not.
I don't have it as a,
It's
it's a proposed.
It used to be
It
something
used to be
that
Dolphin
closed.
Fitness.
I would also
Closed
say,
in
like, the,
2015.
just so you know, for
sorry.
future, I know Mr. Levy's not here, it lists Dolphin Fitness on the agenda. It's not Dolphin Fitness. It's
It's
Harbor
Right.
Harbor
Fitness.
Fitness.
So it's brand new. They're moving into the site.
Correct. So there isn't a history about which you could rely, upon which you could rely, right?
Well, I
It's
would
not
say
like
there's
you
no
can
history of
say,
complaint. That's fine.
no
We'll
history of
reach out.
complaints because it's not there yet, right? So trying to protect your clients from the difficulties we have in the next case. So just take our word for it. It needs to be better. And you have to
I
change the
understand.
drawings anyway.
We'll get the drawings changed, but we'll need a submission date. We can't get that done today.
Correct.
Anything else?
It won't take long, whatever we have, whatever you think.
We could submit for a hearing, a decision next week, or a hearing, I understand.
There are two adjourned for next
Okay.
week. This
We
would be
can do
item
them.
number 30.
We could do January 15th. If you give me
Here,
a
we could
cover,
We could submit, I'm
Friday.
hoping tomorrow,
Tomorrow.
worst Friday morning.
okay, so just include a cover letter that says, included is a drawing where you'll see on page 3 on the upper right-hand corner, or you'll bubble it, this is the change, okay? That's all.
All right, so January 15th, submit by
By Friday, please.
12. Okay.
So bubble the changes, that would be the easiest.
But also provide us a
And a
clean
clean set.
copy, because we need to stamp a clean copy.
That's what we've done other ones. I'll send you
Great.
copies.
Thank you.
Bubbled and non-bubbled.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you. Okay.
Item number 4, 2018-123 BZ, 2381 Broadway, also known as 2381 87 Broadway, 251 to 257 West 87th Street, Manhattan.
This is a different one.
Raise your right hand, you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to word of question.
Good evening, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. This one has no issues.
No issues, the only one was kind of an internal one, which
Yeah, it
was
was
corrected.
DOI, which was,
DOI.
yeah, I believe it was
So
corrected.
they've corrected it, and the strangers are no longer part of your application. Okay, so are there any speakers on this? Residents, it's not a legal, it is legalization,
It
but
opened in
it's a
September.
bar studio.
We
It's
had
not a-
DOI, and we did notify the residents by posting in the residential lobby.
Oh, you did?
And we submitted that to
Oh,
the
right,
board.
you showed us.
Okay.
They opened in September.
We opened in September, we
September
did do the
18th.
residential posting, we submitted proof of,
No, 28. I don't know what.
we submitted proof of notice to the residential neighbors, so I believe we did
Yeah.
take care of
You-
that.
You did, it was, I think there was something too hard to email, so when it was attached to an email, it was this gigantic image. That's why, yeah.
Okay.
Something was strange about how the PDF.
Apologize, I didn't take the picture.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 5, 2018-138 BZ, 257 West 17th Street, Manhattan. Yeah. Who is involved? Let's go. Yeah, Commissioner Wolf?
No, just the application.
This is on the people that represent the applicant. Raise your right hand. Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board to respond to the board member questions?
I do.
Go.
Good evening, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. They will not all speak unless the board requests that they speak. With me tonight are two of the owner and the manager of the PCE. I have two of the trainers and the attorney that's been handling the litigation since the beginning of time, but before I came into the application.
Feels like.
So, thank you for the board's site visit, which we appreciate. I know it was a unique situation, and we do appreciate it, and we appreciate the community board and everyone who came out. Procedurally speaking, this application was denied in 2018 for an SOC for an extension of term. As noted in the board's conditions, we were non-compliant with the conditions of the original grant, and we didn't ask for the modification of the original grant, which would have procedurally been the appropriate method to do it. So we do understand that, and my clients understand and have been living with the ramifications of that situation. The application before you, while it's a new application, doesn't seek to whitewash the history of this case. We didn't come in and ask for zero conditions of grant. We didn't come in and ask for anything beyond a slight modification to explain the new protocol, which came into place after the BSA grant, and to explain the tweaks to the floor system that came into play after the grant, a lot of which was shown to the board at the site visit, a lot of which was explained in great detail in my application, in my materials. I also submitted a letter in response to the community board, which detailed all of the conditions as I proposed for the amendment to the original conditions. So the letter that I submitted on Sunday was a letter that responded to the community board, responded to the situation that we're in today, and showed the conditions that we're seeking from the board. The reason the conditions were solidified on Sunday as opposed to in my statement of facts, while I do discuss them in great detail, is because we were hoping, and based on the site visit, we anticipated that we'd be able to do additional sound testing in the apartments upstairs. Historically, we were granted access. At the site visit, members of the board suggested empirical evidence is the way to present this case. You viewed what was going on, you suggested empirical evidence, we tried, and we were denied access. So in lieu thereof, I have to rely on what was previously submitted to the board. So historically, there were a number of sound engineers that were involved in this. The most recent sound engineer that led to the approval was Ermos. It was a third-party engineer hired by both sides. There was a protocol that was put in place to do the testing. Majority of the testing focused on the upstairs or the first floor of the gym, because that was the biggest problem area. So when reviewing the Ermos report, and I have copies with me today, the first floor showed the issues with dropping. The first floor showed at 68 pounds, if you're intentionally dropping at 68 pounds, there was an issue. The Ermos report actually says that at the cellar level, when they tested what's quote-unquote a fail, which I have testimony that was submitted as part of the opposition, the fail was when they lifted it above their heads and dropped the weights. When they tested 225 in the cellar at fail, there was no sound and no vibration in apartments 2A and 2B and on the fourth floor. When they tested a squat at 400 pounds and fail, meaning the squat, which is held on the back, they dropped it and it dropped to the ground, on these specially designed pads, there was no sound emanating to the upper floors.
That included the road pads.
That did not include the road pads. That was not utilizing the road pads. The road pads' focus was on the upper floor, but I have the Ermos report that I can hand out for reference. I'll just ask, it's very voluminous, so I'll give you the smaller copy.
We have, this is.
So this was the Ermos report that went in with the original approval, that was approved as part of the original approval. So you can see on page 10 of the Ermos report, other activities at floor 1, squat fail at 400 pounds. In apartment 2A, there was no audible and no vibration.
Sorry, where are you? Page 10?
Page 10 of 124. Other activities at floor 1, that chart, where it showed the squat fail at 400 pounds.
In apartment 2A and 2B, there was no audible and no visual sounds. So in absent of the ability to do additional testing, the request that we're making for the board is the request to have those conditions or those weight limits implemented as the new conditions of the grant.
Wait, you need to slow down again. Other activities at floor 1. It says squat fail at 400 pounds.
Right, so
Where
location is...
does, so you're saying.
Location is 2A, squat fail, 400
And what
pounds.
happened at 400 pounds? What
If you
is? what was-
continue to the right, that's the chart that says if there was any vibration or sound emanating from those tests.
But what did they do in that squat?
So they held it on their shoulders.
Yes.
Went into a squat.
Yes.
And they simulated a fail where they dropped the weight. And this is part of the testimony where it explains what the fail test was. The testimony the transcript from the contempt hearing that was submitted by the opposition discusses exactly what a fail was in this situation. So I have copies of the testimony as well, if you want, or you can look on the opposition submission.
So, this requires us going back and looking at these reports again, which, by the way, we looked at a lot all those years ago. But the conclusion by the third-party engineer was that on the first floor, there needed to be a limitation on the weights.
Right.
Right? That limitation certainly wasn't 400 pounds,
Correct.
nor was it 300 pounds.
The conclusion was based on the protocol where we were focused on CrossFit and focused on dropping of the weights. So they tested weight drops from shoulder height, intentional weight drops from shoulder height, from waist height, and that's where you got into rogue pads and where you got into dropping of the weights and the issues that came along with that. As we demonstrated at the site visit, and as is made clear in my papers, after the 2015 grant, we did away with the CrossFit on the first floor.
But so, I'm having a little trouble understanding this. If 100, whatever it was we decided, 125 pounds was the most that they could drop in the basement, right?
No,
In the cellar,
but that wasn't what the testing showed, that it was on the first floor.
on the first floor, okay.
Intentional drop.
If an intentional drop, the most they could drop was something like 115 or 125 pounds, I don't have the numbers in front of me, okay? Then I don't understand how a fail where they drop the weight someplace or other from their shoulders, I'm trying to imagine how you drop it in a squat from your shoulders, had no perceptible impact.
So I tried to get Aramos to work with us again, and I tried to get Aramos to get on the phone with me and explain their testing. They didn't want to be a part of this process anymore, which I wasn't involved, and I don't blame them. But by reading the report and by reading the transcript that was submitted with the opposition's papers, the testing was done, and certain testing where they did dropping was done not necessarily on these special lifting pads. They did do testing where it was dropped on the floor, testing where it was dropped outside of the confines of those lifting pads. So that may have been the results, but...
It was that they weren't allowed to do any of the weightlifting outside of both the spring boxes and the rogue pads. It was determined that the springs alone were not adequate, they had to have the rogue pads, and that the most that could be dropped
was 150.
Isn't this a
was
bit of like...
115, that was the number?
again,
This is a better word. Isn't this...
If you could look at the resolution.
Right, I just don't have it all in front of me right now.
No,
so-
no barbells in excess of 115 pounds on the ground floor.
With all due respect.
What?
This has been already decided. We've received this, the board has received this evidence in 2015, and they came to the determination that there was a resolution. There isn't any new evidence before us at this point. So reevaluating what this board has evaluated
Right.
is...
No,
So I'm not
he's
asking
mentioning
that.
the 300, 400 for a reason.
No, I'm not asking to reevaluate. I'm saying absent the ability to go in and do new empirical testing, which is what we wanted to do and what we thought was the intent of this, I'm stuck with the results of the test. The results of the test, as explained in the transcript, because I couldn't get the expert to speak to me directly, is the interpretation. It shows very clearly that with a fail, where you did drop by accident 400 pounds, there was no noise and no vibration.
So absent the ability to go up and confirm that,
That's what you're submitting.
that's what I have to go with. So those are the conditions, or those are the weight limits. At the site visit and in my papers, the initial intent was to go in, this is our proposal, and the results of the testing would have shown it either makes noise or it doesn't, based on the protocol, which was not contemplated by the board in the original grant. I was not able to do that because the opposition said that no additional testing was necessary.
Right, but here's where I'm coming from, and it's from a totally different direction than where you're coming from. I'm coming from, we had a grant, we had a list of conditions. In order for you to get those conditions in some way lifted or amended, you should have been living within the confines of the conditions, showing that there were no effects on the people upstairs because you were living within the confines of those conditions. And then you say, might we do a little testing and see if we can lift a little more than 115 pounds on the first floor? Instead of coming to us going, we didn't think that really was going to work for us. We lifted 300, 400. We don't think it had any effect on the upper floors. We want to lift those conditions. And we're angry because they're not letting us try.
So I understand the point, and I understand where the board is coming from. Obviously, I was not, while I was at many of those hearings as a practitioner on other matters, I wasn't prosecuting this specific gym. I can tell you that the flooring system and the tweaks that are in place are more extensive than most of the gyms I do. I understand the board's, I understand, and my client understands that they're coming from a place of dirty hands. So they've been penalized, they are continuing to be penalized, and at this point, we're coming back and on the mercy of the board and based on the improvements that have been done and the changes that have been done based on what was put in place after the last grant, the conditions that we couldn't live with and the changes we made to the program, we're coming and proposing a new protocol, a new workout, not a CrossFit gym. It's still a name, a CrossFit gym, but the exercises as demonstrated and as practice is not a CrossFit gym anymore. So we're coming to ask for a analysis of a regular high-intensity gym that the board sees routinely. And in the confines of that, understanding that there were conditions prior, I'm not asking for wiping out of the conditions. These weights that were, the weight limits that we're asking for, the only ones that are, I guess, of major concern would be the dropping in the cellar, because of all the complaints that we've had, none of them have correlated to a first floor issue. So the concern would be the cellar floor, and the concern that we've had, or that the neighbors have had, is at the cellar floor. Again, without being able to do my own testing, I have to rely on what's done here. The weight limits I'm showing as a fail that didn't show any impact. I have to rely on that unless I'm able to do my own testing. And I understand that the board, saw this and came to a conclusion, but it was based on a different program, and we hope that we can show, based on the new program, that it'll be a better situation.
I think clean hands come before new program. I really do. And I think, the previous case went on for 11 hearings across a year and a half. And the tenants came to every single hearing and commenced legal action against this actor. That takes a lot. You have to be literally absolutely desperate to come here 11 times. Most cases, even cases where people aren't really thrilled to have whatever it is that's being proposed in the neighborhood, they come once or twice. If conditions are really bad, where they just cannot live with it, they come maybe 5 or 6 times. These people came 11 times. That's a big interruption to your life.
100%.
11 times. And imagine the desperation that drove them to come here 11 times.
I don't discount that, and the way this began was something that if I was involved, I would have probably not advised them to do it, because it was done in a way that didn't follow the way every other gym in New York City comes in. But at this point, they've done the work and spent the money to try and rectify that situation. So I can't clean my hands until I'm allowed to show what my weight limits would be so that I can try and be a good neighbor.
No, you could clean your hands by sticking to the weight
Can't.
limits
The
that
gym
were
is
in the
closed down.
Right, but you could start by pledging to stick to the limits that the board set originally, and don't even talk about increasing your weightlifting abilities until you could prove that this gym can act within the confines of the conditions that were set originally, and that the people upstairs could go about their daily lives without interruption. Then you could come and say to us and to them, can we do some more testing? We've made some new improvements. We would like to see if we could lift heavier weights. But you literally have to earn everybody's trust back, and it takes time to do that.
So,
I think what, to me, is a little bit disturbing is that after the BSA approval from 2015, the submission that we got from the owner's representative, the list of complaints, starting from November 2016 all the way to December, even April 2018, there are constant complaints about some of the noise. So if the improvements were made, then these complaints should not exist.
So-
But there are.
So to that point, when living in the building and coming in the way, my client did at the beginning, there's certain times and many times irreparable damage. We have someone here with us can provide testimony that a lot of the complaints were there there was a statement made on multiple occasions that at all costs I will shut this gym down.
Well,
So-
but you can sort of understand that after 5 years, can't you?
I'm not saying that you can't. I'm saying that there's no way for me to come in with clean hands and.
But that doesn't mean that the complaints are false.
Yeah.
To say,
If
I don't-
80% of the complaints didn't correlate to actual violations, then it
Didn't they
does.
hire, because we remember this from the last
We did this
hearing.
once.
They hired investigators who came and worked at the gym and took photographs of people not complying at all with the protocols, right?
And we-
in the end, we had even the gym operators, owners telling us, well, we had no intention of complying with the protocols.
So the conditions and the protocol that was in place, they couldn't comply with. I wouldn't have told them to accept it. I would have told them to say, this, I understand that, but if you have someone who's determined to shut you down and just continuously make complaints, even if some of them hit, there are a majority that don't hit.
No, it doesn't go like
Can't-
that. To interrupt, I'm sorry, we set up these protocols based on the third-party testing. The third-party testing expert told us that, and everyone agreed, that there would be a maximum weight height amount, that there would be a way that those weights were used and dropped on specific types of padding, and that would be it, right? And it was so simple. It was 1 year to operate according to those protocols. And your clients, not your fault because you weren't there at the time, your clients opted to ignore that and to put it on the responsibility of the neighbors who had to live with those protocols being ignored, and not only that, had to hire independent investigators to go in and to pretend to be members of the gym, et cetera, and take pictures of people
So-
lifting weights and dropping them.
What I'm saying is not that. What I'm saying is I'm not trying to say that my client had clean hands. What I'm saying is going forward, I can't, there's no way for me to understand how you would appease a relationship like this. So the only way I can imagine doing it is coming with empirical evidence, like the board said,
Well,
to,
I think Commissioner Brown told you how. I think
But
Commissioner
you run
Brown
into a situation-
stated that, I think it's a very convincing argument. If you want to gain their trust, do what you said you would do. And then if there aren't problems, and perhaps if you believe that there's some sort of rancor that behind these time does heal all wounds, then perhaps make another application thereafter.
But they can't do anything, they're shut down.
Well, no, what I'm saying, it sounds
Oh, you
like.
mean like upon a new renewal?
Upon a new
Maybe
renewal.
another year down the line, after being pristine coexisters.
Because it sounds, from listening to my colleagues, it sounds like there's two options. And one of them is with following the original agreement.
so
I wasn't involved in drafting the original agreement, but a lot of the original agreement centered around the types of exercises that were done at the time. Those exercises are not. The exercises have shifted, so a lot of those exercises demand a heavier weight. If you're limited at 60 pounds to do a squat or 100 pounds to do a squat, then you run into a situation where, you know, it's not a feasible gym. You're not having anyone who's coming in.
I'm a
Well,
little
wait a
confused by that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a little confused by that. So when your client accepted the 2015 condition, they knew going in that those were the limits, and they were supposed to schedule or program their workout programs accordingly. And to say that that is not feasible now,
I think
seems
that's the
that was-
purpose, I think that was the purpose of this application, was to try and amend those conditions.
Then that
So-
should have been done, as Commissioner Otley Brown said, should have been done after you had lived through the 115-pound limits and all of that.
100%, I don't disagree with
And
that.
then do that.
So-
The fact that that was not done, and, I mean, yes, maybe there is a malicious intent of trying to put complaints, maybe, but how do we go forward? I'm still not
And I would say that when the board went to visit and saw the activities on the first floor, it didn't appear as if anything on the first floor required heavy weights. It basically was a lot of repetitions with light weights, right?
So the only thing that
So-
requires heavy weights are the squats are generally heavier weights, and the deadlifts. But you're right, with the barbells and with the kettlebells, it's, you know, the weight's
So-
not.
So let's just say, if the owners were really that interested in making peace and reopening this gym, the protocols would change. We said that on the site visit. The protocols would change. They would eliminate from even anywhere in the building those very large plates. So we wouldn't see that you could add all those plates on and add up to 300 pounds or 400 pounds, whatever. That would just be eliminated from the opportunity, and you would see that the only workouts are being done in a way that's quiet. Then you live there for a while like that, and then as Commissioner, and which is a different set of protocols from the ones that we approved the last time, right? Completely different set, where there's a limitation on that those kinds of protocols are all that could be pursued.
I'm sorry, can you explain that?
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm just thinking about the protocols that had to do with not having barbells, or that your barbells are fixed weights where you don't add plates to them. I'm just trying to figure out something, because
So if we
if you
came
were
up
a
with
yoga studio, we wouldn't be having this problem, right? And my reaction at one point was, I can't understand the business decision on the part of your clients where they're given an instruction to do something, and they walk right in and they ignore it. In their place, I would have operated a yoga studio for a year. I would have told all of my members, we come here every day and we meditate quietly. And then at the end of the year, you come in, gold stars, yay, you did everything right. And then maybe who knows what happens, and then we have a compliance hearing, and who knows what happens, right? But the point is, they were even in contempt of court. I mean, seriously?
And we're not,
I don't think I'm not sure how many times we could talk this through. It's the same.
it's just so at the first floor, let's say some of those weights are acceptable, especially now that we don't have dropping. At the cellar level, where I don't even see in the Airmos report where the rogue pads were made necessary, it doesn't, so to that end, we're asking for can
We're
we
not
have
going to go and try to figure out. We had a specific question posed to this Aramos person. The Aramos engineer gave us a set of criteria on which all the protocols were based, right? If we were changing the protocols, we need new expert advice, right? If you can't get it because the tenants understand, or the owners are understandably don't want to let you into their apartments anymore because, hallelujah, it's finally quiet in my apartment, That's understandable. However, and I want to say this, that I don't know how we get past it, so we're not going to read this report and try to figure out how to get past it, just not doing that. If, in a business context, if you have somebody who's in business and they're trying to pursue an interest for their business, they make deals. And they're not going to make a deal with us. They need to make a deal with the people who are preventing them from pursuing the construction of their building, for example, or something like that. We're now in the stage where it's a business. The business has to figure out how to handle a business relationship with the neighbors, and when they've done that, and once they've persuaded the neighbors that the business relationship is sort of copacetic, then maybe the neighbors will let them back in for testing. Maybe they won't, but maybe they will.
So what do we do if they don't? That's my question.
They had a choice.
Consequences. Unfortunately, there are consequences. Bad behavior has consequences.
I'm not comfortable putting all that power on the side of the tenants either. I think that while I believe that the tenants have been acting have come to they've done everything they can to preserve their rights. I do think that we should encourage them to try to continue to work together on this, as opposed to giving them, potentially costing a very large investment to this business for very little reason.
Investment, but it's a very valuable gym right now. Maybe it's worth selling it to somebody else and moving on to the next place to install a CrossFit in a freestanding building in the middle of a parking lot. Because we had today 2 or 3 other CrossFit gyms, one of which was a legalization with residents. Not a word from the residents. We reached out to the residents, not a word. How is it that CrossFit gym is not disturbing the neighbors? I don't know. I don't know.
I can't answer it. I mean, the answer is my clients came in and didn't come in properly, and that's true. The question of being able to sit with the conditions, it's something that we're presenting to the board as, this is a very simple question. Either the limits of we do a testing, they show the limits. If they work, great. If not, then game over.
How are you going to do a testing?
That's exactly what we're asking.
So
If the
the answer
neighbors
is,
are,
the tenants, I don't even know how many times they let these testing engineers into the apartments. Dozens. It was many, many, many times. There were 3 different sets of testing engineers.
And one guy even just left the keys because he was traveling.
Right.
It's just like, here.
Right.
But we went in as recently as November with our floor engineer, and we went in to do testing where we dropped heavy weights to see that the floors are functioning, and he didn't feel anything. They made tweaks on the floors to ensure that nothing was there. So we're confident that the tweaks and the protocols work. So therefore, it is I understand the history, I understand the clean hands concept, but we're in a situation where it's a very simple question of, do the weight limits work or do they not? If they don't work, then...
We don't even know. So
I know we
if I
don't
were
know.
your client and I was out of business, I would be grasping at any way I could get back in business. And if that meant I could get back in business 50% of the way, I would grab it. And I would use that chance to show everybody in the building that I am truly wonderful. We got off to a bad start, but it's never going to be like that again. I'm truly appreciated that now I am operating at 50% of the program I want, and maybe someday you'll let me go all the way. That's what I would do. I wouldn't be sitting here saying it's my way or the highway. I'd rather be out of business than be working 50% of my program. I don't understand that.
I support that. I think that's right on the point.
I need to speak to my clients to see if they can live. But in terms of the conditions that you're suggesting, go back to the conditions of the original grant?
That's right.
That would be the easiest.
Absolutely.
No, that's what I'm asking, if that's the proposal.
Absolutely, and show that everything is coming up roses for the next, I don't know what period we all decide would be an appropriate period. It will be short, I will tell you that much. And then, when you can't even scare a tenant up in here because things are so good that tenants do have bad memories, once things are good for a long period of time, they can't be bothered to skip work and come here. Then we'll say, okay, maybe we could arrange for some testing. Maybe we can get you to 70% of your program.
But the thing that gives me concern is we set up that protocol and we said no drops greater than 115 pounds, right? But all the equipment was in the place capable of having greater lifts. So they lifted more weight and they dropped more weight, because it'd be one thing to lift and to put down, but they chose not to lift and put down, they chose to lift and drop. And that's where wouldn't make sense if you heard 115 pounds. The testing said if you drop according to the protocol, which I think they also didn't follow because they didn't use the rogue pads, it wouldn't be audible or noticeable vis-a-vis vibration. So my concern is even having the equipment in the room is opening the door up again to them behaving exactly as they behaved before, because they don't have a good, they don't have a trust record.
My concern with that is to limit the equipment, so the weights are, if 10 people are in the room working out, and for each of them to have 125 pounds is one thing, and now if 5 people are working out, then are they just going to move the weight in and out of the rooms, like, depending on how many people are there, which makes it a little difficult. But I do think one of the things that we can do is, if we do agree to go with the original grant and see if they follow up, I don't think anyone on this board would hesitate to bar them in the future upon complaints. Because I don't know how many more chances something could be given.
To that point, and to the chair's point, since the last grant, we do have cameras throughout. As part of the court proceeding, we installed cameras that are available to the neighbors, and we provided the videos. So that's the safeguard to say if there are complaints, then
This didn't work before.
it worked very well. They
No,
came in with
actually, it
complaints
didn't
and-
work before, because there were videos where the tenant said at 2:33 PM, there was a really bad noise in my apartment. So they went to look at the video, and sure enough, at 2:33 PM, there was somebody dropping a weight. What's the response from ownership? It wasn't the same. You're imagining the sound. It didn't occur at that time, or it was a freak accident, or whatever. So and the idea that you're seriously asking the owners of these apartments to continue in the video review life, that was their life for the last 5 years. I'm very uncomfortable even with the idea of going back to the original protocol, because they broke the original protocol. If you told me this was a class in bar with a yoga studio in the basement, I'd have a totally different reaction. There isn't anything here we can throw.
I understand that. So it obviously, by the fact that we were in contempt of court and we were shown at the board to be in violation, and also the fact that we didn't try and hide the fact, which...
Yeah.
You did, though.
What? No, when we came here, we didn't tell you no and then get caught in a lie.
No, you did. They did. It wasn't until there were pictures shown from the investigator that they then came back in and retracted their statement.
Apologize, and that wasn't my...
I know.
That wasn't my understanding. My understanding was that when Mr. Angelino brought them in, they owned up to their issue. So,
upon interrogation.
It's the video cameras or other safeguards that you want. We only need one proven violation to end our day, is basically my point. There are many ways to safeguard that if my clients
violation.
can.
I want to hear from the
Yeah, I want to hear from I know that I can see them freaking out at even this discussion.
Right, and it doesn't mean I was endorsing an
Right.
extension. So
Yes.
I don't want the
new
blow
app-
to
a
hit
new
me in the
special
head.
Right. We're just trying to understand, and so that's why I go back to when we saw the protocols that were being used on the first floor, where the use was kettlebells, lifting up a medicine ball and moving around with it as opposed to throwing it against the wall, things like that. Those are quiet activities. So I'm kind of, go figure out this thing. Don't call it CrossFit. I don't frankly care what it's called. Don't use, it's not a weightlifting gym anymore. It can't be, because it's not, because the owners don't know how to manage a weightlifting gym in a place where there are residents. And this time I saw a submission from one of the residents who I used to know, who lived on the 6th floor, who wrote that there were complaints in the apartment, right? The 6th floor. So
if by weightlifting, you mean the overhead drops that are
I mean, so
concerned.
if the testing is with failed
No.
squats,
So, yeah.
right? And I was
Would
just watching
squats,
some
that's my
scary.
question, so on the first floor, we did have squats and we did have presses, but it didn't include what you saw on the cellar floor, which was the jerking it up and dropping it down, jerking it up.
How can we control whether they squat or they jerk or they throw or they anything? I'm like, at this point, get rid of the barbells. Just get rid of them. Sell them, rent them, whatever, and turn everything into a run silent, run deep type operation. There are many, many different kinds of fitness studios that don't do this, right? And I'm sorry, because it's great, weightlifting gyms are great things, and I'm sorry that this gym doesn't know how to play in the sandbox well with its friends, right? But it didn't learn, and I don't feel comfortable about allowing them to have all that equipment where you just throw plates on, and there you are, 400 pounds.
So, understanding the concerns and understanding the history and understanding all of that, going forward, we're okay with a very short leash
Going forward to
try.
what?
If we do go forward with the original conditions, let's say.
No, I
or
didn't
with
say
some-
original
I'm-
conditions. I'm not okay with original conditions.
I just threw it out there.
Yeah.
And then I haven't even made a decision on it. I was
Right.
just saying that could be the best you could hope for.
So-
That's what I meant.
Okay.
I really think we can learn a lot from what the neighbors have to say.
Yeah, okay, no, let's hear from them. We know each other well. You don't need to sign, you can come and speak and sign in when you're
Madam Chair,
finished speaking.
the owner wants to make a statement. Do you,
Oh, it's okay, let's just have the neighbors speak and then we'll go on.
Hi, Jay Ginsberg, counsel for the condominium. The first thing that I'm struck by, having listened to the session yesterday as well as today, and I think most of the members of the board get this, were you to grant a permit to them today, you're effectively reversing your decision of July. July, they came to you and asked for an extension of the original protocol, and you denied it unanimously, because they admitted that they didn't comply with one iota of it from the day you passed it. So to go back today and reinstate those, or frankly, any protocols, these are people who spat in your face, and ours, in court. They entered into stipulations, they agreed to protocols by the BSA, from the BSA, and had not one intention of complying with it for a moment. So how do we sit here today and have any faith that anything you give them will be followed? The reality is, if this board were to give them a permit, they'd go back into the court and try to get the injunction lifted, and then they'd go back to doing what they've always done, which is whatever they want to do, and then leave it to the condo to have to pay me, go into court, come here, litigate, which takes months and tens of thousands of dollars, to try to prove that they're violating. And when they do, they belatedly admit, yeah, you got us, we've never complied with the word.
so is your solution to permanently shut this gym down?
It is. But let me speak to that in a few other ways. The issue of value came up. And admittedly, they must have spent a lot of money on these units. And as much as they've spent, it is dwarfed by what the apartment units in this condo cost, all of which are being rendered valueless by having these people as a neighbor. So reopening them and the conditions they present means that Anthony Yu's apartment, Susan Gomes' apartment, which represent phenomenal investments, are going to be diminished. on the off chance that these people who have been found in contempt multiple times, or one time, it's 2 contempt motions, and admitted that they can't follow the rules, they shouldn't pay the penalty. No, Susan Gomes and Anthony Yu and the people of the building get to pay the penalty because they have to keep living with it. Now, counsel's new, and I don't blame him for that. I welcome him to this case. But he keeps using the word new about these protocols. They might be new to him. They're not new to any of us because the protocols were implemented as part of the 2015 grant. They weren't in the 2013 application, but they were in the 2015 grant. These are the protocols they agreed to follow in Supreme Court. That's why there were stipulations about having instructors get suspended if they saw people violate those rules about dropping weight and not using rogue pads. The idea of not using the first floor dates back to then. They stipulated they wouldn't. They violated all of it. Now, that brings us to the question that was raised about why the condominium wants them shut down. We are tired. And the fact is, if we had some ability to believe that these people would now be good neighbors, maybe we'd even listen. But they have lied to us again and again and again. And we fear that giving them even any more rope just means that we're going to pay the price as we always have. Further, you'll note in their application, they don't borrow weight from the first floor. They want to use their letter of, the protocol they attached to the letter on Sunday. Says they want to use up to 400 pounds on the first floor. They say they don't want to drop it, but we can all remember them denying that they were dropping it, and then we got into semantic debates about what's a drop. You know, if my hands are still on the bar or hovering above it, is it dropped? If a tree falls in the woods and no one hears it, is it a drop? They want 400 pounds on the first floor. You turn to the cellar, they admit they want to drop it from overhead, and they'd like to drop 400 pounds, 450 pounds from overhead. I was there when Arimos did their original testing. Arimos, by the way, in court, said that, look, they haven't been back. This isn't an established soundproofing system. It was created by this gym. They invented it. He said, I have no idea how it weathers time. I don't know how it works in a classroom setting. We tested it on a single occasion. Now, incidentally, the squat drops were done, and I saw it. The person was in the squat when he let it roll off his back, which was lower than a hip height drop. They were not dropped 400 pounds at shoulder height. And of course, when they did drop those heavier weights from shoulder height, they sounded like bombs going off, which you'd expect, because anyone who's been to a gym and heard a weight drop, everybody turns around, flooring system or not. So they come to you today, having lost in July on just getting the old conditions affirmed, and now ask that you triple the weight limit, that you go from 135 pounds in the cellar to 400, or 350, or 200 and change, depending on the exercise. They tell you that, oh, now there are cameras. The cameras have been there for a year. That's how we proved contempt. Despite being watched by cameras, nobody bothered to comply. Proving them in contempt wasn't difficult. We just rolled the tape. The judge joked, any of you who remember Warner Wolf from his Channel 2 days, let's go to the videotape. And we threw up the videotape. And we watched the instructors watching the participants drop too much weight onto the floor with no rogue pads. Nobody was corrected. So yeah, there were cameras, but if you think that's going to engender compliance, they were found in contempt with the cameras already running. That's why it was so easy. And that is the level who we're dealing with. They don't care that we're seeing them. They don't care that we're inevitably going to catch them. The goal is just to be in business. Every day they're in business is their victory. And so they'll tell you whatever they need to tell you, just like they needed to tell the Supreme Court whatever they wanted to hear, and then immediately set out on a path of contempt. Not because they thought they'd actually get away with it. You'd have to be foolish to think that. But they figured it would take me 6 months to 8 months to find them in contempt. And they were right, because the courts are busy. You file a motion, they file opposition, the court schedules a hearing. I think we filed the contempt motion in February, and they were found in contempt in September. And we only filed the contempt motion after a month and a half of the videotape rolling. We needed some time to watch some of the tape. They know if you give them the way to open, it'll take me at least 6 months to a year to close them, even if they start violating it tonight. And that's the reality. And that's why they're here, and they'll promise you anything you want to hear. If you said use it as a yoga studio, they'd give it to you. Do you believe they'd use it as a yoga studio? I don't. They told us all they'd do 115 pounds. They told it to the court, they told it to all of you. They never intended to follow it. And if they told you yoga today, whatever. It gets them open. Finally, turning to one other point about the Arimos report and this original grant. It was a one-year grant. It was a one-year grant because none of you had any confidence that this would actually work. You wanted to see how it would play out in the real world. So you gave them a one-year test run. Now, admittedly, the test run was marred by the fact that they didn't comply with any of the rules of the test. But we gave them their one-year test run. And the results could be only seen as a failure. If they failed because they didn't follow the rules, that was their own choice. They shouldn't be given a second bite at this apple. You gave them their one-year bite. They spat on you for it. They spat on us for it. Now they're sitting here saying, well, at least we got new counsel. Maybe that should convince you to give us what you didn't give us in July. And frankly, haven't we all heard enough? We've been here 11 times, I think, originally, then the July application, now here today. I assure you we've had far more appearances in the Supreme Court, and it's not closed. Put in another perspective, as punishments in the Supreme Court, they've already paid $300,000 of my legal fees. So if you think spending money is the way that they're going to suddenly start behaving, they've spent a ton here, they spent a ton fixing the gym, they spent a ton on me, and I'm not their lawyer. They don't care. They'll spend whatever it takes to be open and violate the rules some more. Anthony?
Evening, I'm Anthony Yu. I live in 257 West 7th Street, 17th Street, Apartment 2B. Board, Commissioner, nice to see you again. Happy New Year. You've heard and read a lot from me, so I won't belabor the point about violations or vibrations or noise or whatever. So I just wanted to make 2 quick points in regards to being neighborly and being in the spirit of being neighborly or whatnot. You know, firstly, as Cheryl Perlmutter said, as New Yorkers, after years and years of violations and enduring annoyances, frankly, one can imagine, perhaps not be surprised by the fact that I'm not super thrilled about Rick's presence in the gym. Now, does that mean that I'm duplicitous or lying? I think not. Secondly, about being, I know that I've heard in some of Rick's presentations about their being such a great part of the community and offering so much to Chelsea. And I wanted to say, well, I'm part of the community too. There are 2 restaurants that know me by name or order, 2 bars that know me by name or by order, my local, dry cleaner place as well. I have visited, gone to a concert of one of my neighbors who's in a 60-year-old guy in a rock band. I have given a neighbor a carton of milk. These things don't really happen in New York. I think I'm part of the community as well. I go to the gym and take classes too, a different gym, and it is not uncommon for an instructor to know me by name. And I think that in all these places, this is New York City, things are tough. You have to be part of the community. It's give or take. I've built relationships with so many people, but I wonder why people 5 feet from me, there is no relationship. There's no trust. It's strange to me. Yet my pizza place knows that I like that meat slice. I can't influence your decision at all, but I would just say that my quality of life is higher when the gym is closed or not there. Not because I have a personal vendetta for them, but because, frankly, weight dropping is annoying. And it's not because I don't want to be a good neighbor. I'm happy to be a good neighbor to everybody in Chelsea, to the extent that they want to be good neighbors with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
2019. Wow, it's been a long time. I'm still short, but I'm still Susie Berger. I still live at 257 West 17th Street, Apartment 2A. You know all about me. You know how I feel. I'm going to focus, if I may, on the session that many of us attended at the gym a couple months ago, where they took us through what they said was the new program that they were going to have. Unfortunately, I don't believe it was a very new program because Bo, as gentlemanly as he seems to be and lovely, admitted that it's been going on for over a year. So it had been going on while they were still open. So it was still obviously a problem.
Can you specify when he admitted that?
At some point,
During
one
the
of
presentation?
questions at the session that was going on, and I don't remember the details, so I can't testify to that. During the session in the second room where the barbells are, they talked about that there's this new program, that there's partnerships, everyone's teamed up with a partner, so their partner's gonna watch you while you're weightlifting, doing your barbells. But then I asked, and the partner's actually doing something else while you're doing the barbell, so the partner can't really be watching you and spotting you because they're busy doing something else. So I actually asked how many people are in the class. Oh, somewhere between 10 and 20. How many teachers are in the class? 1 to 2. That means there's 1 to 2 teachers for up to 20 people. That means nobody's really able to spot you. And if they're now asking for up to 400 pounds on a barbell, that doesn't make sense. It just doesn't, and I agree with Chairwoman Perlmutter. They can't be trusted with barbells. The barbells just don't make sense in this place. I'm sorry, I have 2 teenagers. Raising children is hard. And the owner seems to be a child because he doesn't seem to follow rules very well. And there are consequences for bad behavior. And there's an old adage, you mess me once, shame on me. You mess me, you can't keep messing with me and me take it. It's not okay. They don't get a second chance and a third chance. I don't know why we have to be the ones to keep giving it.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other speakers? Yeah, go ahead.
Charles Rich. I'm a resident in the building. I'm president of the Board of Managers. A couple of bullet points I want to make. The original protocols as adopted were themselves a compromise. We had our own sound engineer. They had their own sound engineer. We went to the third party. We agreed after a lot of hemming and hawing to say, okay, let's accept these. These are a compromise. They weren't everything we wanted. And let's live with the compromise. But fundamentally, that brings me to point 2. There's no respect for the BSA in its process. As you said, this is the 12th time we've been here, or whatever it is. There are consequences to it. I put it to you that the point about let's allow some more testing, we rejected testing, is a total misdirection. The unit owners, Anthony and Susie, have allowed testing formally, informally. I've lost track of it times, and I don't blame them for finally saying, enough, it's taste, no more. Point 4, the protocols themselves and any conditions you impose require a high level of human interaction and essentially a type of micromanaging of the gym. It's not built in, it's not automatic, it's not part of the physical structure that they can be simply flick a switch and operate. It requires people to move mats, take them on off, look at weights, monitor, decide where to drop. It requires an incredible level of monitoring. I put it to you perhaps, and maybe I'm being dismissive here, that maybe they put an application in for heavier weights as a negotiating tactic to maybe come back, and that their idea was to go back to what was rejected already as the original protocol as a compromise. I don't have any proof of that one way or the other. The fact that there's new counsel, great. The fact that Eremos is not available anymore, those are not conditions precedent to saying that they should be granted a permit and told what is okay and not okay. Additional point, At the Chelsea Land Use Commission hearing, which we were at a month ago, which they issued a rejection, testimony came out that this quote-unquote new protocol had been in effect on and off for at least a year, approximately a year. So it's not a new protocol. You want to go to trusting? Okay. My neighbors are crazy. Words to that effect have been uttered many times before, and my neighbors are not crazy. And yes, they were proved right by video evidence, by surveillance, by other means, but the first reaction time and time and time again from Brick was, you heard construction, you heard the next building, you heard this, you heard that. Never, I'm sorry, let's meet and talk. We offered in 2013, when this whole thing came in, we'll sit down, we'll pay for some of the soundproofing. Never went anywhere. Last point I make, trusting. One of the conditions in my pet peeve is we have a narrow sidewalk. I didn't want jogging in front of the sidewalk. So as part of the original stipulation, there was no jogging in front of the building. So that's interpreted to mean you walk out of Brick's exit and you make a right turn instead of a left turn. That results in not passing my front door, but clogging the same narrow sidewalk as before. But technically, you're in compliance. So I'm sorry. You can't ask me to say, trust me, when that's the way you operate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
So just a point of clarification to the statements about me or the statements that I've made. When I mention new protocol, it's not new protocol that went into place yesterday. It's new protocol that wasn't before the board during the 2015 grant. It's just as part of the record, that's what I'm presenting, not that it's new protocol that happened yesterday and going forward will be great. This is the first floor. New protocol went in that was in place and seems to be working. We'll call up Jared Blankman from Berkeley to speak.
State your name, please.
My name is Jared Blank. I'm the owner of Brick, New York. I do have to say that I've just heard a lot of things that are, I have to say, inaccurate. On the first floor, we do not and have not been dropping weights whatsoever. All the problems have come from downstairs. On the first floor, they have asked for hundreds of segments of videotape, which we've dutifully turned over, and there hasn't been one instance of a weight being dropped, and their spies didn't find any problems on the first floor. We use barbells up there. We do manage it adequately. All the weight dropping that they brought to bear in the court proceeding has come from the downstairs. We did feel like we weren't, I have been up there many, many times checking on the utility of the downstairs platforms, and, and I found that they have mitigated the problem, and we said, we're put in a position where we have to disprove that we're harming them, and we say, okay, we're open to that. And then they say, no, we're not interested anymore. The previous report said we could drop up to 225 from overhead. But anyway, on the upstairs level, we have been using barbells without dropping them. There have been not even accidentally, any instances of that occurring. So,
Okay. So what do we say about the complaints? All of those in the calendars.
I thought the resolution said under no circumstances will weights be dropped from overhead at all.
Upstairs, there's no dropping of weights whatsoever. That's how we've...
Overhead, nowhere in the building. But let me look.
You had discussed the option of letting us operate at a certain percentage of our capacity. I would ask that we be able to...
Cellar. Under no circumstances are customers permitted to use barbells with a weight in excess of 135 pounds in the cellar level. Under no circumstances, medicine balls.
It says overhead drops of weights or weighted objects is not permitted in classroom 3 downtown or elsewhere within the PCE premises. No limit because none is allowed.
Right. So...
I guess what I'm asking is if we could resume our operations upstairs where there hasn't been a problem, where we have used barbells with absolutely no dropping whatsoever. This is completely manageable, completely doable. It's been happening for years now. when we first were here with our first PC, we were still doing CrossFit upstairs, and then we realized we couldn't do that, and so we changed, and we have these two other classes where in one of them, we do use barbells. We do not drop. It does not happen. They have asked for evidence. We have given them the videotape evidence, and there have been no violations upstairs whatsoever. I mean, we can operate with barbells upstairs and manage it such that there is no dropping. That has happened there now for quite a while,
And
years,
what does
as a
that
matter of
mean? You're
fact.
going to empty out the cellar level of all of its
Well, if
equipment?
the idea is to regain trust with you so that we can then go back and do some kind of objective third-party testing, then we won't do the drop, we won't run our CrossFit class downstairs if you let us operate upstairs where we do a no
What are you going to
dropping.
do with the cellar level?
I haven't figured that out yet.
Empty it of all of its equipment?
So perhaps if the board's amenable, operate the same protocols and the same condition that the first floor operated at the cellar level as
But
well.
the only way that would be even remotely believable, and I don't know that it's remotely believable, is none of that equipment is in the cellar.
But the barbell weights that were allowed in the previous grant with the barbell usage that's used on the first floor that is proven to be effective.
Upstairs doesn't look the same as downstairs.
The same plates are upstairs as they're downstairs. It's the same.
It's just a different floor. It's
Yeah.
the same system, the same.
We've had the same plates upstairs, and we've run a class up there where we use barbells, and we do not drop them.
And how do we know that the complaints that were registered over all that time weren't for whatever kind of activity was upstairs? We don't, right? No way to know. We can't know. There were complaints on this chart registered over the last year, right?
None of them were coming from drop barbells on the first floor. You do know that because.
How do we know that they weren't from us, there was a noise source, right? We don't know what the noise source is, right?
We know that there were no drop barbells on the first floor because we reviewed all the tapes.
Right, but that's just we don't know what the sources of the noise were.
Okay.
They could have been some other thing. They could have been a fail.
So I
They could have been
have
a,
with me Jeffrey Kaplan, who was part of the litigation, which discussed in great detail the results and was very heavily involved in those videotapes and reviewing of them. So he can perhaps testify or shed light on this question of whether it was first floor or cellar floor.
but please raise your right hand.
He swore in.
Wait, were you sworn in before?
Jeffrey Kaplan, yeah, I already swore in. As a point of clarity,
I see that.
I worked with Mr. Ginsburg, counsel for the building, with respect to the positioning and the location of cameras. Originally, back in 2015, they were the security cameras, and then at some point during subsequent litigation, it was determined that we would install real-time cameras so that even residents of the building, if they so desired, would be able to watch what was going on in the gym, which we actually, during the litigation, thought might be somewhat obviously problematic, because there appeared to be some testimony that they were. But the issues in the cameras were all centered in the basement, not on the first floor.
When was the study done about the cameras?
There was no study done. It was just something we agreed upon with the council for the building. We had discussions with them, and there was a request that they have some input into the actual placement of all of the cameras, because there was a suggestion that there was an area that was not entirely clear from the existing security cameras. So we agreed during one of the settlement stipulations while we were in court litigating the matter to go down there, and Mr. Ginsburg and I met, and we placed the cameras where everyone was happy and believed that they would.
In the cellar only?
That's correct.
So you didn't place any upstairs?
Well, there are security cameras also, I believe, upstairs. There always have been.
Sorry, so what's the relevance of where the cameras are?
I don't, Mr. Ginsburg might be able to discuss this with me simultaneously. I don't think there's ever been an issue of anything going on the first floor. The issues have been, as we've litigated them, issues centered in the basement, not the first floor.
If you don't mind, I can speak to that. I don't mind. The primary problems we determined when we sent our investigators in were all located in the cellar. That's where they were doing their CrossFit classes. So the cameras on the first floor are not nearly of the quality that you can really ascertain what's going on, but they didn't hold their CrossFit classes on the first floor. They did, in fact, hold them in the cellar. We do not dispute that. What actually scares us even more is If you tell them not to use the cellar and you tell them to only use the first floor and the weights are on the first floor, then how long is it going to take these people who have proven in the past that they don't care about the rules to start dropping on the first floor, which from my perspective is far worse than dropping them in the cellar. So if you let them go back into business on only one floor, the likely effect is much worse for us than if you're giving them a floor, give them the cellar. Don't give them the first floor, because that's going to be much worse for the condominium's point of view.
The question isn't about the location as much as the actor. It's your statement.
Yeah.
The dropping has gone up to CrossFit class, which has been the basement.
Okay. I think, I don't actually know what to say. I don't know how to get my head around allowing a bad actor to continue to be a bad actor. The idea that the protocols on the first floor, if you told me, I'm just going to say it again, if you told me that you're changing the protocol, we don't have any barbells anymore, or the barbells are the type that have a fixed weight on them and you cannot add plates to them, and there's a limit to them, and that work is all done on the first floor, on the pads and so on, and we threw out all of those other, not throw out, you sell them, because I'm sure there's a market for it. You sell all of those barbells in the cellar. Maybe then I'm seeing what's the equivalent of like a TRX studio. Those are very quiet. They use bands,
So,
I just want to say, if the issues were, based on this additional information we just got, which is that the classes held on the first floor were not the issues. The classes that were being held in the cellar were the noise generator. If that's the case, I am okay with the idea of allowing the same set of classes that are operating on the first floor in the cellar floor with the provision that all the weights that are not necessary physically be removed, and only once they're physically removed and shown to us, then we issue the resolution for you to go ahead.
How are we going to ensure that that's what's happening?
Well, once you physically remove those weights,
Who's going to?
well, that's what I'm saying. They have to show that they physically removed the weights, give us the photographs, then only we will issue the resolution, and then only the gym can start operating.
So
And
enforcement is-
Bring the weights back.
Right.
No, but they have to show that they've disposed it of. It's not
Well,
physically.
they have a
They'll bring it
video,
to their
they,
other site.
yeah.
It might be because I haven't been on this particular case for as long as the other board members. I have, but I'm having a lot of difficulty closing down business, especially after they've invested so much into it, and especially after council's made such a good faith attempt to bring the board and to see a presentation, and it seems like they're trying, but I don't know how we, as the chair stated, I don't know how we overcome that history.
So
can I
I just go
ask,
back to it again. It's all about the barbells,
So
right?
can I ask then, to Commissioner Shonda's point, the Vice Chair, apologies, the operation at the first floor has proven to be effective in that it hasn't resulted in the complaints. The complaints have been to a CrossFit and a CrossFit-style exercise. If we get rid of the CrossFit-style exercise and use the same classes from the first floor in the cellar, but the first floor includes barbells, which will have a weighted limit for the board, that may be something that we can work on, on a short leash, show that we can comply, and then if we are good actors and do feel that we can come back and do additional testing, if we can make that case, then come back.
How are you going to enforce, how are we going to be, how is that going to be enforced?
So we have cameras that are open, I think they have internet access, that if the neighbors feel vibration.
No. The neighbors don't run your gym. The idea that the neighbors have to be involved in the monitoring of this, I find
If you have another,
infuriating.
that's,
Right?
that was the only idea I have at the top of my head, but I'm happy
Right.
to work with the board on a compliance.
Right, so I think.
Standard.
I think rather than beat this out anymore, at 7 o'clock, we have another hearing. You've heard us, you've heard the neighbors up to beyond, up to the tops of their heads on this already, right? The neighbors don't work for the gym. If you want to pay them and negotiate a really good, contract with them so that they become your monitors, it's another thing, but they don't work for the gym. Their job is not to test whether or not every single day they're woken up because you're not willing to abide by the terms of the board grant, right? And the board also is not working for the gym. Our job is not to send our compliance officer every week to make sure there's no dumbbells in the basement, right? So you have to come up with a solution that gives us confidence that you're not going to break the rules again. You're not going to ignore us, because it's not legal what you are doing, and it's offensive. Why grant? And then you just go ahead and do whatever you want, right? So I don't want to spend more time trying to figure it out here. We can't. If you can come up with a solution that doesn't look like this last solution of 400 pounds of barbells and things like that, we can look at it. But at this point, I don't know what to say. This is the 12th hearing on this case. What gym has 12 hearings?
Most of mine, thank God, have one enclosed. So I understand where you're coming from, and I am missing PTA tonight to be here, and it's my first PTA. I can work with council and try and come up with something that, come on, L'Oreal.
Jim either.
No, there isn't anything, no. You're coming up with this, and we're going to give you one more time to talk to us about a different proposal, and maybe it's a way to, have, I don't know what, yoga classes in the space. I don't know.
Had enough yoga
But I
classes,
don't know
yoga gyms
what,
today.
yeah, I know, but I don't know what else to suggest. because-
I will work on, and if anyone has suggestions for monitoring compliance, I'm happy to
We're not
bring
gonna give you
them.
suggestions.
I'm opening
We're
this
just
to
not.
I'm opening this to the neighbors.
I mean, if you really want to do that, you want to make sure your entire website, your program, everything has to reflect that. It cannot be just what you're sending to us. Everything has to change. Your commitment with your patrons, everything, they need to be fully aware of it and go with it. It cannot be what you're promising. And those need to be delivered before even, for me, those need to be delivered before even I'm ready to sign off on it.
Okay.
But that
Yeah.
level of commitment has to be there from get-go.
I-
You put
I-
us in
yeah.
that awkward situation.
Yes.
Understood.
But we're not going to make any suggestions about your protocol. It's your client's problem, and they have to figure out how they might be able to solve it. At this point, I don't feel like there's much of a solution.
Council, it's bleak.
Yeah, and by the way,
Given the
12
investment, it has to be explored.
So I want to say, 12 hearings worth of this is an indicator that the board has been sympathetic to the issue of a
100%.
business and not wanting to put a business out of business, right? But there's a point at which you do it to yourself, right?
Right.
So, okay. Okay, so,
As quick of a turnaround
no,
as...
it's not gonna be quick because we don't have.
I think you need to take time to come up with a proposal that is really going to work from all ends.
Right.
Don't rush it.
And you may want to involve the tenants in some kind
Well,
of
that was my comment
conversation.
before. If there are specific suggestions from the building, we're happy to entertain them.
Okay, so all I can think of is like March 9th. What does it look like? March 19th?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to caution that you have a special hearing on
Yeah.
March 20th.
Right.
Chair?
One of the engineers publishes to be away on March 19th.
Oh, okay, yes,
26.
26. March 26th.
I'm going to be away the 18th to the 30th.
Oh,
So this really becomes an issue of not hearing the complaints of the neighbors. We know them, and it's whether or not the board
Yeah.
accepts our compromise.
Yeah.
So,
no, I think what we'll do is, we know your testimony, but we want them to work with you, so, or through your counsel, because your counsel certainly knows by heart already what the issues are.
You're certainly going to be in communication. You
Yeah,
have
yeah.
access to communicate with your council during this period, would you?
Right. So let's stick with March 19th then.
March 19th.
Okay.
9 o'clock?
It's the morning calendar, but.
The morning calendar.
Good luck.
We don't know.
Do we have a submission schedule?
The submission date for March 19th
27?
is February 27th, that's right, yes.
They have to submit it by
Okay.
February 27th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we need a break, or are we good?
Item number 6, 2016 4469BZ, 4923 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
I mean, I could do it either way. I'm not going to be the person.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm
My
to tell the
eyes are
truth, the whole
hurting,
truth, and
that's all,
nothing but
but
the
we can
truth
keep
in
going.
your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board members?
It's been 2 hours.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know how long it's been.
What?
She asked if it had been 2 hours.
2 hours. Was the last time at 2 hours ago?
This case didn't take.
Oh, okay, sorry. it's my fault.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Matthew Schomer, David F. Hutcher, and Citron.
Take your conversation outside, please. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
This is initial hearing for the legalization of a sign that's been existing since the 1930s. We attended yesterday's review session. There's a couple groups of comments I'll just respond to kind of in turn. There were some issues about the evidence of adjacent ownership and whether this was some confusion about the Sanborn maps and the tax maps. I think that we understand the board's concerns there, and we're happy to kind of supplement our response, provide a more detailed breakdown of an explanation for how those Sanborn maps and tax maps evolved, as well as providing information on the ownership of the adjacent lots. There were also 2 comments about specifically about the uniqueness study and some of the reasons that some lots were excluded. In particular, there was a question about the excluding lots in the M district, which the sign would also not be permitted in, as well as excluding some smaller lots that we characterize as undevelopable kind of under any circumstances. I think, again, we understand the board's concerns there. I think we're going to revise that study. I think that we'll come up with this. We still feel that we'll have the meet the finding there, even including that broader range of properties. The next item was comments about the kind of as of right and lesser variance plans. We did not study a one-family option for residential as of right. We can do that. There was comments about not taking advantage of the attic allowance on the site. I think that was just a little. So in the architectural plans, there's floor area shown in the attic. It just didn't provide a floor plan. The architect did not.
No, it's not so much, it's that, but it's also that it's not fully using the FAR. You have up to 0.9 and it's only 0.8, I think, FAR.
Okay. So as part of the one-family study, we'll also make sure we supplement the two-family as well to show the attic and max out the FAR, assuming that, it can be maxed out based on the other constraints on the site. I had one question actually about, there was a suggestion for tandem parking, which I understand to be like front to back.
Yes.
So my understanding would that wouldn't work would that work for a two-family dwelling? Is that something that?
We don't love it, but we see it.
Okay.
Yes. It's not ideal, but we
Feels
see it.
operationally it wouldn't work
Well,
out, but I mean, we'll look
Lots
at
of
it.
people do it, Is
Okay.
it a great solution? No, but it's a way to avoid having the corner clipped off like that.
Sure. Similarly, I think with the kind of lesser variance retail option. there
Oh,
were
and by the
comments-
way, just to go back, no one
Sure.
says this needs to be a two-family house. So if it was a one-family, then
yes.
you just call your brother and tell him you move the car. Yeah.
So similarly, I think with the lesser variance that was retail, again, that building did have a cellar. The architect didn't provide floor plans for that building, so we can kind of flesh out what a retail building would look like there. And after we get those plans done, we'll take another look at the financial analysis, which was another comment kind of
consistently about both the residential as of right option and the lesser variance option. We're happy to do, take a fresh look at it, have a second cost estimator potentially, if that'd be something that would be helpful. Just kind of make sure that we're exploring all the options. I know that there's kind of a lot of options here that are not assigned, so we're happy to explore all those options.
I just have a comment. Since you're here for a variance, I mean, you could seek a variance for a residential building, and that could be a lesser variance. It's okay with the chair, I would recommend that you look at a lesser variance residential option where you may need to seek waivers for the front yard, rear yard, or those. That gives you a much more desirable floor plan and maybe more units per floor. Because we have seen sites that are much more triangulated and narrower than this, where we have seen more units. So I would say explore that option. Don't treat this as just the site where only a sign can be there. See how you can maximize this site for a residential building and then lay out the arguments for variance.
I think the problem with that is the owner of this property is a sign company. They don't, so it's not that they're pursuing, so sometimes we have an owner who's just an owner, they own land, right? And you tell them, look, you could actually do a lot better with a residential variance, which is a lesser variance because there's no use, right? And what do you know? You could get a three-bedroom house out of it, or a three-unit house, three-unit building out of it, or something. And the owner says, wow, I never thought of that. I'd much rather have that than a funny-shaped office building, right? But that's not the case
But they
here.
have to financially show that.
No, but when we're talking about a lesser variance, pursuing the residential that requires a variance doesn't inform our financials. Our financials have to be based on as of right, correct? It's not gonna, because otherwise, you're suggesting to the owner that maybe instead they accept a lesser variance of residential, and that's not
What if I could, I'm not sure that Vice Chair is stating as a conclusion that a residential building would be the lesser variance. She's just, like, in the other cases, we've asked that the lesser variance be pursued because it's not for use, it's for.
Because the site that is 1 block away, which was even a smaller site, we did ask for residential alternatives as of right, and then residential alternatives with lesser variances, just to show the degree of the variances that would be asked, and yet would it be feasible?
And in that other case, we showed that it wasn't feasible.
And it was determined that it was not feasible. And that was the test that was done for that 178 square foot lot.
Right, but I think that part of the reason why we asked it there was because it was an unbuildable lot. So we were like, belt and suspenders this, show us that nothing, no possibility that any kind of lesser variance would work on a lot that's 180 square feet. Whereas this is a buildable lot. And I believe that if you did waive the yards, you could get a residential building that would work.
Yeah.
And if you can't, it's a market issue, because this is not that irregular a lot. You can still have legal size rooms in this home. So I don't see that you can make that same argument that you could on that 178 square foot lot.
But does that make the exercise by the applicant irrelevant? Isn't it, because you did mention yesterday that maybe this lot does seem buildable, and a sign could be the last thing that happens.
Right, the sign would be the last thing. But the question is, will we accept their statement to us that a 4-family home here that's built full out to the lot line with a few parking spots on the first floor won't work? Are we going to accept that? I believe it will work. I believe if it doesn't work, it's a market issue. And the reason why I believe that is because there is nothing wrong with this lot. It's not such a unique shape that it results in rooms that are tortured. Whereas you can make that argument on a 25 by 100 foot lot. If we kept the yards, we would have rooms that are like 6 feet by 7 feet. They're not legal. But if we had no yards, we could have 9 feet by 11 feet. That's legal.
Right.
It doesn't. Okay, let's go with that. Well, here you can make that same argument. You know, if we had to put yards here, we have a couple of slightly tortured rooms if we have a two-family house. If you have a one-family house, you don't have tortured rooms here.
Right.
So then what's the issue, really? It would have to be a market issue. It's not the shape. The shape is not constraining a one-family home.
So are you saying even the as of right can't prove that it's not a return? So to do a lesser variance is kind of a shift too far? You know,
Right, I don't think we,
Okay, got it.
I mean, I don't think we need to go there unless we make a determination that we're only giving you a home.
Okay.
No matter how you slice it, that's all you're getting here is a bulk variance.
Right, right, so, and just,
And that might be a way that we go, but I'm just drawing a distinction between this lot and the 178 square foot lot. It may be that we say, you know, ultimately, you're getting a home here. Whether you want to build it or not, you're
Your
not getting a sign.
right, right. But just to clarify, right now, right now, the lesser variance scenario 2, no, it's not a lesser, the as-of-right variance number 2, the as-of-right number 2.
Scenario.
Sorry,
The
it's
home
got,
one.
yeah, it's got a lot of titles that are contradictory on it. So it works already. It's a two-family home with two perfectly nice-sized bedrooms and a perfectly nice-sized living room with a nice shape, actually. And the only thing that's a little messed up is the corner that's cut out on the first floor,
If you remove
which
the
you
tandem.
remove by tandem parking, or you don't do a two-family, you do a one-family, and then you don't have tandem parking. I mean, you have it, but you don't.
Right, and if you're selling
any
a little
issue.
bit more square footage, you definitely net out the cost.
Right. Right, so, yeah, so I don't know that, so to clarify, we don't need to pursue the exercise of the lesser.
So we don't know.
Right, I think we need
Residential.
to fully build out the as-of-right residential first by maximizing the square footage to the maximum FAR that this home could hold, and perhaps putting the tandem parking. Let's see, we have a few extra feet that we could sell. Let's see where we go from here.
Okay.
But when we say it works, do we mean from the architectural perspective or architectural plus financial as well?
Architectural plus financial.
And considering whatever is existing on site right now and the fact that they might need to sacrifice it?
It doesn't make a difference because it's not legal. So when you're in a legalization situation, you count it as if it's vacant land from the ground up. There's nothing here. This is a clean slate. We could do whatever we want. They cannot count any demo costs.
I got it.
That's how we had dealt with that last site also.
Okay, understood?
So just to be clear,
So
yeah.
you're not
That's-
doing the lesser variance
Yes, just
yet?
the
Not yet.
Not yet.
two as-of-right options, a two-family and a one-family, and accompanying financials.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? No.
I think
Okay.
that's all I have.
Are there any speakers on this? No. Okay. So, what do we say? Not March 7th, 5th. March 19th? March 19th, is that okay, Dara? And there are no variances on March, or maybe there are, did we put a variance?
Nope,
March?
there are no
variances on March
that
19th.
date.
And there is, but there is a variance on the special hearing, which is the 20th,
Which
which
is the
is
Frick
the Frick, so
collection, yeah.
there's no
But there's no
financials.
financials, so I'd
But
be
there is
fine.
program.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
19.
Okay, March
March
19th?
19th.
27th submission?
I'm sorry?
February 27th
That's right,
submission?
February 27th submission.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, 2018-51BZ, 1101 Plainview Avenue, Queens.
That.
That's
Hello, Elise? Move it along. Raise your right hand. Hello, how are you? Happy New Year. Hi. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Good. We have a neighbor later.
I have a few items, oh, at least hold there from Eric Flat, like you see on behalf of the applicant, I have a few items. I know it's late and nobody wants to do it.
What would make you say such a thing?
I can't see anymore. It has
Me
nothing to do
either.
with
I'll
want.
tell you what you're looking at, and you just try.
Tell me how to think about it. Just think.
I don't know.
It's so early. The sun's about to rise.
One of these. One of these. One of these.
No, thank you. How do I feel about these?
One of these.
What's this? Oh, okay, cool.
This is proof of the objections I don't make.
You'll submit it to yourself.
Okay. If we need it, I have a I wanted to address the issue of the self-created hardship and the demolished building.
No, I'll help you pick up.
That is okay to begin with. So what happened was, as you can see in the Sanborn maps, even though they weren't accurate later on, but if you look at the Sanborn maps and you look at that 1981 photograph I showed you, it's the only one that was on record of that building. There was a long building that extended from here down this way. It was extended down onto double lots. So it was on.
Elise, I'm going to take the mic with you to the...
Sorry. So it extended onto multiple lots, but even though it was extended this way onto multiple lots, when the city sold off all those lots in foreclosure, it didn't sell them off as even though the building had an adjoining party wall on this site and this side. So it extended all the way down with an adjoining party wall in between the two sites. So when they demolished it, because the building had an adjoining party wall, if they demolish one piece of the building, the whole thing has to come down. And you saw in 1981, it looked like a pretty rotting building. That's the same building that existed there, so I can only imagine what it looked like in 2002. So it had to come down. And this owner didn't do any of that. This owner purchased it much later, but based on looking at the record, if it makes sense that if half of a building, if it shares a wall, has to come down, then the other building that shares that wall also has to come down. So that's why it couldn't be reconstructed. And at that point, these properties were owned together and these properties were owned together, and they were combined in order to make those multifamily homes. So then this lot was left with nothing. I don't know if that answers your question, but
Was this part of any urban renewal site?
I don't think so. Is there a way to, that never came up. But it was split up and sold by the city in parts. Is there any more questions about that? Okay, and then I handed out to you today the the architect's office went to DOB because your new administrative notice asked that you resolve the AE objections, flood objections at DOB. So they had an appointment today. Unfortunately, we're in the middle of the night now, so it's been a whole day. And I have the objections in front of you, and they were marked by when they were resolved today. And I also have an email that says that the appointment is complete, so you know that those objections are from the examiner. And the only one that they didn't approve today of the flood objections was that DEC, it's in a DEC wetlands, because they wanted a statement from DEC, but that's why I handed out to you that GIS map showing we're the little red dot, and we're not in a wetlands area, and it also says that on DOB's BIS that we're not in a DEC wetlands area. So I'm
Okay, but so this indicates that the architect showed drawings, but we don't know what drawings. So, right, so the architect may have made changes to the drawings or whatever.
Yeah.
In order to respond to the objections during the appointment, right? I don't know, because when you meet with a plan examiner, right, you show them the drawings, you go over it, the plan examiner says, okay, make these corrections or something like that. There's no way for us to know what the drawings are that were approved at that plan examination, right?
Let's just say your name first.
David Starvin, architect. The drawings that were submitted to the board, which I believe the same drawings you have in front of you, are the ones that were submitted to the examiner. We did not make any changes today. Planning exam was this morning.
Right.
Examiner accepted our drawings as they were.
Okay.
I don't know the last submission to the board, I'm assuming they have the same drawings. Correct.
So we have the drawings dated.
But we'd be happy to, we'll confirm that it's the same drawing.
It was,
Yeah.
whatever was submitted as part of the December 18 submission.
Okay, but what's important is that the flood,
Yeah, I mean,
objection.
the irony is our drawings, of course, don't have a date. There's a no revision date, so they were prepared in October 2617. And if you're working on a later set, our drawing, the set that we have doesn't have the revision date.
we'll be happy to confirm,
Okay.
coordinate.
So I guess the next issue is the uniqueness study. I provided a land use map with the sizes of the lots and a spreadsheet that goes through. This is the smallest lot within 500 square feet. It's from Urban Cartographics.
So you're saying that was something you provided in your
In my
your
original
submission?
application, yes.
Yeah.
And it's the smallest in 500, and within 1,000, it's the smallest corner. All the other smaller lots are not corner lots.
So the thing about the uniqueness study was that what we're accustomed to seeing is a study that's not discussed in the statement of facts by itself. It's that all of the materials that back up the claim that it's unique are together, and you say, as shown on map so-and-so, there are
there was that
26 lots and like that. What? Sorry?
There was one land use map with a spreadsheet attached to it. I can write a cover letter for that land use map that shows that it is the smallest property within 500 square feet.
It was a spreadsheet.
And it refers to it in the statement of facts. I can show you it all.
Right, because the spreadsheet's just a listing. It doesn't take us through the analysis.
Yeah, that's the problem.
There's usually a narrative statement, is that right? That kind
Yes.
of leads
Yeah.
through? Because I write it also a narrative statement in the statement of facts, but I can write a narrative statement as a cover letter saying this is the smallest property by far. But I think it's not just the conclusion, it's
Yeah,
we
how
looked
you
at
get
X,
there.
we looked at
Yeah.
X number of sites within 500 feet, we discounted this one because, or these because of this, we discounted these because of this. Not just the conclusion, but
Right,
the
and
actual
so
process.
then you get down to, and this lot, because I believe you say this is not the smallest lot, but it's the smallest corner lot.
It's the smallest lot within 500, and within 1,000, it's the smallest corner.
Right, and so then you conclude with why being the smallest corner lot is such a hardship for you, which is, once you add those yards in,
Yeah.
you could have a one-room house.
Yeah, this would be a 233 square foot house.
Right, so that, yeah, so that's usually we'll get like, even Urban Cartographics gives us like a little one-pager or two-pager
Yes.
that's
I've seen
attached
those
to this,
before, but I
yeah.
just thought with the land use map and an explanation and that spreadsheet, and the fact that it is, that land use map shows it's the smallest within 500 square feet, that you didn't also need a cover letter, but I can create.
Right, it's just that it meant that we had to put together, it makes it harder for us to follow.
It makes us work harder.
Yeah, and so,
Sometimes
yeah,
it's a lot, as you know, it's a single-family homeowner, so
Right.
I try to.
right, but then you have 5 of us, not to mention council, not to mention project manager, trying to figure out what it is you're trying to tell us. So in future, please put it together and to tell the story very clearly together for us. Okay.
Provide also a cover letter to go with that map that tells the
Okay.
story of the 500 and the 1,000.
Okay.
And then, in terms of side yards, I gave pictures. It's of the homes around the area, and they are mostly attached, multifamily homes, so there are rarely any side. It's like a block of houses that goes across without any side yards. And I recognize that this is a corner lot, but if they provided any bigger side yards, they couldn't build a reasonable, any size house. It wouldn't be habitable, because this is a very modest home.
So, no, because it's actually a 20, what is it, 20 foot, what's the width? It's a little bit wider than some of the ones that we've seen. And that's why my comment was about the side yard, the front yard depth. That when you're looking at the front yards, you do have a front yard study someplace. Front yard study.
Yeah, it's 27 feet and 47.
Yeah, no, I'm looking, where's the front yard study? I can't see anymore either, so that's part of the problem here. Yard depth study, this one, number 24. Yeah, yard depth study. So when you look at the site and you look at the depth of yards, front yards, you see 7 feet, 10 feet, 6 feet. You don't see 3 feet, right? On corner lots even? Front yards.
Yeah. I was going to show you.
And the one that says 6 feet isn't really, because those have just an extension in the front that makes it 6. So then I'm thinking it's kind of it's atypical for this neighborhood to have such a shallow front yard.
On this block, if you look at this block, it's all attached houses with house after house attached.
No, but I'm talking about the front yards,
Yeah, but
not
it
the
has
side
two-
yards.
Yeah, but it has 2 front yards and 2 side yards.
I understand, but it has front yards, right? So that, just, are there other drawings besides the DOT flood compliance?
I brought
Here.
everything we ever submitted.
You're proposing a 3-foot 4-inch front yard along Beach 11th, and the building is 20 feet wide. So it could afford to be a little bit narrower,
Would the building be a little bit narrower? Is that not possible?
to be more and a little bit closer to,
I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you look at the size of the interiors, there's room to play. And we have seen on these kinds, on narrow lots, and this one's even wider than many of the corner lots that we see. We see corner lots that are 20 feet wide, right? So where they provide some kind of yard, and Therefore, the result is an 18 or 17-foot house. Right? So I would say that you should be providing something that's more in keeping with the front yard. I mean, the shallowest one in your study is 5 feet. 6 feet, 7 feet's the typical.
Okay, so when I look at the second floor plan, we have 2 bedrooms. One is 10 foot 8 by 9 foot 8. The other one is 12 feet by 12 approximately. These are not large rooms.
I'm not saying they're large rooms, but I am saying, I'm looking at the neighborhood character and that this building is not, what you're proposing is not typical of a front yard condition at all. And so that there needs to be a little bit of a compromise, and we often see houses, we often see variance requests on lots that are 20 feet wide. This is a wide lot comparably, right?
Right. But it's that corner that's hurting it when it needs, the 2 large front yards. So could it be narrower? The answer is we have to make it a foot narrower. That's something that the client will have to consider, and, how small will you go? Will it still be something that's marketable? So if that's the question, it's not, obviously it can be made a foot narrower. Whether it will be marketable as such, that's just, that's.
Well, but that's not something that we're not reviewing marketability, it's a single-family house.
But you could say that the lot depth is so short that you are actually putting sufficient side yard in there to put separation from this home to the other buildings. So could you compensate, and this would be an applicant question to us, compensate by taking it out of that front yard, so to speak, that's on
mean the
Beach
side
11?
yard?
No, because you're providing an 8-foot side yard on the rear of the building and
5
and
foot
5 feet on the other side to give you space where you need it most, right? Where you're abutting other homes.
They're not abutting, though.
You kind of are.
They
Well,
are.
I mean, you're not directly against them because you're putting yards there, so there's privacy. There's space between you and the homes on either side of you. And you're taking it out of your front yard by shifting the building into the front yard, because that doesn't, yes, it's the shortest front yard of all those corner homes, but it's got the least damaging effect on the other homes because it's on the sidewalk side as opposed to the side that's against another home. And you
So-
do have such a short depth here.
So let me ask you a question. Sometimes we see on those 20-foot wide lots, we end up whittling, well, the applicant just comes to us with their 17-foot wide house. But often, they have a smaller side yard. Like, instead of a 5-foot side yard, they have a 4-foot side yard, something like that. What if, instead, you shifted this house 1 foot to the, whatever direction that is, to the west?
That's exactly what I was looking at in the front yard study. I would ask that we go online, joining us on Plainview, there's 7-foot front yards, and across the street, there's a 6-foot front yard and a 7-foot front yard across Plainview. So I would ask that we increase the front yard on Beach 11, but decrease the front yard on Plainview. So that to be in line with
I
the
see.
frontage on Plainview. We're still not going to be in line with the frontage on Beach 11, but we then pull back.
That's true.
Right, but aren't you not in line with the adjacent 3-story residential just to your west? If you shorten that front yard?
No,
Their front yard
It
is
says,
9
well,
feet, 9 and
According to the
5
study,
eighths
it's
inches.
7.
no, it's not
Where does it
7.
say
It's-
7? It says 9
No,
and
it's
9,
not
5.
7. It's 9'9", and then there's a little bump out to 7.
Okay, sorry, I was looking
Yeah.
at the study.
So, no, you don't want to, you might go to the 9'9",
Right.
but I think it's more important to maintain that wider front door. So,
Because
but I was suggesting that you slide the house over to the west by a foot. So you don't, instead of
So there's
having
a
5 foot.
side
Yeah.
yard. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, because I would hate to see that footprint get narrower because it's pretty modest. It's only 2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a 3 or 4 bedroom
Mhm.
home. It's really 2 bedrooms.
We can definitely.
Okay, I'd be okay with that. Okay,
Thank you.
good. Other speakers? Yes, a neighbor.
State your name for the record. No, to the commissioners, to the commissioners.
These are your commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Kapelowitz. I actually own the house at 1109 Plainview. Currently, my son lives in there. I don't really know where to start. I bought this house about 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago for my son. I happen to actually have 4 grandchildren. And there's really, in itself, the house in itself that my son lives in has no yard. No yard in the back, no yard in front. It's self-explanatory on the sheet that I put up front. To have a building, I really feel that it doesn't really fit into the neighborhood. Like my son's house, like 34 feet long. The next house is like 50 feet long. I don't know how to oppose this other than what I put in. I mean, that the owner purchased this in the height of the market, which was in 2008, and he paid a high price for it, unfortunately, and he was hoping to flip it. It didn't happen. Nobody bought it because of the size of the house was. So I don't really want to hurt them, but due to the fact that I own the house next door, I did contact the owner, and I did make some type of offer to buy the property. Since my kids and grandchildren don't really have a yard, I'm willing to purchase the property. I mean, I don't know what the price will be, but really, that's it. I mean, it's all right there. If anybody has any questions based upon tonight.
Right.
Which one's your lot?
1109 Plain. That will be on the right side of the picture.
Just immediately adjacent to, right.
Right, we share the driveway. In fact, the adjacent property, that's the other side, is owned by a friend of mine. His name's George Roth, and he happens to be renting those apartments. And I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe that when these houses were built, George did make an offer to Mr. Tenenbaum for this property. Apparently, it didn't work out, so he just basically built around it.
So the way variances work, somebody owns a piece of property that can't be built on without waivers from the board, from us, right? That's the issue here, right? The property can't be built on without some kind of a waiver. And otherwise, it's effectively the city is depriving the property owner of the right to use their land.
I understand,
So if you
but
can persuade them to sell you the land, that's a different subject. But we're here looking only at, does the property owner own a piece of property that is prevented by government regulation from being developable? And the answer probably is yes. Because the building that they could build without waivers is too small to be usable.
right, and also I feel that the size of this building just doesn't fit into the characteristics of the neighborhood.
But-
I mean, like my son's house is 4 bedrooms, and he
Yes.
has a 3-bedroom rental on upstairs with a living room, dining room, and kitchen on the first floor. Next door, they actually have 5 bedrooms, the other side of the house. This is primarily a Jewish neighborhood where, as you know, there are sizable families and a lot of rooms would be required. So I don't know if I mean, I'm willing to pay, but I'm willing to pay within reason. And I would use it as a yard. I mean, of course.
Well, we can't get involved in
Right, so
your acquisition
I don't
story.
know, other than what I submitted, other than how to,
Person owns the property, they have a right to...
I understand, so it's up to you guys to decide
appreciate
what
the
to do.
property.
That's, the law is the law. I'm not fighting the law.
Right, right. So the thing is, you're saying the house is small for the neighborhood. You know,
I mean,
it's
does
a
it fit
two-bedroom
in? I mean, all
house.
the houses have driveways and they have yards.
It's a 4-bedroom house?
It is an attic.
Oh, it's a 4-bedroom house.
4 bedrooms?
Yeah. there's an
Yeah, in the attic, right.
Yeah.
4-bedroom,
The proposal is a 4-bedroom.
Yeah, the
It's not a
proposal.
2-bedroom.
Yeah. The
Yeah, proposal is 4-bedroom, 3 baths,
baths.
right? So it's not so small.
I'm just wondering, what would the size of the actual house be?
Have you seen the plans?
No.
Okay.
No.
Maybe that's part of it.
The zoning doesn't prevent from building a smaller footprint. It does put a limit on the maximum footprint. So in terms of what is being built, it is very, in terms of the size of the floor plate,
Yeah.
other than taking away the side yards and other things. Zoning doesn't say, unlike in certain cities where it says you have to have a floor plate of minimum of certain
Oh,
size.
right, we don't have.
We
well,
do not
do
have a minimum of a floor plate.
We have minimum.
We do
we
have a
lot
minimum of a
size.
lot size.
Yeah, we also
But we do
have
not
minimum density, for instance, doesn't
Right.
apply here.
But I'm wondering if part of the issue is just that Mr. Kapinowitz?
Kapelowitz, yeah.
Kapelowitz, sorry, hasn't seen the proposal, so he doesn't
No,
know
I
what
have.
his neighbor's
I
going
have no idea. We
be.
just got that letter from you guys.
Right, and so maybe it's an issue of Ms. Valder, if there's like a interaction you can have with your neighbor as to showing him what the proposal is, and maybe, sure, and then maybe you could understand how this would impact you, and so you'd be better able to
Respond.
yeah.
But the fact is, this person owns a piece of property
Sure,
and has
yeah.
a right to develop their property. And if you make them an offer that makes it worthwhile to sell, then that's a good business transaction. But we're just looking at the question to us, can the applicant, the property owner, build this other thing that makes this house viable? Because as a house as of right on this site is teeny, and it's sort of like a clubhouse for a kid, so.
It would really stick out. I'm sorry.
Well, and they're asking for the house to be bigger than they're permitted, so it won't stick out as much,
And they're also providing yards around it.
and also providing yards around it.
But yeah, so for your benefit, thank you so much for sticking around. It's very late. But we'll be likely scheduling a continued hearing. And so you have the plans now, hopefully, or can get them from Ms. Valder.
Thank you so much.
And then you can review those, and they'll have more submissions, and you can review those at our offices, and then there'll be a time for when you can submit additional testimony if you wish, in opposition or in support of the project.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
For waiting so long.
Yes, thank you for waiting.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
While I do understand the concerns of the neighbor, I just would also like to say that I hope you got them. We had 57 letters of support from neighbors.
No, didn't.
No, yeah. we
No.
did.
I have them with me
Absolutely
as well. We submitted them to the community board before we went, because the community board asked at the land use committee meeting that we should wait for the full board until we've spoken to all neighbors, and then they can actually see support from neighbors.
Oh. So you could have a board resolution.
There's a,
Yeah,
I
we
did
got a
see-
CB.
I did see it, 57 letters of support from.
Oh, you did see it?
You
Okay.
did?
I did, yeah.
You saw the letters?
Yeah.
Really?
It was a while ago, because it
was in
response to the
It's in the folder.
It's in the,
Okay.
Okay.
She has them, she can make,
All
it's
right.
like a, form letter that everybody signed, each one individually.
Yeah, but the owner literally went up to each person, told them his plan, showed them the plans, asked them if they wanted to do it, and they signed the letter.
If you look under objection and consent, there's one called letter of support, which has 57.
Okay.
We didn't wait to the letter of objection or consent because it was a request.
Okay. Okay. Good. So I think the only change is just sliding the house over, right? Nothing else? Okay.
That's a uniqueness I'll put on. And
Yes.
the write-up of.
Yeah. All right, so I don't know anymore what's available.
How much time would you need? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, I'm sorry. That's a bit too tight.
February 5th look like?
We have 29.
Okay.
Oof.
How many of these? Ay, ay, ay. No, I can't.
We could do February 12th. So February 12th?
Yeah.
With a January 23rd submission date. So, Mr. Pilowitz, the next submission date will be January 23rd. So that's the date when the submission will be available at the board. So you can contact us and get a copy, come to the board and get a copy. And then you can submit any testimony you have in person or in writing. No, thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming, we do appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
The submission date, okay. And the next hearing is
Yes,
February 12th.
yeah, you can have that.
Make sure Mr. Kublitz gets a copy of that submission. Oh, you got a copy, oh, never mind. Never mind. It's confused. It was, actually, she wanted that one.
Yes, yeah.
This concludes the public hearing for January 8th, 2019.